Not just lovely Laura. Written by Jessica Spencer. Chapter 1. England, 1798. I'm not their mother, Edward. I don't know what to do when Laura keeps wailing for Catherine. Gareth tries to play the gentleman and doesn't bawl, but he misses her dreadfully, Lady Helena said, discreetly moving the brandy behind a pile of correspondence. The Earl of Daventon ignored his sister and continued to stare into the fire. You know very well Catherine spent a lot of time with the children. She was never away from the nursery for any length of time. You must put aside your quarrel for the sake of your children. I thought I told you not to take her name in my presence. Why do you call out to her if her name is anathema to you? Lady Helena wanted to demand but said instead, Edward, you must not deprive your children of their mother. Laura is only 18 months old. Her nurse is tired out, trying to put her to sleep. She keeps pointing to the door of the nursery and screaming out the only word she had learned, Mama. If you would but see her, you would rush to bring Catherine back. Her brother merely grunted and continued to stare into the fire. Helena found the cigar smoke and brandy fumes stifling. She went to the window and tied back the drapes. You must stop drinking, Edward. It isn't like you at all. Tell me what went wrong so that I may help. Catherine must also be suffering. You should have let her keep the children until matters are resolved. It was now 10 days since Catherine had left Daventon Manor. Helena did not know the cause of their quarrel. Neither did the servants. Edward was besotted with his wife. Or had been. And Catherine loved him, Helena was sure of it. They didn't announce their love from the rooftops or declare it in company, that would have been improper, but the way they smiled at each other and lit up in the presence of the other was proof enough. When the Earl continued his morose silence, Lady Helena picked up the pile of correspondence and went into the morning room. Someone had to take care of the estate. What does he say? Lady Connolly asked as soon as Helena entered the morning room. Nothing at all, Aunt Esther. Did you tell him about Laura and Gareth? Lady Helena nodded. I don't understand any of this. When you sent for me I thought someone was ill. I didn't know what else to do, Aunt Esther. Edward had locked himself in his study. Laura kept fretting for Catherine. Gareth had become my shadow, refusing to let me out of his sight. I don't blame him. I was scared myself. We could hear Edward storming and raging in the study. It's unfortunate you weren't home. You might have stopped Catherine. I don't know if I could have done anything. I spoke to the housekeeper as soon as I came home. She told me there had been a quarrel. The servants couldn't tell what it was about. They heard Edward order Catherine to leave and saw him stomp out. Catherine left a little later, taking the children. Lady Helena kept one small piece of information to herself. Though she trusted her aunt, she couldn't bring herself to speak of it. She was sure the housekeeper had misheard. It was not possible that the quarrel was about a man. Edward would not have accused Catherine of being unfaithful. It wasn't possible. She had lived with Catherine since she had come to Daventon Manor as a bride. Catherine was honorable, and loved her husband. Fortunately, the housekeeper was loyal and not given to gossip. Unless Edward blurted out something while in the cups, the story would go no further. What is to be done now? Lady Connolly asked, a worried frown creasing her forehead. Helena remained silent. She had hoped that Edward would listen to their aunt. She was their closest relative. But he had refused to see her. Edward should not have sent his man of business to bring the children back. Who is to look after them? You are too young to take on the responsibility. You must send the children to Catherine and come to Mews Lodge with me. Left to himself, Edward will stop throwing a tantrum. I must say his behavior is most unbecoming. He is the head of the family. I can't leave Edward alone. You haven't seen him, Aunt Esther. He was never one to indulge in strong spirits. Now he does nothing but drink. His valet has given up trying to get him to dress. I can't leave him in this state. Helena, your sentiment does you credit. But you are only 20. You can't take on the responsibility of the children. Come with me and I shall contrive to find you a husband in no time. Aunt Esther, you know I don't mean to marry. I know nothing of the sort. You've had 2 years to get over Edgerton. He was a fine young man and it is sad he died before the wedding could take place. But life must go on. It matters not if you cannot love another. Love isn't required in a marriage. Or expected. Aunt Esther, I can't leave Edward or the children. I love them. There is also the estate. The steward will be calling soon. I want to read the letters, to see if there is anything important. Lady Connolly compressed her lips. She had done her duty. She had offered her niece a home, and told her what she ought to do about the children. The next day she left for Mews Lodge. 2 days later, Lady Helena was surprised to see Mr. Myers arrive. The solicitor only came down from London when there was important business to be conducted. His lordship sent for me, Mr. Myers explained, after an exchange of civilities. To Lady Helena's further surprise, Edward emerged from his room neatly dressed. His valet had given him a haircut and a shave. Except for some puffiness in the face and bloodshot eyes, he looked like his old self. Edward closeted himself in his study with Mr. Myers. 3 hours later, when the solicitor came out, he looked grim. Lady Helena managed to have a private word with him before he left. It is a bad morning's work, Lady Helena. I tried to dissuade your brother but he was most adamant. I have drawn up papers for a legal separation. Lady Daventon is to live at Renrose. She cannot have the children live with her. His lordship has settled a handsome amount on her and also created a more than adequate annuity. Helena gasped. Why? He says he wants her to be free and happy. I don't understand. What is this? A divorce? A divorce will cause scandal. Charges will have to be made. This is an agreement between 2 people that a marriage is over. Lady Daventon will have to sign the papers. Helena knew Catherine would sign. It was not in her to fight for anything. What did Mr. Myers mean by saying the marriage was over? Was Catherine no longer the mother of her own children? And Laura, was Laura to become an orphan even though her mother lived? Whatever had happened was between Edward and Catherine. She would not let Laura suffer, she decided, hurrying into the nursery. How is Laura today? She asked the nurse. She didn't cry much. She may be beginning to forget her mother. Good, Lady Helena said. That's very good. The Earl tried to take control of his life but wasn't very successful. Sometimes he smothered his children with love, at other times shut himself from them. He grew careless of his person and his estate. Fortunately, the steward was an honest man and Mr. Myers was trustworthy. Lady Helena looked after the holdings with their help. She also became surrogate mother to her brother's children. Edward became a recluse. There were no more house parties. Old friends who presumed to arrive without notice left without seeing him. For some years, friends and relatives continued to send invitations to hunts and parties. Lady Helena was forced to decline them all. When Laura was 5, one of Edward's school chums arrived at the manor. Mr. Mason was a widower, and was traveling with his daughter. Helena managed to convince her brother to receive him. Laura was thrilled. Mr. Mason's daughter, Janet, was about the same age as she was. One evening, Janet pointed to a star twinkling outside the nursery window. That's Mama, she said. She's looking down at me from the sky. Laura remembered her aunt had told her that her mother was far away. She pointed to another star. "That's my mama," she said. Janet's hand flew to her mouth. "Your mother cannot be a star. Only mothers who die and go to heaven become stars. They come out at night to watch over their children. Your mother can't become a star. She's not dead. She's gone to live somewhere else." Laura put her thumb into her mouth, a most unladylike habit that Nurse had despaired of breaking, and listened. Janet was a precocious child. As her nurse had no compunction about gossiping in her presence, she picked up things not meant for her. She said, "Your mother left you when you were quite young. She lives somewhere else. That's why your father does not laugh. He shuts himself in his study so that he can be sad. Do you know why my mother left? She loves someone else, that's why." Laura solemnly digested Janet's words. Her mother had left because she did not love them. When Gareth saw Laura the next morning, he knew something had upset her. "Janet says Mama left because she doesn't love us. Janet is a silly girl. Our mother loves us dearly. She had to go away because she is ill. It's a secret. Promise me you won't tell anyone." Laura promised. Gareth started to tickle her arm and soon had her laughing. However, by the time Laura was 8, she pieced together enough to know that Gareth had lied to her. When he came home for the holidays, she confronted him. "I know about Mother. She has gone away because she likes another gentleman and Papa will have nothing to do with her." "Who told you this?" "It's gammon. You needn't feed me untruths any longer. I'm a big girl. I hear the servants gossiping about Mother. They blame her for Papa's ills." "You don't remember her at all?" Gareth asked. "No. Close your eyes and try. Shall I describe her to you? Better still, would you like to see her portrait?" Gareth took her to the attic, and showed her the family portrait. Their father looked dashing in black with immaculate lace at the throat and cuffs. Their mother held her in her arms. Her gown was blue, worn with a lace collar, and her ornament was a pearl necklace with a turquoise pendant. Gareth leaned against her chair. "What's that?" Laura asked, pointing to some ink stains. "I did that. I was angry after she went." Laura nodded. She understood the bond of love and hate that would have made him do it. Lady Helena often worried about her niece. She was a sensitive little thing, prone to hiding her feelings. Gareth sometimes mentioned his mother, mostly in anger, but Laura never said a word. As the years went by, Lady Helena expected her to ask questions. Curiosity about her absent mother would have been natural. But Laura behaved as if it was normal to grow up without a mother. The first time she wore a grown-up gown, Lady Helena remarked upon her resemblance to her mother. "You promise to be a great beauty, dear. You have your mother's looks. Golden hair, soft and thick with a tendency to curl, and gray eyes that sometimes look green." Laura stared at her, the light of happiness in her eyes giving way to pain and desolation. Chapter 2. As Laura grew older, Lady Helena became anxious about her prospects. After Catherine left, Edward had shut himself up. He had also discontinued the tradition of holding festivities for the tenants. Without village assemblies and dinner parties, she was worried that Laura would not know how to go about in society. Laura had received a good education. She was well versed in the rules of etiquette. She could paint, embroider, and play the pianoforte. She knew how to keep household accounts. While not a blue stocking, she was better read than most young women of the ton. But she had no opportunity to learn the most important of social skills, which was to move among the ton. They only socialized with their closest neighbor, who was a baron. His daughter Lydia was 3 years older than Laura and held her in true affection. Lady Helena hoped Gareth would fix his attentions on Lydia. Though her father was a mere baron, she was well connected on her mother's side. One uncle was a viscount, another a duke. If Lydia came into the family, Laura could have a successful season. A husband might be found among her connections. It will be a good match, she told Gareth. Lydia is an amiable young woman and lovely to look at. I'm surprised you aren't in love with her. Love is a quagmire. I will not be caught in it, Gareth replied. I know she is fond of you. If you encourage her, you can win her hand in marriage. The Baron and his wife will be happy with the match. Lydia is my friend. I've known her all her life. She wants love, Aunt Nell. I would be a cad to deprive her of it. One day the Earl did not return from his walk. It was not unusual for him to disappear for several hours, but when he was absent for a day and a night, Lady Helena sent men to look for him. They found him easily enough, caught in the rushes at the river bend, fully clothed. And dead. Jack, his valet for 30 years, told the family he feared the Earl had willingly walked into the watery grave. For 3 days he had abstained from spirits and had stared gloomily in the direction of the river. Gareth wrote to his mother, informing her of the funeral arrangements. The messenger returned without a reply. Due to the nature of the death, the funeral was a small affair. Before the coffin was closed, Lady Helena placed a pair of gloves in it. They were Catherine's. Her brother had kept them in his room. After the vicar and the mourners left, Lady Helena said, I didn't expect this. Your mother ought to have come. She has shown a total want of feeling. Gareth nodded, clenching and unclenching his hand. I expected her to come. I hoped, to heal the breach. Laura whirled to face him. How can you speak of reconciling with that unfeeling woman? She isn't a mother at all. A mother loves her children. She doesn't abandon them. Lady Helena waited a few days before talking to Laura. My dear child, you must not harbor such strong sentiments against your mother. How can you defend her? You were upset when she didn't come to father's funeral. I spoke in anger. It is my dearest wish that you and Gareth are reconciled with your mother. When I knew her, she was the sweetest of creatures. She couldn't have changed that much. She left us for another man. That could have changed her, Laura said, her face heating up. We don't know if that is true. You must not give credence to gossip. Laura, I'm happy we are having this conversation. You have never spoken about your mother. It is better to speak out than to let things fester. What is there to speak about? Lady Helena sighed. You are now a young woman, so I needn't mince words. Whatever happened between your parents caused a great deal of talk. It needn't have. Many Taun marriages are a sham, with the man living elsewhere with a mistress while the wife and children are left in the family home. Married women have been known to cheat on their husbands after providing them with an heir. As long as they are discreet, they are respectable. Do you mean to say that mother should have been discreet? Laura asked, her eyes widening. Of course not. Your parents had a quarrel and were not able to reconcile. That should not have been cause for scandal. They didn't do anything wrong. If Edward had let Catherine come back and stayed in London or elsewhere, no one would have cared to discuss it. Husbands and wives aren't expected to live in each other's pocket. But Edward loved your mother. He refused to see her but pined for her. Because he shut himself up, and Catherine also withdrew from society, outrageous stories spread about them. For once, Laura gave in to her need to know about her mother. Until then she had listened at doors when the servants gossiped, or when her father spoke to himself when he was in his cups. Why did father let her go if he loved her? She asked. I wish I could answer that. I wasn't here when it happened. Though it was lowering, I had to ask the housekeeper. The poor dear was devoted to your mother. All the servants were. It took a lot of persuasion before she told me that the quarrel was about a man. Do you know who he was? Lady Helena shook her head. I can't believe it was anything serious. Your mother adored Edward and doted on you and Gareth. She had a high moral standard. She couldn't have flouted her marriage vows. It was either a misunderstanding on my brother's part or a small lapse on the part of your mother. Why didn't you help them reconcile? Why didn't you go and see her? At first it was because I couldn't leave Edward. He was in a terrible state. I feared for his mind. Later he wouldn't hear of it. And my mother? Did she not try to see us? Laura asked. Before her aunt could answer, she sprang up. I don't want to know. She didn't come to the funeral. She may have cared then, but she doesn't care for us now. 6 months after Gareth inherited the title, Lydia made a brilliant match. Lady Helena was pleased for her, but at the same time, her anxiety about Laura's future increased. You are 17, she told Laura. If we weren't in mourning for dear Edward, I would have taken you to Bath, to visit with your great-aunt. That would have prepared you for a London season. Laura stared at her aunt. She couldn't be serious. Lydia had told her all about the season and how gossip flowed. You can't expect to meet eligible men by staying at home, Lady Helena said. Gareth has some friends, but it will be the out and out of everything if we were to have a house party for only young men. We can invite your cousins, Aunt Nell. I doubt they will accept. Poor Edward ordered them off the property when they slandered your mother. It will be best if we go to London next year. Perhaps we should attend the small season. Aunt Nell. Yes, dear. Laura flushed a deep pink. What if nobody invites us or gives us the direct cut? What a nonsensical idea. Who has been filling your head with such talk? If possible, Laura turned a deeper shade of pink. Some months ago I overheard you and Great-Aunt Esther. She said the scandal about Mama had never died down. There were those who would judge me by her behavior. Families high in the instep would not want to associate with us. Aunt Esther talks a lot of moonshine. I'm more than ever determined that we should attend the season. I'll speak to Gareth. If he agrees, we will visit Bath. It will give you an opportunity to meet people outside the family. We needn't put off our mourning or take part in assemblies. But Gareth flatly refused. 6 months later, Lady Helena tried again. Gareth was going to London to attend to some business. It would be the easiest thing for them to accompany him and spend a few weeks in London. We are out of mourning now, Gareth. There are still a few weeks of the season left. You must think about Laura. How is she to wed if she doesn't have the opportunity to meet young men? I have a few close friends who are eligible. I'll give them permission to court Laura. Give me some time, Aunt Nell. I care too deeply about Laura's happiness to trifle with it. I know you do, dear. You are the best of brothers. I fail to understand why you are set against her having a London season. Gareth gave a wry smile. Our parents' separation is still a topic of wild conjecture. I had to put up with a lot of chaff in Eton. Oxford was only better because no one said anything to my face. I don't want Laura to listen to any of that. You can't shield Laura forever. Neither can you let the past dictate the future. I expect our presence in London will give rise to some gossip, but it will soon die down. Aunt Nell, Laura is not ready for a season. She has led a sheltered life. She may fall prey to a fortune hunter. You give her less credit than due, Gareth. Laura is rather shy, but she's nobody's fool. Laura is only 18. It isn't as if she's on the shelf. If you insist, we shall attend the small season next year. Lady Helena let the matter drop. I have received a letter from my dear friend Harriet. She is the Duchess of Severn and is in London for the season. When did you receive the letter, Aunt Nell? I didn't see it in the post. Turning a guilty pink, Lady Helena blustered her way out of the tight corner. That is of no import. You are going to London tomorrow. It is a happy coincidence that Lady Severn has opened up her townhouse for the season. You must call on her. Does she have a daughter, Aunt Nell? A granddaughter. From what I hear, you will suit, Lady Helena answered eagerly, forgetting to dissemble. Since when did you turn matchmaker, dearest? Gareth, it is time you wed. I was hoping you would fix your interest on the Baron's daughter. Now Lydia is betrothed to her cousin's friend. Must I wed because Lydia is getting married? You must marry for your sister's sake. Your wife can launch her into polite society. If you chose wisely, your wife's connections will help Laura make a good match. Apart from that, Laura needs a woman closer to her age. With Lydia leaving next month, Laura won't have any friends. You know I'll do anything for Laura. I hope you will fall in love with a good woman and make her your countess. Davintons are unlucky in love, Gareth said. Enough of that fustian. Your father spoke a lot of nonsense when he was in his cups. You sat up with him when he got maudlin. Are all Davintons devoted to their siblings, I wonder? They are. Lady Helena said, turning the jest to her advantage. That's why you must wed soon for Laura's sake. Lady Harriet and I have maintained a steady correspondence. In her last letter, she suggested a match between you and her granddaughter, provided you are both agreeable. A few days later, Lady Helena had the most unbelievable news. Gareth was betrothed to the Duchess' granddaughter, Lady Maria. He had also gone to Renrose, to see his mother. Lady Catherine had been ailing for some time but was on the mend. And she was eager for all of them to attend the London season together. Can it be true? Laura asked, looking dazed. She read the letter again.
When I went to Renrose, our mother was very poorly. The news of our father's death was a terrible blow to her. She took to her bed. 2 months later her childhood nurse, Flanders, died. Mother slipped into deep melancholy, which is why we did not hear from her. I was shocked at her condition. The physician has told me it is a malaise of the heart. You may well be surprised to read that she has been pining away for us since ever so long. When her nurse was alive, she contrived to make her eat and keep her engaged. Laura, I cannot tell you how wrong we have been about our dear mother. She is innocent of any indiscretion. Father blamed her because of a misunderstanding. Another misunderstanding arose to keep them apart. I shall, or rather mother shall tell you about it. Let it suffice for now that you are held as dear to mother as you could have ever wished. She remembers every little thing about us. I am convinced that only her memories have kept her alive all these years. Our departure to London depends on mother's health. She is making good progress, though I fear she is trying to do too much. She wanted to write to you, but she tires easily. I had to promise on oath that I would send you her love. She fears that you hate her. I have told her you are incapable of the sentiment. Your devoted brother, Gareth.
Dear child, it appears your mother has suffered a lot. You must try to keep her in good spirits and do everything to help her regain her health, Lady Helena said. Laura nodded and escaped to her room. Chapter 3. What wonderful news! Lydia exclaimed, clasping Laura's hands in her own and kissing her cheek. Her mother beamed. Lord Daventon is a lucky man indeed. Lady Maria is quite the catch. Daventon wants us to join him, Lady Helena said. There is still a month left of the season. Catherine is better now. She will be able to come too. Lady Helena's tone suggested that Lady Catherine had never been estranged from the family. You couldn't have shared better news. Please pass on my inquiries to Lady Catherine Daventon. I still remember our first meeting. Lady Daventon and his lordship were newly returned from the continent. Lady Daventon was dressed in a lace gown from Paris. It was in silver and mauve. She looked like an angel. I felt dowdy beside her. We all did. We met Lady Maria last season, Lydia said. She is both beautiful and charming. She is quite the leader of fashion. Her bonnets are most admired. Hostesses vie for her attendance. Laura listened with a sinking heart. She knew nothing about fashion except what the village dressmaker, Miss Henry, told her. Lady Maria sounded intimidating. Why couldn't Gareth have chosen Lydia? Everything would have been so comfortable. Why the long face? Lydia asked, taking her aside. I don't want to go to London. I won't know how to get on. Of course you will. You have had an excellent education. You are proficient on the pianoforte. You carry yourself like a true lady. I know nothing about fashion. You will have Lady Maria to guide you. Your mother too. What will I talk about to callers? Aunt Helena was saying we will have women calling on us. I have no experience of house calls except with our tenants and you, Laura said. You talk to me all the time. That's different. It's only you. I could take offense to that, Lydia said. I'm sorry. I meant to say. Don't be such a ninny. I was only teasing. Listen, you are a beautiful, well-behaved young woman. I've attended 2 seasons. I can tell you most debutantes are nervous about meeting people and talking to them. It's better to be nervous than to put on a brash air and make a fool of oneself. Laura was thankful for her maid, Bessie's presence in the carriage. Her incessant chatter about the changing scenery kept her aunt engaged, leaving Laura free to pursue her thoughts. They were mainly about the mother she did not know. She had let her aunt and Bessie take care of the arrangements for the journey. Her mind was in turmoil. Everything was happening too fast. They were reconciled with Lady Catherine and she was to have a season. Her brother was engaged to Lady Maria, a beautiful lady who was the toast of the haute ton. She wished Gareth had come home instead of writing. She needed to talk to him. She loved her aunt, but Gareth was the only one she always turned to with her doubts and fears. After 4 days spent on the road and in inns, they arrived in London. At last. Lady Helena murmured as the carriage drew up in front of a stately mansion. Laura's eyes darted to the entrance as soon as a footman handed her down. There was no sign of Gareth. His lordship and his lady mother will be arriving the day after tomorrow, the butler said, dropping a curtsy. The servants were lined up on the steps. Lady Helena said a kind word to them, and let the housekeeper lead them inside. Tired from their journey, they dined early and retired. Laura couldn't sleep for a long time. She felt deflated. She had prepared for the moment when she would meet her mother. She had yearned for it and also dreaded it. The next day, Lady Helena shown Laura the well-appointed house. This is the ballroom, my dear. I had my first ball here. How well I remember it. My engagement too. Dear Edward announced it. He stood under the big chandelier over there. Laura obediently followed her aunt from room to room listening to her anecdotes. Many involved her parents. I didn't know father could be so merry, she said wistfully, after one particularly hilarious account. Lady Helena squeezed her hand. Edward was a different man before the unfortunate quarrel. Do you know he sold away this house because he couldn't bear the thought of coming here again? Laura shook her head. A coal merchant bought it. A few years later the man met with some reverses and put it up for sale. Mr. Myers suggested to your father to buy it back. Edward refused. Mr. Myers also told Catherine. He used to visit Renrose every quarter at your father's behest. Catherine told him to use her funds and buy the house back. The butler came in. He looked embarrassed. Lady Maria is here, my lady. I am sorry, I was away from my post. A footman showed Lady Maria into the drawing room. He is new to the ways of the gentry. He doesn't know that he must inquire whether you are at home to callers. Laura was thrown into confusion. Why had Gareth's betrothed come? Aunt Nell, you must tell Lady Maria we are not at home. That would be downright rude, my dear. Come, there's nothing wrong with your gown. Bessie can redo your hair if you wish, though I must say you look very fetching as you are. With these and other words of encouragement, Lady Helena led Laura into the drawing room. Lady Maria stood up when they came in. Lady Helena, I know you aren't receiving callers yet, but you are family, dear, or soon to be. Pray come and sit with me. Laura dropped an appropriate curtsy and took a seat. Lady Maria was beautiful. No wonder she had captivated Gareth. Laura listened as Lady Helena inquired about the Duchess of Severn. Her aunt knew how shy Laura was in company and kept the conversation running. Outwardly, with her hands in her lap and her skirts evenly spread out, Laura looked composed. But she wanted to run away and hide in her room. The lessons her governess had rigorously drilled into her were all forgotten. She didn't know what to say to the poised lady who was easily the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Word must have got round. We found a number of invitations awaiting us, Lady Helena said. Lady Maria went through the engraved cards. Lady Malloy's ball is eagerly awaited. You must attend it. That is only 2 days away. I'm afraid we cannot attend. We came up to London at short notice and the country, as you know, lags sadly behind in fashion. Lady Maria took charge of the problem. She sent word to her modiste for ready-made gowns. What about Mama? Do you think she will have something suitable for Lady Malloy's ball? Laura asked, and colored. If Lady Catherine had not had the time or opportunity of repairing her wardrobe, you must not attend Lady Malloy's ball, Lady Maria said, in all earnestness. Everyone will be agog to see her because of her circumstances. If she wears something breathtaking, they will focus on that. I have tested it. Nothing beats scandal like fashion unless it is a bigger scandal. Lady Maria's open manner and the fact that she wanted to help cut through Laura's reserve. The next day, they went shopping for more gowns. Laura couldn't remember when she had been happier. Though theirs was a short acquaintance, she knew Lady Maria would be the best of sisters. But when she went to bed, she thought only about meeting her mother. The beautiful mother who hadn't loved her enough to come back. The first time Gareth had taken her to the attic to show her the portrait, she had fallen in love with it. Her mother was beautiful. She was like a fairy. Her smile was tender, and her eyes were filled with love. Over the years her relationship with the portrait kept changing. Sometimes she went into the attic to blame the woman in the picture for her father's misery. Sometimes she went to gaze upon her mother's face. And sometimes she went into the attic only to turn her back on the picture. A childish gesture but satisfying. I don't care. Do you hear me? I don't care. Why should I when you don't? Once again, she was plagued with conflicting emotions. Sleep eluded her for a long time as old memories surfaced. She remembered closing her eyes and caressing her own cheek, pretending it was her mother's touch. She would sometimes draw a caricature of a woman and label it, "My mother." Once she wrote a letter and ended it with "I hate you. I wish you weren't my mother." Bessie was excited and happy for her dear mistress. It was a special day. Lady Catherine was coming. She tiptoed about the room, shaking out the new gowns and looking through the box of new trinkets for something worthy of the occasion. At 9:30, she gently shook Laura awake. We must hurry, my lady. Which gown will you wear? Anything. I've laid out 3 new gowns, Bessie said, drawing Laura's attention to the daybed. Laura barely glanced that way. "I'll wear the blue gown with the white trim." A puzzled frown appeared on Bessie's face. "Do you mean the azure blue from Miss Henry's shop?" "The same." Bessie stared as if Laura had made an outrageous demand. "What's the matter? Didn't you pack it?" Laura asked. "I'm not sure," Bessie said, trying to gauge Laura's strange mood. "It's not important. Bring any old gown." Bessie did her best to hide her disappointment. A little later she was stunned when Laura said, "I have no mind for curls and fancy styles. Just braid my hair and pin it up." Bessie opened her mouth to protest. The only lady who wore her hair into a tight braid was the vicar's sister, and she was at least 50. One look at Laura's grim face made her hold her tongue. If Bessie had plucked up her courage and asked Laura why she didn't want to dress up to receive her mother, Laura wouldn't have been able to explain. During the long wakeful hours, her anticipation had given way to old fears. Was she good enough for the woman everyone considered a great beauty? Did her mother really love her? Gareth had written she did. Gareth could be mistaken. His courtship could have blinded him to other matters. Bessie helped Laura into the gown and twitched it into place. She held up a hand mirror. Laura barely glanced at it. A footman came up to inform that Lady Helena awaited Laura downstairs. "My lady, the braid becomes you very well. I thought it would make you appear plain, but you look even more beautiful," Bessie said, ecstatically clasping her hands to her bosom. Laura smiled brightly without hearing a word. She left her room with measured steps and slowly descended the wide staircase. Lady Helena was at the landing, talking to someone who looked like an outrider. The butler and the housekeeper were busy lining up the servants. "My dear, let's welcome your mother to Daventon House," Lady Helena said, stretching out a gloved hand. "She is arriving in a few minutes." Laura allowed her aunt to lead her to the foyer. They stood under the arched entrance, with a direct view of the drive. A carriage came in view. Laura stiffened and watched as it came to a stop in front of the steps. "They are here," her aunt said, smiling. Laura watched as her brother helped their mother out of the carriage. He continued to hold her hand. Her mother's smile was as bright as her own. And as brittle. She graciously inclined her head to the servants and greeted Lady Helena. Laura held back. The blood was pounding so hard in her veins she couldn't hear what her mother and aunt were saying. And then her mother looked at her and opened her arms. Laura went into her mother's embrace. Gareth walked across and held them close for a long moment. "Mother, you must be tired from the journey. Laura, why don't you take Mother to her room and help her settle in?" he said. Laura took her mother's hand. They were both wearing gloves. But Laura could feel that her mother's hands were cold and shaking. "This is your room, lady, Mother. Aunt Nell says you and Father always used it when you came up to London." Lady Catherine gazed at Laura, looking tremulous. "My daughter," she murmured, reaching out to once again hold her close. At that moment Laura realized there was no need for words. A stronger language, of tears and heartfelt embraces, washed away years of doubt and separation. Chapter 4. Laura looked up from her Minerva Press novel as an unfamiliar maid bobbed her a curtsy. "Lady Maria sent me to help you dress for the ball, miss. I'm good at doing hair." "That's kind of Lady Maria, but there's no need. I have my own maid. Bessie has always attended to me." "It's all right, my lady. Lady Maria asked me before sending Lucy." "I don't mind," Bessie said, coming in from the dressing room. Laura smiled. They were lucky in Gareth's choice of a bride. Lady Maria was all that was good and pleasing. Though it was merely 3 days since she had become acquainted with them, she understood that Bessie was more than her maid, she was her childhood playmate and companion. Bessie asked, "Shall we go up to your room, my lady? It's nigh time you were getting ready." Loath to put aside the novel in which the intrepid heroine was hanging outside the hero's window by her fingertips, Laura made a face. "There's time enough for that. I must wash your hair before curling it, miss. Begging your pardon, we must hurry," Lucy said, and along with Bessie, hustled Laura out of the room. Lucy set to work immediately. Bessie helped her and kept asking questions, trying to learn as much as she could. While Laura was satisfied with her limited skills, Bessie feared her ineptness could cause her mistress to appear inferior to other young women. "Do you have a plain strand of pearls for hair?" Lucy asked, removing the curlers. "There is a pearl necklace. Will it do?" Bessie asked. Lucy shook her head and Bessie's face fell. Laura laughed. "I'm sure Lucy will think of something else. We have enough ribbons and trinkets to decorate a shop window." Lady Catherine came in, holding a narrow velvet case. She had been in earlier, to see what Laura would be wearing for the ball. And then she had spent an hour delving into her jewel box for ornaments to complement the gown. "I found this. It's a strand of pearls. I don't know the current fashion, but it used to be quite the rage," she said, opening the box. Bessie swooped down upon it. "This will do very well, my lady." "Mama, please stay until Lucy does my hair," Laura said, and blushed. She knew why her mother kept coming into her room. She wanted to be with her. Laura also wanted her mother near her, even though she found herself tongue-tied in her presence. Lady Catherine smiled brightly and sat down. Laura ignored the sheen of tears in her eyes. She prayed the evening would go well. It wasn't her debut alone. Her mother and aunt would be appearing at a Taun event after 16 years. Her mother would draw the most attention. She could be at the receiving end of malicious talk. Gareth had tried to dissuade their mother, but she had insisted on their coming to London. She was determined that Laura take her place in society. She also wanted to get to know her son's betrothed. Lucy twined the rope of pearls into Laura's hair. Bessie tried to follow her deft fingers. "How did you do that?" she asked. "You can do the same with a little practice." "I'll show you later if you want," Lucy said, smiling at her enthusiasm. Bessie is a quick learner. She also has a neat hand. "Living in the country, we never had a need to keep abreast of fashion," Laura said, even though it wasn't true. They need not have rusticated. Her father was an earl. They could have entertained other notable families. Her grandparents had done so. "Do you like it, Lady Laura?" Lucy asked. Laura looked at her image. Was it really her? Her golden hair was piled high on top of her head, with one thick curl left to caress her shoulder. Lady Catherine murmured, "Beautiful. You look beautiful, dear." Laura suddenly realized her mother was not yet ready. "Mama! I have delayed you," she exclaimed, contrite. "Don't worry, my dear. I shall be ready in time," Lady Catherine said, and left. Lucy lightly dusted Laura's face with white powder. She also teased a few curls out of Laura's coiffure to frame her forehead. The style was very becoming. Bessie handed her the gown of white satin trimmed with fine lace and overlaid with a gauzy material of pale gold. Lucy slipped it over Laura without disturbing a single hair on her head. A necklace of pearl and topaz, with matching bracelets, and white dancing shoes completed her toilette. "You look lovely, my lady," Lucy said, standing back to admire her handiwork. Laura smiled. "Your mistress helped me choose the gown. She has good taste." "That she has, my lady, and a kind heart, too. She helped my sister when she got into trouble." "What trouble?" Bessie asked, but Lucy looked stricken and said nothing. A maid scratched on the door. "His lordship wants to know if you are ready, Mississippi." "Is it already time?" Laura asked, and with a last glance at the mirror, darted downstairs. Her mother, aunt, and brother were waiting. Lord Daventon looked up and smiled. "I would never have expected you to clean up so well." Laura made a face and punched him in the arm. "I wanted to thank you for the pearls and the flowers, but now I shall not," she declared. Lady Catherine smiled at this display of sibling love, and Laura basked in the moment. Her mother loved them. Not knowing the truth, she had believed her mother had abandoned them because she didn't care. Now every loving gesture and kind word thrilled her to the core. Maria's grandmother, the formidable Duchess of Severn, had decided that they would enter the ball as one party. The arrangement suited Laura and allayed her fears to some extent. The ride to Severn House was short, as the house was on the same street. The Duchess of Severn and Lady Maria were waiting. Lady Maria looked striking in a burgundy-colored gown. Lady Severn, though visibly old, looked regal and imposing. Before they left for the ball, Laura confided her fears to Lady Maria. "I'm worried there will be whispers and Mother will get upset. Lady Daventon is strong. She knows the ways of the town. Moreover, my grandmother will keep her by her side, and so will Lady Helena. What else is troubling you?" "I'm nervous. It feels overwhelming when you are newly come to the social scene. I'll make some debutantes known to you. It is important to have acquaintances of your own age, otherwise you will feel left out on picnics and house parties." "Will it be bad ton if I sit out the dances?" Laura asked, and added hopefully, "Perhaps no one will ask me to dance." "Have you looked into your glass? You are by far too lovely. You will be deluged with dance partners. What if I stumble or forget the dance steps? I've never attended a house party or a village assembly. This is a ball." Lady Maria took her hand. "Laura, you dance well. I've seen you practice the steps. It will take a ball or two for you to feel confident. Until then I shall present you to young men who are also newly come or are rather shy. There is nothing worse than a partner who will chatter while you are struggling to count your steps." Chapter 5. Lady Malloy's ball was among the most sought-after events of the season. Laura would have gaped at the splendor of it had she not been brought up a lady. Her governess and her aunt had trained her in deportment and correct behavior. She managed not to stare but couldn't hide her excitement. It shone through her eyes, drawing admiring glances to her animated face. Her first dance was with her brother. She executed her steps flawlessly and managed to converse. True to her word, Lady Maria found partners who were not in the least intimidating. Lord Emsworth, her partner for the second dance, was heir to a dukedom but not at all stiff-necked. Laura caught him counting steps. He gave a bashful smile and shrugged. "I'm not good at dancing." Instead of dissembling, Laura said, "My lord, may I offer a few pointers? I used them when I first learned to dance." "Say, you are nice." Lady Priscilla was laughing at me. "Not outright, she wouldn't because of my father. But I could tell." After that Laura found it easier to talk to her partners. Though some appeared to be more sophisticated, it was all a pretense. They were only trying to make a good impression and were afraid of failing. As the dancing progressed, the ballroom became overheated. Lord Newington, a young earl not much older than Laura, asked, "May I bring you something to drink?" "Lemonade, my lord, if it will not be too much trouble." Lord Newington offered to escort Laura back to her mother. "I'll wait there," Laura offered, pointing to an unoccupied sofa. The ballroom was so full that she would expire of thirst by the time Lord Newington deposited her with her mother and made another trip for the lemonade. After a moment's hesitation, Lord Newington escorted her to the seat and left. Laura was relieved to sit down. Her shoes were new and not very comfortable. She could feel a blister forming. Perhaps she could ease the pain if she repositioned the strap. She moved to one end of the curved sofa and spread her skirts wider. Bending down quickly, she removed her shoe. What a relief it was. She lifted the hem a bit to see the damage. As the lights were behind her, she couldn't make out. Sighing, she slipped her foot back into the shoe and straightened. Her eyes fell on a man. He stood a little away and was staring at her. Mortified that the man had seen her exposed ankle, Laura felt her face grow hot. She looked away. A moment later, she stole a glance. The man's stance was unchanged. Hands in his coat pockets, a shoulder negligently placed against a fluted pillar, and feet crossed at the ankles, he continued to look at her. This was the out and out of everything. Fuming, Laura glared at the man. The man started, as if only then noting her presence. Making her an elaborate leg, he turned away. Laura watched him as he threaded his way along the perimeter of the ball. "Your lemonade, Lady Laura." Laura accepted the drink. Lord Newington sat down beside her. As she sipped the lemonade, he chatted about his home and his love for astronomy. Laura tried to pay attention, but her mind kept wandering to the brooding gentleman. His knitted brows and the frown creasing his forehead spoke of troubled thoughts. Suddenly, she wanted to know what ailed him. What was the burden that prevented him from enjoying the glittering ball? "Lady Laura. I'm sorry. I was wool gathering. Please tell me more." "Your sister seems to be wonderfully accomplished," Laura said, and managed to give his lordship her attention until he handed her over to her next partner. The next morning, Laura was surprised to see pinpricks of sunlight through the curtains. Usually, she was an early riser. Bessie came in with her chocolate. "How was the ball, my lady?" Taking a welcome sip, Laura said, "It was a grand affair. The ladies wore pretty gowns, some of them shockingly revealing. And the dancing? Did you enjoy it? You were worried you wouldn't." Laura laughed. Lady Maria was right. I only needed confidence. I'm already looking forward to another ball. Bessie would have asked some more questions, but she was eager to try out a new hairstyle. Lucy had showed it to her before leaving. When Laura came down, her mother and aunt were finishing breakfast. "You are a sight for sore eyes, dear," Lady Helena said as Laura dropped a peck on her cheek. It was how she greeted her aunt every morning. "You look lovely, dear," Lady Catherine said, her eyes suspiciously bright. Feeling self-conscious, Laura bent down to kiss her mother's cheek and received a tight hug in turn. "Thank you, dears. Bessie has done my hair differently. She's very clever. Can you believe she's already learned 3 new ways of doing hair? The rose muslin becomes you well, not that you didn't look lovely in your old gowns. These are of a fashionable cut, that is all," her aunt said with a satisfied smile. "Have you seen the flowers come for you?" Lady Catherine asked. "Flowers? For me? Who sent them?" "I counted 7 when I came down." "You are a success, my dear." There were 11 bouquets in all. A maid had arranged them tastefully in the drawing room. Laura took a deep breath, inhaling the fragrance of roses and lilies. In addition to the gentleman with whom she had danced, 4 others had thought fit to send flowers. Laura skipped away to the library, to share her success with her brother. Gareth wasn't in there. "His lordship has gone to Severn House," a footman informed her. Laura suppressed a smile. Her brother was well and truly snared. He had always protested he wouldn't marry for love. "Love is a quagmire I will not be caught in," he was wont to say. And now he was living in Lady Maria's pockets. As Laura walked across the foyer, she heard voices. The butler was talking to someone at the door. She stopped behind an arrangement of potted plants and peeped. It was the man from the ball. John was telling him that Gareth was not at home. As the man turned to leave, his eyes locked with Laura's. He paused and flashed her a smile. The man had dimples. Either that or the folly of hiding in her own home made Laura step out. In spite of the blush staining her cheeks, she stood ramrod straight and inclined her head. The man's lips curved into an appreciative smile. Once again, he favored her with a bow, and left. "Who is he?" Laura asked John, miffed that the man hadn't come in and introduced himself. That would have been the right thing to do. Not at the ball, where he couldn't speak to her unless presented, but surely, in her home, it would have been civil to make himself known. "Lady Laura, he is the Duke of Wimberley. He was here to call upon the master." So the man was a duke. Well, his grace was shockingly lacking in social graces, Laura thought, and with a toss of her head, entered the withdrawing room, to await the first of her callers. Laura was not prone to headaches or to fainting spells. However, after an hour of being surrounded by a cluster of young men spouting inane lines and making sheep eyes, her temples started to throb. To make matters worse, Mr. Bennet, a baron's son newly come to London, chose to wear a sickeningly sweet scent. He even carried a perfumed handkerchief. The cloying scents coming from him were making Laura nauseous. Lord Newington was on her other side. Laura decided he was a bore. He kept talking about his family, and about the sightings from a telescope, all in a monotone. After some time it was nigh impossible to unravel whether he spoke of his sister or a star. The third caller, she supposed, belonged to the dandy set. Attired in mauve, with an excess of pomade holding up his hair, he looked old. At least 30, Laura thought, worrying how she would manage a conversation with him. It turned out she didn't need to. Lord Henniker liked to listen to his own voice. He paid extravagant compliments to Lady Helena and Lady Daventon and launched into a long-winded description of something to do with the upholstery of his carriage. Then he removed a sheet of paper from his coat. "Lady Laura, I wrote a poem about you." "I don't," Laura began and caught her aunt's eye. "I don't think I deserve a poem, my lord," she said through gritted teeth. "You are being unduly modest, Lady Laura. It is my poem that is undeserving of your attention." His expression belied his words. Puffing up as if he was about to read out a masterpiece, he cleared his throat and commenced. "Ode to lovely Laura. A shimmering star is the lovely Laura. She brings with her a golden aura. If I had to choose among all flora, it would definitely be the lovely Laura. A dazzling gem is the lovely Laura. Her smile brightens every hour. Ah." The door opened and Lady Maria came in, followed by Lord Daventon. "Lord Henniker, I'm delighted to see you. Are you reciting one of your poems?" she asked. To Laura's surprise, she sat down and looked at Lord Henniker with a rapt expression. Gareth scowled and went across to sit beside his mother. Lord Henniker appeared to have swallowed a frog. His friend Mr. Theodore laughed and tried to disguise it with a cough. "What's the title of your poem?" "I remember the one you penned in my praise. It was called Ode to Sweet Maria." Mr. Theodore smiled broadly. "I've heard it several times, my lady. Henniker's new poem is very much like it, except that it is addressed to lovely Laura." Lord Henniker looked abashed but Lady Maria only smiled. "My lord, I can very well see how the poem will also apply to my dear Lady Laura. She is indeed lovely and amiable." Lord Henniker beamed and once again cleared his throat. An hour later, after the last of the callers left, Laura flung herself on a sofa. Will it be like this every day? Not one of them had anything interesting to say. It will get worse, my dear. You may get stuck with being called lovely Laura. The Tawn isn't capable of much imagination. Where one goes, the others follow, Lady Maria said. Laura shuddered. Will there be others writing odes? You may depend on it, and they will liken you to Flora. I will not be able to sit through such calls. I was so bored I thought I would fall asleep. I wouldn't have guessed, Lady Maria said. You appeared composed. That's only appearance. May I remind you that only appearances count here? I'm worried I won't know what to say. Laura wailed. Never fear, love. You will always have someone who will have a lot to say. The ton does not expect a debutante to have scintillating conversation. You need only to politely agree and say a few agreeable words at appropriate intervals. If something original comes to your mind, put your cap on it. You make it sound so easy. Lady Maria suddenly looked serious. Pretending to listen is the easy part. We can't wish away the gossip. Or the jealousy. Jealousy? None of the debutantes this year can hold a candle to you. You are far lovelier than any of them. Laura stared at Maria as if she was speaking a foreign language. She wasn't beautiful. Lydia with her dark hair and blue eyes was beautiful. Her own hair was mousy. Her eyes were a dull gray. And her height made her stand out like a dandelion. And then she looked across the room at her mother. Her aunt was right. She had her mother's plentiful golden hair and her arresting eyes. She smiled. Why had she thought herself plain? Chapter 6. In a matter of days, Maria had truly become the sister Laura never had. Lord Daventon complained she was monopolizing his betrothed, but in truth, he was pleased to see her get along famously with Lady Maria. They were close, brother and sister, growing up with an absentee mother and a father who was wont to be in his cups. Laura was still at breakfast when a footman came with a message. Lady Maria wanted her company. She had sent her carriage around. Laura quickly finished her breakfast and dashed upstairs for her reticule. When she arrived at Severn House, Maria was ready. Gwen, her companion, was with her. As soon as they climbed into the carriage, Laura asked, "Where are we going?" "Not that it matters. It's a lovely morning and I'm happy to be escaping Lord Newington and Mr. Bennet. Not to mention Lord Henniker, who bristles at the sight of them." Maria leaned forward and tucked a stray curl behind Laura's ear. "We are going to get you a bonnet. This one doesn't flatter your complexion." Laura clapped her hands. Finally. Maria had promised to take her a week ago, but other engagements and callers had intruded. The shop was owned by Lady Maria, and it was she who designed the bonnets that had the Tawn ladies tied up in strings. It was a well-kept secret. Only her companion Gwen, and now Lord Daventon and Laura knew. Though the hour was early, 3 customers, one a supercilious countess, were awaiting their turn. After exchanging murmured greetings, Maria led Laura to a modest sofa. A shop girl brought out a book of designs. Neither the shop girl nor Madame Brigette, who posed as the owner of the shop, knew Maria was their employer and also designed the bonnets and caps to suit individual patrons. They thought it was Gwen, which was why Gwen had remained in the carriage. Laura leafed through the book, pausing now and then to exclaim over a particularly fetching bonnet. Maria glowed with pleasure. Softly, so as not to be audible to others in the room, she told Laura about what a bonnet was meant to achieve. "Bonnets create personality," she murmured. "Which of these shall I order?" Laura asked, torn between half a dozen captivating confections. Maria helped her pick 2, and also placed an order for 2 more, keeping in mind certain morning gowns newly come. Once they were in the carriage, Laura turned towards Maria. "I'm full of admiration. You have done so much with your time. It isn't all that much. You had a dream, to sail to America without taking help from your grandmother, and you used your talent to try and make it come true." "Do you have a dream, Laura?" Lady Maria asked. Laura picked at the folds of her gown. "Everyone has a dream, I suppose. What is yours, if you don't mind sharing it with me?" Laura sighed and folded her arms. Maria had never seen her look so serious. I'm grateful for the privileges I have, but I long to be able to do something with my life. Aunt Nell doesn't understand. She says I'll have enough to do when I'm wed. Being mistress of an establishment, playing hostess, and minding husband and children won't leave me with any time to moan about. Your wish is laudable. Though I started the bonnet shop because I wanted to earn enough to sail away to America, I don't deny it also gave me immense satisfaction to use my creativity. Do you have anything in mind? Laura colored. I have heard of houses where children, orphans and foundlings, are reared. I would like to help them. It is a terrible thing, not having a mother to turn to. Her eyes glistened and Maria squeezed her arm, divining what lay behind her desire to help motherless children. Growing up without a mother had made her sensitive to the needs of children. Laura blinked back her tears and smiled. Shall we stop at the circulating library? The latest Minerva Press novel should have arrived. The stop at the library proved to be disappointing. The new novel being much in demand, its copies were all in circulation. Laura had to be content with a book she had previously read but did not mind reading again. As they walked back to the carriage, they were met by Lord Daventon. I saw the carriage and stopped, he explained. Maria smiled and allowed him to take her hands. My lord, she murmured. Laura looked at Gwen, to share a conspiratorial smile. As usual, her brother and Lady Maria had become oblivious to their surroundings and were gazing at each other. Laura turned her attention to the gentleman standing beside Gareth and froze. His Grace, the Duke of Wimberley, was looking at her, his eyes rife with amusement. What was the matter with the man? Did she have soot on her nose? He was a boor, and conceited. Granted, he was good-looking, very good-looking, but that didn't give him the right to laugh at her. Instead of looking away, she stared at him even though her heart was behaving erratically, making loud, thumping noises everyone in the vicinity must be able to hear. The Duke raised a quizzical brow as if to ask whether he was found wanting. As if he would be. Tall, as sleek as a leopard coiled to spring, with dark chestnut hair and eyes the color of chocolate, Lord Wimberley was undoubtedly handsome. Gwen touched Lady Maria's arm, to recall her. Lord Daventon was her betrothed, but it wouldn't do to gaze into his eyes in the middle of a street. Love was for commoners. The gentry, whether affianced or married, took care not to allow a display of the vulgar sentiment. It's nice to see you, Your Grace, Lady Maria said, dropping the Duke a curtsy. My felicitations, Lady Maria, on your excellent match. Laura, I want you to meet an old friend, Gareth said. Laura gritted her teeth. Are you sure he wants to meet me? His Grace chuckled. She has changed. I never would have thought she would turn out like this. How old was she when you met her? Maybe 5 or 6. If Laura wasn't a lady, born and bred, and wasn't trained by a strict governess, she would have screamed. Or at the least stamped her foot. Instead, she crossed her arms and glared at the men. It was a glare ferocious enough for her brother to notice. What's wrong? Does he want to meet me, or doesn't he? Laura retorted, using the annoying third person to get back. Lord Daventon shot her a surprised look. It wasn't like her to be so bold. His Grace threw back his head and laughed. Laura watched him, amazed to see the difference. She had seen him brooding at the ball, she had thought his supercilious the next morning, and rather conceited just now. But when he laughed, she heard an echo in her heart. She had heard that happy sound before. You have really forgotten him. He is Anthony, now Duke of Wimberley. He was with me at Eton. He'd come down with me during the holidays because of some contagion on their estate. You were always following him, calling him Aunt Tony. Laura reddened. Strange though it was, she remembered him. He was but a boy of 14, but to her an adult. He had pulled her out of the dismals and made her laugh. She hadn't forgotten him. He had a special place in her memories. You are embarrassing her. Lady Laura, it is a pleasure to renew our friendship. The pleasure is mine, Your Grace, Laura mumbled. Daventon, shall we take the ladies to Gunter's? The day is warm enough for a sorbet or an ice, Lord Wimberley asked. I fear we must decline, Your Grace, Lady Maria said. We are not yet finished with our purchases. We shall walk you to the carriage, Lord Daventon said, offering his arm to Lady Maria. Laura walked with Gwen, but when Lord Wimberley offered his arm, Gwen dropped behind. I gather this is your first visit to London. I hope you are enjoying it. I am, Your Grace. Lord Wimberley grimaced. I inherited the title a year ago, but it still brings to mind my father. I would rather you didn't use it. Laura peeped at him. I cannot possibly call you Aunt Tony, Your Grace. Lord Wimberley smiled, making Laura stare. Such enchanting dimples were wasted on a man. Aunt Tony will not do at all. I shall have to put up with Your Grace. Does Aunt Tony offend your dignity, Your Grace? More than you can know. If Mary Jane picks it up, I will have no authority over her. As it is, she twists me around her little finger. Mary Jane. My daughter, replied Lord Wimberley, helping Laura into the carriage.
Chapter 7. Gunter's would have been pleasant, Gareth said, as the carriage moved away. Shall we go to White's? The Duke of Wimberley grimaced. I have no desire to lunch at the club. Too many young pups come up for the season. Have you met Lord Newington? He is the youngest of 5 children and heartily indulged by his sisters. He is also an amateur astronomer, and likes to dabble in geography. You seem to know him well. Are his estates in your neighborhood? Hardly. I know him because he regularly calls on my sister. Lady Laura does you credit. I'm happy the way things have turned out for you. You have made a good match. Lady Maria has never lacked for suitors. I always suspected she wanted a love match. I must say I didn't expect you to make one, though. I know. Laura can't have enough fun at my expense. She keeps repeating what I used to say. Love is a quagmire in which I will not be caught, the Duke asked. The same. She calls them my famous last words before Lady Maria swept me off my pedestal. I guess we were not different from Lord Newington. We thought we knew everything about life. We had it all planned out. You wouldn't marry for love while I would do just that. Gareth chuckled. You had more sense than I did. We'll dine at my place. My cook is an able fellow. He will rustle up something for us while we catch up. Unless you have plans. None that won't keep. Let's go. The Duke had underestimated his cook. The man was a marvel. He arranged a repast consisting of cold meats, crisply baked rolls, and an assortment of mouth-watering cakes, lightly dusted with sugar. Did you meet Barrington before he left London? Gareth asked as they retired to the library. I met him the day I arrived. I'd put in an appearance at Lady Malloy's ball because she's my aunt. I also wanted to felicitate you. Barrington told me you were in the garden with Lady Maria and would have my head if I so much as ventured in there. Barrington is prone to exaggeration. Have you met Lady Barrington? She is delightful. Barrington dotes on her. They have returned to the country as Lady Barrington is increasing. I haven't had the honor. If Lady Barrington is even half as amiable as Barrington described her, he is fortunate. I came to know her well. She is amiable and true. Barrington is indeed lucky. The Duke nodded and fell silent. I am sorry, dear fellow, Lord Daventon said, resting his hand on his friend's shoulder. I still remember your wedding. You and Lady Margaret made a striking pair. It is the saddest thing that you only had 3 years together. Lord Wimberley went to a window and stared out of it. Hoping to stop him from dwelling on his wife's death, Lord Daventon asked, "I haven't seen Mary Jane since she was in swaddling clothes. Tell me about her." The Duke turned away from the darkening sky and sighed. "I'm here for her sake. My mother has been looking after Mary Jane. Now her physician wants her to take the Harrogate waters. She isn't prepared to leave unless I wed again and bring home a mother for Mary Jane. It is only 2 years since you lost Lady Margaret. It may be too early for you to accept anyone else in her place. My mother understands but says I must put my daughter's needs first. There are other practical considerations. A dukedom comes with responsibilities. When my mother leaves, I will need someone to take over the reins. There are several estates apart from the principal seat." "What are you looking for in a wife?" Daventon asked. "I want someone who is kind and not shallow. I also want an older woman. She will make a better mother." "Will such a marriage serve you? You were to believe that marriage without love was meaningless." Lord Wimberley's lips twisted in a sardonic smile. "I was young then. I didn't know any better. And now you are ancient. What does that make me? I can give you a year or two. I'm 26, but I have seen enough to know that ton marriages are rarely based on love. You found love the first time. It could happen again. Give yourself time to find someone who will suit. If not love, at least look for affection. In the meantime, make some other arrangement to run your household. If need be, send your daughter along with your mother." Lord Wimberley steepled his fingers and stared out of the window. "The first time was easy. I wanted to fall in love with a beautiful young woman, set up my nursery, and lead the life of a dutiful husband. My courtship with Margaret was short and swift. She was the incomparable of the season. She had beauty and birth. I was the unattached gentleman with the best prospects. Though second in line to the Wimberley title, I was my uncle's heir. I would be an earl. Everyone said it was a match made in heaven. I remember you first met Lady Margaret at Vauxhall's. You told me it was love at first sight. I told you. I was young. And foolish." Lord Daventon guessed that losing Lady Margaret had made his friend bitter. He didn't want to risk falling in love again. "Have you fixed your attention on anyone?" "I don't want a miss out of the schoolroom. I want a woman who will be a mother to my daughter. And young enough to give you an heir." Wimberley let out a sigh. "I don't care if the blasted title dies out or goes to another branch of the family." Gareth did a quick calculation. "I wouldn't wish that on the ton. Your heir is the Honourable Philip Lansing, isn't he?" Lord Wimberley grimaced. "By a twist of fate, Philip is my heir. His father was the youngest of 3 brothers, so he never stood a chance. During the last year, our family has had more than its share of deaths. A month after my father's demise, his 2 brothers and Philip's older brother died in a freak accident. Gad, Philip is a wastrel and has a mean streak. When he was a mere boy, he strung up mice by their tails and watched them squirm. I must try for an heir, to safeguard my mother and my daughter's interests, and those of my tenants. Do you have a plan to secure a wife?" Looking sheepish, Lord Wimberley retrieved a list from a drawer and handed it to Daventon. "After Lady Molloy's ball, I made a list of unattached women above the age of 25. Truth be told, though I've been meeting all of them for years, I don't know much about them." Lord Daventon skimmed over the list. His eyebrows shot up. Wimberley must be desperate. Though he didn't move much in society, he could see more than half the women wouldn't suit. "Why don't you ask Lady Molloy? She will be happy to help. She is determined to have me wed her husband's cousin. The chit is just out of the schoolroom and too young to know her mind." Gareth waved the list. "Do you mean to call upon them? If you do, it will set the gossips off. I mean to go about this in the usual manner. At first a few dances, then morning calls," Lord Wimberley said, not sounding very hopeful. There was no way he could be discreet. As soon as he was seen attending balls and squiring young women, he would have ambitious mammas snapping at his coattails. "I can ask Lady Maria to go over this list," Gareth said cautiously. "By all means. I know Lady Maria to be the soul of discretion. Her opinion will be of immense help. She is welcome to prune down the list or add a name to it. It will only make my job easier." Gareth pocketed the list and took his leave.
Chapter 8. Laura was happy to lean back in the carriage. The number of items that were deemed to be essential for a young lady attending a London season seemed to be inexhaustible. After stopping at the library, they had visited a haberdasher, 3 dressmakers, a jeweler, and a tiny shop tucked away in a narrow lane that sold only parasols and fans. "Have I overtired you, dear?" Lady Maria asked. "My feet do ache, but I don't mind that in the least. I never imagined having so much variety to choose from." "Poor Miss Henry," Laura said, starting to giggle. "Who is Miss Henry?" Lady Maria asked. "Miss Henry is the dressmaker in the village. She doesn't keep fashion plates in her shop. The bolts of material suffice only to make simple round gowns. Her stock of ribbons and laces is also inadequate. She does keep racks of stitched gowns which she alters for her customers. Bessie is always arguing with her. She believes Miss Henry purchases outmoded clothes in London at a cheap price and sells them at a tidy profit. One of my recent purchases was a gown in azure blue. Bessie found out from Lydia that the color was in vogue 2 years ago. She marched to Miss Henry with the gown and insisted she take it back. I fear Miss Henry will have to close down her shop now. Bessie will make her life miserable." Lady Maria smiled indulgently. Laura was as excited and happy as any 18-year-old having her first London season. Lady Catherine's presence and the abundance of her love had made her blossom into a confident young woman. Only a few days ago, she had been reserved to the point of coldness. "Why didn't Bessie come with you today?" Gwen asked. "She wanted to practice hairstyles. I arranged for a maid to serve as a model. Bessie is determined that she will do my hair tomorrow evening and not Lucy. I like her spirit. But there is much she will have to learn. I'll send Lucy so that she may guide her. Tomorrow's due is an informal evening tea with the Duchess of Lambert. It will call for a simple style." "I thought so. Shall I wear the yellow muslin with the white embroidery?" Laura asked. "That will be eminently suitable." "Will it be a large gathering?" "I'm sure the guests will not number over 100. You may have already met them at Lady Malloy's ball." "I can't remember most of them. Did I meet the Duchess of Wimberley that night?" "No dear, you didn't. Her Grace passed away 2 years ago." "Oh," Laura said with a sharp intake of breath. "So that was why the Duke wore a brooding look at the ball. He was missing his Duchess. If he felt that lost in the midst of a social event, he must be quite desolate when he was on his own." How different he had looked outside the library. Laughter suited him. She would try to make him laugh when she met him next. Laura was grateful for Lady Maria's advice. She was enjoying herself at the insipid affair only because she had made friends with some of the other debutantes. Lady Harriet was having her first season and Lady Pamela her second. Both young ladies were lively and talkative. Laura enjoyed listening to them. The yellow muslin with the wild paisley embroidery was much admired by Laura's new friends. The arrangement of tiny braids and a cascade of curls painstakingly created by Bessie was also exclaimed upon. A tall lady with an impressive turban came over to Laura. Laura curtsied as it was proper. The woman barely inclined her head. "You have your mother's looks. I remember her come out." She had no address at all and could barely string 2 words together. "We were all surprised she snapped up Daventon. A pity that didn't last." Angry words rushed to Laura's lips, but Lady Pamela discreetly put a calming hand on her back. "Who is Lady Selina's modiste, Lady Goodall?" "Her gown is most becoming," Lady Harriet asked, fixing wide eyes on the obnoxious woman. Lady Goodall tittered. "My niece is in uncommonly good looks, don't you think?" "She shines in whatever she wears," she said, and walked away, looking for fresh prey. "Breathe," Lady Pamela murmured. "Please do. I'm afraid you will burst if you don't," Lady Harriet said. "Or swell up like a frog," Lady Pamela added. "What a waste of this fetching frock." Laura's lips twitched. "Stop it, or I won't be able to contain my laughter. We're at Lady Lambert's tea. A most insipid affair. The tea isn't even hot. It tastes like dishwater," Lady Pamela said. "Are you complaining about the taste or the temperature?" "Would you find hot dishwater more palatable?" Lady Harriet teased. "My mother insisted we have tea at home before coming. The Duchess teas are notorious for the bland fare." "Of course, that doesn't keep anyone away," Lady Pamela said. "Thank you," Laura said, feeling tears prick at her eyes. She would have taken Lady Goodall's bait, and it wouldn't have helped her mother's cause. Lady Goodall does it with everyone. You weren't here at the beginning of the season. She had singled out Harriet. At my come-out ball, she praised my gown for looking so countrified. It wasn't. Mama had spent a fortune on it. She said that only to discomfit me. What did you do?" Laura asked. "I almost wept." Lady Maria guessed something was wrong. She came over and started praising the trimming on Lady Goodall's gown. In truth, it clashed horribly with the yellow satin. "That's what you did. You praised Lady Selina's gown and diverted her attention," Laura exclaimed. "Mama says Lady Goodall has several nieces and female cousins. For the past many years she has been sponsoring female relatives. She is jealous of anyone making a good match. Mama says your father was most eligible. Many matrons tried to entice him into paying court to their daughters. But he had eyes only for Lady Catherine." Laura grew uneasy. Her friend was about to pry. But Lady Harriet, with her color high, said, "I've heard they quarreled later. But that is the way it usually is. Mama and Papa care deeply for each other but also fight. It's sad about whatever happened, but at least they reconciled before it was too late." Laura looked away. The Tawn, seeing the family together, had concluded that her parents had reconciled in later years but had kept away from society. When Laura had first heard the story, she had asked her brother, "What should we do?" "There's nothing we can do. Refuting it will only give rise to more stories. We don't owe the truth to anyone except to Lady Maria and her grandmother. And they know." The Duke of Wimberley rode out with Lord Daventon on most mornings and later stayed talking with him in his study. Laura often joined them. "How many flowers did you receive yesterday, Lady Laura?" Wimberley would ask, waggling his eyebrows. Laura would get into the spirit and allow him to tease her mercilessly. She even thought up witticisms beforehand about her beaux. Their conversations were banal, even silly. Sometimes she surprised herself at the ease with which she conversed with Anthony. He was Anthony to her now, at least in the privacy of her thoughts. "You were a very particular young person," Anthony said one day. "I remember you took affront that I addressed you by your given name." "Do you remember, Daventon?" "I do," Gareth said, breaking into a smile. Laura had fallen down from the swing. "You helped her up and carried her indoors. She kept wailing. We thought she was hurt. She was crying because you kept calling her Laura. Her nurse had told her she must only be addressed as Lady Laura." Laura smiled. "I remember. I also remember the nurse. She was very strict. Aunt Nell dismissed her after she found me crying in the schoolroom. She had inserted pencils between my fingers and pressed my hand. It wasn't the first time either. Anthony looked aghast. Why didn't you tell your aunt? I was terrified she would find out and punish me more. After Aunt Nell sent her packing, she made it a point to visit the schoolroom during lessons. I will write to my mother. She has hired a new nurse for Mary Jane. Her earlier nurse left last month to help her sister-in-law with some domestic issue. Now you see why I must wed soon. If my mother leaves for Harrogate, my daughter will be at the mercy of nurses and maids. Without stopping to think, Laura said, children need a mother or a mother figure. Girls need them more. I was lucky to have Aunt Nell. She loved me. You must look for someone who is kind and who will love Mary and as her own. A cruel stepmother will be worse than a cruel governess. You will not be able to dismiss her. Gareth raised an eyebrow and Laura flushed. She had no business to offer advice of such personal nature. Murmuring something inaudible, she fled. Chapter 9. Laura stood in front of the oval-looking glass, twisting this way and that. Bessie stood right behind her, her eyes darting between Laura's face and her reflection. Do you like it, Lady Laura? What is it called, Bessie? I don't know, but Lucy says this style goes best with an empire waistline gown. My head feels like a pincushion. Do we need so many hairpins? Laura grumbled gracelessly. A glimpse of Bessie's face in the mirror had her turning around. I must say the style becomes me. You went to a lot of trouble over it. Pleased, Bessie brought the gown. A pale shade of peach, it was of a simple cut. The long sleeves ended at the wrist and the hemline was scalloped. The only jewelry Laura wore was an onyx brooch with a spray of silver flowers. Laura didn't need anyone to tell her that she looked very well. Bessie had curled her hair and pinned up most of it, leaving a handful to cluster around her forehead. Nevertheless, she was pleased when her mother and her aunt exclaimed over her appearance. Gareth smiled appreciatively while offering her his arm. As usual, they stopped at Severn House. Lady Catherine and Lady Helena joined the Duchess in her carriage. Lady Maria went with Laura and Lord Daventon. Finally, they were drawing less attention, Laura thought, because the hum of conversation didn't drop when they were announced. Lord Daventon, after scribbling his name on Lady Maria and Laura's dance cards, withdrew to join some friends. Laura greeted the matrons sitting with her mother and aunt and went over to speak to the other debutantes. In truth, the best part of coming to London was meeting young women her age. She wasn't naive enough to believe everything they said, but it was pleasant to giggle with them over a foppishly dressed tulip or a portly gentleman taking to the dance floor after liberally sampling the host's liquor. The musicians grouped at one end were trying out their instruments, a signal for gentlemen to obtain partners. Here they come, Lady Priscilla murmured, trying to look disinterested and failing. Laura groaned inwardly. Among the gentlemen converging on them, Mr. Bennet was at the forefront, with Lord Newington breathing over his shoulder. The two had positioned themselves as the foremost among her suitors. She wouldn't have minded, she had not fixed her interest on anyone. But Mr. Bennet's strong perfume made her eyes twitch and Lord Newington's excruciatingly boring conversation made her go to sleep on her feet. It wasn't fair. A lady couldn't refuse a dance without insulting the gentleman. The only way out was to plead an excuse and sit out all the dances. Laura turned and made a dash to an anteroom, discomfiting a lady with a ridiculously large coiffure. To her mortification, it was occupied by a couple who had slipped in for a private moment. Her nose started feeling itchy. Mr. Bennet was coming closer. A potted palm stood beside a pillar adorned with fat cherubs. It would have to do. Fortunately, her gown didn't have a bustle or fussy frills. Laura practically flattened herself against the pillar, willing the dance to commence. Blast the musicians. Why couldn't they test their violins and harpsichords at home? Lady Laura. Laura stared as if Anthony was an apparition, and blinked. Are you taking up position with the cherub? I fear he will cause half a dozen matrons to reach for their smelling salts. Laura followed Anthony's pointed glance, and blushed. The cherub's unclothed anatomy she had been pillowing her head upon could never be mentioned by a lady. The Duke of Wimberley's eyes brimmed with a teasing light. Laura caught her breath. He was about to ask her for a dance. And she knew she would enjoy dancing with him. Instead, he suddenly looked left, as if recalling something, and after sketching a bow walked up to Lady Selina, who was sitting with the matrons. It took a moment for Laura to regain enough self-possession and clamp her mouth shut. She watched Anthony lead out Lady Selina, who looked as shaken as Laura felt. The dance started. Laura would have to sit it out. Not that she minded very much. As she made her way to where her mother and aunt were seated, Mr. Bennet met her. She allowed him to write his name on her dance card. Lord Emsworth materialized and did the same. She knew Lord Henniker would wait till later and try to get her for the supper dance. Shall we sit down? Lord Emsworth asked, and led her to a sofa with a view of the dance floor. He gave a mournful sigh. At least that is what it sounded like, unless he was suffering from dyspepsia. A minute later he sighed again. Is anything the matter, my lord? Lady Laura, you are all that is good and kind. He is going to offer, Laura thought, panicking. It would be embarrassing because she would refuse him, or anyone else. She didn't want to wed. Not yet. I find you are the only one with whom I can freely speak. I hold Lady Priscilla in high esteem. Will you please find out her favorite flowers? We were at a garden party last week. I remember her saying she is partial to white chrysanthemums. I can't thank you enough. Is there anything I can do? Get me something to drink, Laura said, dispatching him, and looked among the dancers to find Anthony. He was a good dancer. Graceful. He looked so distinguished. What was he saying to Lady Selina? The Wimberleys are high in the instep, my dear. It was Lady Goodall, sitting down beside her. My lady? Laura asked. Surely, she had misheard. Why would Lady Goodall comment about the Wimberley family? The dukes in that family have always been high sticklers. Lord Wimberley is no different. He has finally decided to wed again. Lady Selina will suit, don't you think? There hasn't been a whiff of scandal in her family. Lady Goodall placed her gloved fingers on Laura's arm. You are young, dear, and unused to the ways of the world. I happened to see you outside the library with Lord Wimberley a week ago. My brother and Lady Maria were with us, Laura said rather hotly. Lady Goodall sighed. It is so easy for young women to get above themselves. When you waylaid Lord Wimberley before the dance, I knew it was my duty to warn you. Your mother ought to have. But she has been occupied with other matters all these years. Remember, a young woman is judged by how she behaves. You may model your behavior on that of my dear niece. It was a good thing Lady Goodall left immediately after delivering her homily. Not all her training in ladylike behavior, or her natural reserve would have prevented Laura from telling the odious woman what she thought of her. More angry than upset, she glared after Lady Goodall. Lord Emsworth returned with a glass of lemonade. The dance came to an end. Lady Maria made straight for Laura. What happened? You look upset, she asked, drawing her aside. Lady Goodall had the gall to lecture me on how I must behave. She felt it her duty because Mother hasn't cared to guide me, Laura said through gritted teeth. I can imagine. I had to put up with her annoying ways when I made my come out. In the guise of being helpful, she would slander my mother. She'd say I must not expect to make a good match. It was my misfortune that my mother had been a commoner and an American. I must not aim high, I had tainted blood running in my veins. What did you do? I did the only thing that would shut her up. I proved her wrong. I behaved impeccably and did not rise to her bait. You must do the same. Now take a deep breath. Who is partnering you for the next dance? Don't tell me. I can smell him coming. With a smile and an affectionate squeeze, Lady Maria moved aside, allowing Mr. Bennet to claim Laura's hand for the country dance. By the time the evening ended, Laura's head was throbbing with the effort of appearing to enjoy the ball. It was late when they returned to Daventon House. As soon as Bessie removed the hairpins and helped her change into her night rail, Laura crept under the covers and shut her eyes. She was so tired she expected to immediately fall asleep. Instead, she stared into the darkened room. Lady Goodall's words haunted her. Had she appeared to be waylaying Anthony? Did he also think she was trying to snag his attention? That would be truly mortifying. She knew her heart raced when he engaged her in conversation. But that meant nothing. She was unused to company, more particularly to the company of handsome men who strode into a ballroom and cast every other man into the shade. Why had Lord Wimberley asked Lady Selina to dance? He had also danced with Lady Amelia and with Lady Theodosia. She didn't know them well but had often overheard them, usually making cutting remarks. They were all well-born ladies. But she couldn't imagine any of them being kind and loving to a little, motherless girl. Ought she to warn him? But that would be the out and out of everything. Her thoughts lingered on the moment when she had thought he would ask her to dance with him. He was Gareth's friend but had never asked her. A dance would have been nice. Chapter 10. Lucy was here with a message from Lady Maria, Bessie said, as Laura sipped her morning chocolate. Lady Maria has plans for the morning but they can wait if you have morning callers. Send word I'm free. It will be a happy escape. Lay out my blue muslin. It will go very well with the new bonnet. Lucy said Lady Maria wants you to wear your plainest gown. Your green bombazine, the one you were to wear while gardening, ought to do very well. Laura was immediately intrigued. This was London, where even a morning ride necessitated proper attire. What could Lady Maria have planned? Whatever it was, she was happy to spend the morning in her company. Usually, she was at Severn House with her grandmother or out with Gareth. She invited Laura to join them but Laura knew her brother wouldn't be pleased if she did. He was indeed besotted with his betrothed. An hour later, Lady Maria sent a carriage for Laura. Laura immediately noticed it was not the one Lady Maria regularly used. Though Adam, who always drove Lady Maria, was handling the reins, the carriage was plain and did not carry the ducal crest. Lady Maria and her companion, Gwen, were already inside. You look rather happy to be avoiding your callers, Maria said with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. Laura shuddered. The flowers continued to come every day, as did their inane senders who were determined to call her lovely Laura better than any Flora. Lady Maria laughed. They are a tedious lot but fortunately expect only the appearance of some attention. I used to recite Shakespeare in my head while listening to them. My favorite one was, I asham that women are so simple. To offer war where they should kneel for peace. Or seek for rule, supremacy, and sway. When they are bound to serve, love, and obey. Why are our bodies soft, and weak, and smooth? Unapt to toil and trouble in the world. But that our soft conditions, and our hearts, should well agree with our external parts. I conjugate French verbs, Laura said. Gwen opened a big bag and started rummaging through it. She chose a pelisse and a couple of shawls. She also took out a cap and a shabby bonnet. Are we going someplace in disguise? Not really. We will tone down our appearance so that we aren't recognized. I shall wear the cap and cover myself with the drab, voluminous shawl. You will don the pelisse, cover your hair with that slightly battered bonnet, and drape a shawl. You will be surprised to find that they will make you invisible. Where are we going? I thought a plain gown meant a botanical expedition, but it seems I was wrong. We are going to a children's home. While there are no town houses there, it is surrounded by establishments gentlemen like to frequent. It would not do for us to be recognized. Laura nodded, wondering why they were going to the home. Lady Maria continued. The carriage does not carry any crest, and Adam can be trusted. He will drive to the gate of the children's home. Remember to keep your head down and not look around. That will suffice. Laura looked out of the carriage with interest. She hadn't been in that part of London before. Why are we going to the children's home? She asked. We will meet Mrs. Forsyth, who runs the home, and see if there is anything you can do. How do you know about this place? I've come here before, to make a donation. Lucy told Gwen that her sister had left her daughter there. Why did she do that? Laura asked. Her employer's guest forced himself on her. Laura looked at Gwen with a blank expression, which was soon replaced by shock. Gemma had no means to support the child, Gwen explained. Why didn't she ask the man? How could she? He would have blamed her and seen to it that she lost her place. She would have starved. She could have got another place. Without a reference, she wouldn't have a chance. It isn't fair. The woman wasn't to blame, and now she must be suffering without her child. And the poor child, to grow up without the mother, Laura said softly. It is a sad thing. A woman's lot is difficult. More so a woman without the protection of wealth and male relatives. Some are forced upon like Gemma was. Some are seduced by talks of love and marriage only to be abandoned when they are with child. Laura nodded. She had never given a thought to any of this. Women suffer in any class. Many a young woman from the town is forced to accept the hand of an unsuitable man. If she rebels, she pays a price, Lady Maria observed. Gwen looked out of the carriage. We are nearing the home for unfortunate children. Lady Maria replaced her fashionable bonnet with the cap and draped the shawl around her. It concealed half her gown. Gwen helped Laura into the ill-fitting pelisse. Lady Maria took the bonnet from her hand. She pulled the brim forward and tied the ribbons into a nondescript bow under her chin. Remember to keep your head down, she said as Adam opened the door. Lady Maria went first, then Laura, and finally Gwen. Mrs. Forsyth saw them immediately. Lady Maria, please allow me to felicitate you on your engagement. When Laura was introduced and the purpose of the visit revealed, Mrs. Forsyth looked dubious. An older married woman might remain unscathed, but for a young woman to be seen coming to this establishment, it could give rise to unsavory talk. I don't care about what people think. I want to help. Lady Maria said, You must care, dear. There are ways to guard your reputation and still follow your heart. Mrs. Forsyth, if your objection stems only from your concern for her reputation, please rest assured on that count. I have brought her so that she may see the excellent work you are doing. Mrs. Forsyth looked relieved and personally conducted them through the rooms. The home was run in a modest-sized building. Each room housed 12 children, and while the place was clean, it was certainly cramped. The walls could do with new wallpaper. One room held only cribs, with older children caring for infants. A walled garden was situated beside the house. Do you only take in girls? Laura asked. With such cramped quarters, we can't have separate accommodation for boys. Laura went over to a small girl who was sitting alone and soon engaged her in conversation. She has a way with children, Mrs. Forsyth remarked, when the child allowed her to lift her on her lap. The child is new. We've tried to make her mingle with the other children, but she keeps herself apart. The child looks well born. Who is she? Mrs. Forsyth shrugged even as her eyes flashed with anger. Most of the children here are well born if you consider the men who sired them. But we can't do that. These children are the fruits of a mother's sin, and hence thrown aside like rotten apples. Half an hour later they left the home. Adam was on the lookout for them and immediately brought the carriage to the entrance. "Next time I want to stay for a longer time," Laura said. "You can help the children in many ways. Donations and gifts go a long way. I want to spend time with them. Read to them, or engage them in play." "I know, dear. We'll speak to your brother. If he agrees, I'll find a way for you to visit discreetly."
The Duke of Wimberley was disappointed. His quest for a wife wasn't going anywhere. "Have you shown the list to Lady Maria?" "What does she say?" he asked Lord Daventon. "Nothing." "Nothing? Did you tell her to strike off the names that were unsuitable?" the Duke asked. "I did. She said it was a difficult task to pick some women when they were all alike." "Does she mean they are all unsuitable?" "She didn't say that." Anthony didn't ask him to elaborate. Gareth had already made it clear that he wanted him to get to know the women and take his time in deciding. Lady Maria would not have picked any name for the same reason. Perhaps, she disapproved of all the names on the list. He was also coming to the same conclusion. He had already crossed off the first 6 names on the list. They were not at all suitable. "That's why they are still on the shelf," he thought, and immediately blamed Lady Selina for the uncharitable thought. Her habit of mocking others was rubbing off on him. If Lady Selina or any of the other women had sparked his interest, he would have called upon them to further the acquaintance. Matters being as they were, he decided to spend the rest of the morning attending to the prosaic business of replenishing his wardrobe. It was feeling the strain of his increased social life. He made his way to Weston's. Not having made an appointment, he was forced to put up with an assistant who was of the firm conviction that yellow pantaloons and flowered waistcoats were what he needed in his life. The man was a dribble and wouldn't take a hint. When he became a nuisance, Anthony quelled him with a raised eyebrow. After concluding his business at Weston's, a simple matter of ordering some ruffled shirts, a couple of riding coats, a cape, and fawn breeches, he made his way to White's. He winced as a young buck charged at him, demanding to know if he would place a bet. "The odds are 1 to 20 on La Rosa accepting Lord Downing's protection." When Anthony looked through him, he scampered away. Someone hailed him. "Your Grace." Anthony grimaced. Lord Maxwell was sitting with his cronies. He had been with him at Eton, and his father had been the late Duke's close friend. Anthony had heard Maxwell was leading a life of excess. He wasn't surprised to see him and his friends drinking in the middle of the day. Maxwell raised his glass. "Your Grace. Wimberley will do." "Of course. We go back a long way. Daventon, too." Anthony didn't point out that Maxwell was among those who used to badger Gareth and tease him mercilessly about his parents. "Wimberley, you are just the man I wanted to see. We were talking about the lovely Laura. Do you know the chit's portion?" Anthony felt a sudden rage. They were scum. The mere mention of her name on their lips was tantamount to soiling it. His hand itched to grab a drink from the table and fling it at Maxwell's face. But he controlled himself. "I can't say with a certainty, but the lady's portion is modest," he fibbed. "Drat it. Doesn't Daventon want her wed? Who will take her without a dowry? The mother's scandal will make it impossible for her to get a decent offer." Maxwell's friend leered and shut one eye. "If my pockets weren't to let, I'd take her. Have you seen her?" Anthony pushed back his chair and grabbed the lout's shirt front. "Not another word," he said, his voice cold and menacing. "Are you planning to offer for her?" Maxwell asked, puzzled. "No." Taking a calming breath, he said, "I'm not. But she's Daventon's sister." "Bad ton, Maxwell," to permit loose talk about a lady. That too, a friend's sister. He let go of the man's shirt with a push that landed him on the floor, and left. Chapter 11. The Duke of Wimberley was still seething when he entered Daventon House. Gareth was alone in his study. If he was surprised at seeing Wimberley again, he didn't show it. "Come on in. I decided to attend to my correspondence. Rather, Lady Maria decided for me. She told me to make myself scarce as she has a busy morning." Anthony raised a quizzical brow. "That doesn't sound like Lady Maria. She is known for her sweet demeanor. Being engaged to you must have brought about the change." Lord Gareth smiled and shrugged. "What ails you?" he asked, noting the frown and the angry light in Anthony's eyes. "What is Lady Laura's portion? Have you made it known?" "What? Someone asked me." "What did you say?" Gareth asked. "I said it was modest. I suppose someone unsuitable wanted to know." "You suppose correctly." Gareth gripped Anthony's hand. "You are a good friend. Laura is also fond of you. She looks upon you as another brother. This is Lady Laura's first season. She has no experience of the rotten sods who put on a charming front. You must caution her. There are rogues aplenty who will stoop to despicable levels to trap a beautiful and rich young woman." Gareth tensed. "Who asked you about Laura?" "Maxwell and his friends. Rotters, all of them. I'll warn Laura. She has already made up her mind that she wants to be free to enjoy the season. My mother and aunt agree. So do I. She deserves to have a good time. I've turned down 3 offers." "Anyone I know?" Anthony asked, surprised Gareth hadn't told him. 2 were ineligible. I have no qualms about refusing them. The 3rd offer came from the Earl of Ranbaxy. He wanted permission to court Laura." "The Earl of Ranbaxy? He's a decent chap and has a fine estate, but he's a dull dog. Won't do for Lady Laura. Beneath her quiet ways, she's a sprite. She isn't like the other debutantes. She's real and alive, and free from artifice." Gareth nodded. "She can be quite determined. She came to me this morning, requesting permission to visit some home for unfortunate children." "Did she tell you she teaches our tenants' children? Most of them aren't keen on learning. Laura makes them attend by doling out sugar candy." "Where's she now?" "She's receiving morning callers with my mother and my aunt." Laura made a demure picture with her hands loosely clasped in her lap and a soft look in her eyes. Her yellow muslin gown had tiny tucks in the bodice, with a broad white sash that showed off her trim figure. Lord Newington sat to her left. Mr. Bennet sat a little away and glared at his supposed rival. They had taken to calling every morning. Unlike other callers who took leave after 10 minutes or so, the two tried to outstay each other. Lord Henniker was another regular visitor. Lord Newington and Mr. Bennet were engaged in trying to show the other in a poor light. Lord Henniker was, as usual, listening to his own voice. For once, Laura was not conjugating French verbs. Freed of the necessity to attend, her thoughts were far away. She was seeing a glittering ballroom, and a most handsome man leading her to the dance floor. It was a waltz. Her first waltz. She was so lost in imagination, she didn't notice the door open and her brother come in along with the Duke of Wimberley. Laura blinked back to reality. She heard Lord Newington say, "Lady Laura, I came with the express purpose of inviting you to ride with me this afternoon." "Lady Laura, I was here first." "You must ride with me," Mr. Bennet said, sounding petulant. "I've been asking you every day," whined Lord Newington. Anthony was immediately annoyed. The lackwits were embarrassing Laura. Another debutante might have enjoyed the attention, even played one gentleman against the other. But Laura was looking trapped. She didn't know how to turn them down without giving offense. And if she accepted, her afternoon would be ruined. Lady Laura has promised to ride with me, he announced. Lord Henniker placed a hand on his heart. I am crushed. I anticipated an afternoon with the lovely Laura. I shall spend it in composing a poem in her honor. Lord Newington and Mr. Bennet looked relieved. Perhaps they only wished to be one up on the other. They left, promising to come on the morrow. Gareth was at the other end of the room, talking to his mother and aunt. Anthony sat down beside Laura. He smiled at her stricken face. Lady Laura, would you rather have gone with them? Have I bungled into thinking you were in need of a rescue? Laura's heart was beating like a rabbit's and her face felt like a furnace. Anthony was taking her riding. And when he suggested she needn't come, she wanted to cry out that of course she did. It was what she dreamed about. Somehow she managed not to disgrace herself and her governess. It will be a pleasure, Your Grace. It is an uncommonly pleasant day. A ride in Hyde Park will be just the thing, especially as I have a new bonnet that is most cunningly trimmed, she said, inclining her head to just the right angle so as not to appear eager. Anthony laughed, feeling light-hearted. Lady Laura was adorable, especially when she was trying so hard to act grown-up.
Bessie held up a walking dress in pink jonquil. Won't it make me look very young? Laura asked. You are young, my lady. What's wrong with that? I'll wear the green dimity gown with the high collar. The new bonnet matches it. I want you to do my hair again. For once, Bessie found Laura difficult to please. Her mistress either found a style too young or unbecoming. When Bessie pointed out that His Grace would be arriving within the hour, she told Bessie to hurry up and pin her hair the way she usually did. The Duke of Wimberley was waiting in the drawing room. Shall we leave? He asked, offering his arm. Laura accepted. Outside, she faltered at the sight of the fashionable phaeton. It looked impossibly high. Do you find anything amiss? Lord Wimberley asked. Unwilling to confess she had only travelled in carriages and barouches, she smiled brightly and stepped forward. You will need assistance, Lady Laura, His Grace said, hurrying to help her up. Color staining her cheeks, Laura sat up straight and folded her gloved hands primly in her lap. She could have been in a drawing room. When the phaeton started, she lurched forward but managed not to lose her seat or to grip the side. The horses seem rather restive, she said. That's because they were made to wait. You have nothing to fear. I can manage them. Laura swept a look at his hands holding the reins. They looked relaxed and yet the horses were now galloping. I'm not frightened. That's what you said when you climbed the peach tree and didn't know how to come down. If my memory isn't failing me, you had the same look on your face. Laura gave him an arch look. Your Grace, I regret to be the one to tell you that your memory is indeed failing. I have no recollection of the incident. Anthony smiled and gave his attention to the horses. They were near Hyde Park, and the number of vehicles necessitated some expert manoeuvring. It was the hour when Hyde Park was the place to be in if one wanted to be seen. Their leisurely ride was punctuated with people calling out greetings. Laura was enjoying herself until a carriage pulled alongside theirs. Lady Selina and Lady Goodall were in it. Lady Goodall instructed her coachman to stop. Laura knew good manners dictated that Anthony stop, but she wished he would raise a hand in salute and drive on. After greeting Anthony effusively, Lady Goodall engaged Laura in a bewildering discussion about petunias. Lady Selina got down and walked to the other side, to engage Anthony in conversation. Laura couldn't tell what it was except that Lady Selina laughed a lot and called Anthony a naughty man. Lady Goodall appeared smug. Lord Wimberley looked smitten. Lady Selina will be a good choice, she knows how to discipline children. A few more titters later, Lady Selina went back to her carriage. After they drove on, Laura noticed that while Anthony was polite and answered her questions, he seemed to have distanced himself. It was as if he couldn't remove himself from her presence quickly enough. She realized the blunder she had made. He had meant to rescue her from Lord Newington and she had stuck to him like a limpet. Her spirits plummeted. When she saw Anthony looking at her, she fixed a bright smile on her face and started chattering about inane things. Anthony raised an eyebrow as if trying to fathom what had come over her. But when he brought her back, she couldn't curb her runaway tongue. "I must say you have shown exemplary fortitude, Your Grace." "What?" "Thank you for your time, Your Grace." "I'm sensible to the sacrifice you have made," she said, and turned away before he could see her tears. Laura rushed up the steps and past the footman at the door. Fortunately, by the time Bessie came in, she was able to regain her composure. "You look pale, dear," her mother said, coming in some time later. "I do feel rather tired. It has been a full week. It will make a nice change to stay at home this evening. Why don't you call it an early night? If you don't feel like dressing for dinner, you can have a tray in your room. If Helena agrees, I'll do the same. We can all do with some rest. None of us is accustomed to so much gaiety." Laura changed into a comfortable round gown. Determined not to think about the disastrous ride in the park, she started reading a novel. It didn't hold her interest. She knew she was being irrational. Anthony had been a gentleman. He had done nothing to offend her. The hour spent in his company was so much more pleasant than being with any other gentleman of her acquaintance. Laura was nothing but honest. She knew her disquiet was because she was attracted to Anthony. 3 times during the drive she had realized she was staring at him. What had come over her? Why was she so aware of everything about His Grace? His hands, his profile, his thick lashes, the golden tints in his thick curly hair. It wasn't as if she hadn't seen anyone driving a pair of spirited horses. Her brother did. She almost made a fool of herself when he was handing her down. Instead of watching her step, she was gazing into his eyes. Had he not steadied her, she would have tumbled into the mud. She resolved she would keep away from Anthony. Even if she changed her mind about not becoming attached during the season, the Duke of Wimberley wasn't for her. To him, she was still a child. He remembered that she hadn't been able to get off the peach tree, and the time when she had tumbled off the swing. He thought her a child in need of rescuing. His offer of a ride in the park had been only that. There was one more reason. A far more important reason why she would avoid him. The Duke of Wimberley still mourned his wife. Lady Maria had told her it had been a love match. Love was a treacherous plant, most difficult to uproot. A person could pine for a lost love for years. Her father had done that. So had her mother. Whatever feelings she had for Anthony, she would nip them in the bud. That was the sensible thing to do. Difficult, but sensible.
Chapter 12. The Duke of Wimberley grimaced as his valet fussed with his cravat. Another insipid evening stretched ahead. At one time he had enjoyed the revelries of the season. 7 years ago, when his father had summoned him to London, it hadn't been a hardship. He had enjoyed the dancing and the flirting. And he had savored the sensation of falling in love with the beautiful Lady Margaret. Their glittering nuptials had been among the biggest events of the season. He was older now and wise in the ways of the world. Love happened, but it was rare. One might spend a lifetime running after it or find it in an instant. He no longer had the luxury of waiting for it. His daughter needed a mother, and his home a mistress. What had appeared an easy task was becoming nigh impossible. Since the evening he had put in an appearance at his aunt's ball, invitations kept pouring in. It suited him to accept. But the balls, the soirees, and the parties were becoming intolerable. Word was already out that he was looking for his duchess among the older crop. His choice of partners had made that clear. The matchmaking mamas with fresh debutantes thought it unfair and went to the extent of telling him in poorly couched words that he needed a young woman, one who would have more chance of begetting his heir. They did not hesitate to thrust their charges in his path. Lady Bentley tried to get him into a compromising position with her daughter. She would have succeeded if not for Lady Goodall, who was vigilant on his behalf. Or on behalf of her niece. An hour later, when he made an entrance at Lady Eversham's dance, his face bore no trace of boredom. "There you are," Gareth said, clasping Anthony's hand and leading him to a corner of the ballroom. Lady Maria was already there, talking softly to Laura. "Lady Selina has been looking for you," Gareth said. "I overheard her asking Lady Eversham whether you were in the card room. Lady Goodall and her niece make a formidable pair. They have decided to bring you to scratch. Bets are being laid that you will lead the lady to the altar soon." Unlike the other women with whom he danced, Lady Selina had acquired a most possessive air. He did not know what he found more fatiguing, the balls or Lady Selina. Anthony grimaced. "I don't know how to avoid her without being rude. She behaves as if we have an understanding. That's why I thought to caution you. You've been claiming the first dance with her at every ball. You know one cannot raise expectations in a gently bred female and not honor them." Laura saw Lady Goodall forging a path to their corner. Anthony wouldn't stand a chance. He was no match for them. Before he knew it, he would be partnering Lady Selina. She would have to do something. "Have you accepted a partner for the first dance, Your Grace?" she asked. "It's of no consequence. Just keep quiet and let me do the talking. They are here. Not a word, remember." "Your Grace," Lady Selina dropped a curtsy and shot Anthony a look that made him turn green. "Selina dear, didn't I tell you His Grace would arrive in time for the dancing to commence? You make a most elegant couple, on the dance floor. It brings back memories of me and my sainted husband." Here Lady Goodall applied a lacy handkerchief to her eye. Lady Selina patted her arm and gave Anthony an eloquent look, as if he was the cause of her aunt turning maudlin. Laura took a resolute step forward. "Your Grace, you offered to lead me to some lemonade before our dance," she said, placing 2 fingers on his arm. I did. Your servant, Lady Goodall." "Lady Selina." "I owe you," he murmured, as soon as they were out of earshot. "You don't. I've returning a favor. You rescued me from Lord Newington, remember? A gentleman must come to the assistance of a lady. Do I understand it galls you to accept a lady's assistance? Would you rather I'd not said anything? I'm grateful. Is that how Lady Selina and the other ladies get you to partner them? I've often wondered." Anthony knew what she meant. He had seen her looking at him, anticipation in her smile, and when he had bypassed her and sought the hand of another lady, he knew she was disappointed. Many times he had felt her eyes on him when he was dancing. He looked for her too. He tried not to because she was too young for him. An 8 or 9-year age difference wasn't considered much, but he had been married and widowed. He had fathered a child and seen much of life. Though he hadn't done anything dishonorable, he felt sullied and unworthy of her. Laura had led such a sheltered life. She deserved a man who wasn't world-weary. She deserved the Anthony of 7 years ago. "Our dance," Laura said, bringing him back from his thoughts. "Our first dance," she sighed as Anthony took her hand. He heard the soft words. They were full of longing and that frightened him. Fortunately, it was a country dance and did not require him to hold her. Every time they came together, they smiled and bowed. He thought Laura looked like a princess from a magical land and then chided himself for such a banal thought. The dance came to an end. It took Anthony a few minutes to find Gareth. He and Lady Maria had disappeared during the dance. They did that often, he had noticed. Lord Southall, Laura's partner for the next dance, led her away. "I am in no mood to dance. It is better I make my excuses to Lady Eversham and leave, Anthony said. You have other names on your list. You might have luck with them, Gareth said. I've danced with practically all the women who have remained unwed. None will do. Perhaps you want a pretty face, after all. The women are not all antidotes. The problem is they are dull. If they have a mind, they are afraid to show it. Though they are practically on the shelf, they speak and behave like debutantes. Can you believe it? Lady Selina kept fluttering her eyelashes at me. She stopped only when I asked if she had a speck in her eye. You look at the end of your tether. Why don't you forget about the list and enjoy yourself this evening? I fear I am not in the mood. Your Grace, it might look particular if you leave immediately after dancing with Laura. You must dance with someone else before making your excuses. Anthony smiled. Lady Maria, may I have this dance? Gareth scowled. She's dancing with me. I noticed the blank on the card. If you want to dance with a lady, you must secure it and not presume upon your engagement. Anthony escaped into the card room after the dance. Laura danced the supper dance with Lord Emsworth. He was in a melancholy mood. Lady Priscilla had snubbed him again. You don't have to sit through the supper, my lord, Laura told him kindly. I will not mind joining my mother. Gareth invited Anthony to join them for supper. They were at a large table. The older women were clustered at one end, with the Duchess of Savern regaling them with a story from her younger days. Laura was chatting with her sister-in-law. As the meal came to an end, Lord Daventon and Lady Maria disappeared. Anthony had noticed the precise moment when Gareth had signaled his betrothed to leave. He was certain his friend would have found some place to snatch a kiss. They were very much in love. They do that quite often, Laura grumbled. They are here and then they are not. You should hear the excuses they make. Anthony smiled and looked at Laura. Laura caught her breath. Anthony had never looked at her like that. She didn't speak. Neither did Anthony. Anticipation of something magical filled the silence between them. Did you say something? She asked, twisting a thick strand of her hair around a finger. You are beautiful, Laura. Just beautiful. I have difficulty in believing that the little girl I knew is this beautiful young woman. Laura blushed and looked away in confusion. Your servant, Lady Laura.
With a jolt, Laura realized Anthony was taking leave of her. He stood up and inclined his head. Then he was gone. What a ninny she was. For the first time Anthony had really looked at her. He had paid her a compliment. And she had behaved like a lackwit. She hadn't even thanked him. She had become accustomed to gentlemen complimenting her on her looks. She never had trouble thanking them. But when he had looked at her and told her he found her beautiful, her heart had leaped up and lodged itself in her throat. Laura wore a glow for the rest of the evening. When they returned home, it was close to 3 in the morning. Usually, she fell asleep immediately. Dancing was a tiring business. Now she stared up at the canopy over her bed, smiling in the darkness. Anthony saw her as a woman. Was it a play of light or had his eyes lingered on her lips for a moment? When she had danced with him, and they had briefly held hands, she had felt his touch through her gloves. Was she already in love? The heroines in her novels spoke of such things. Laura sighed. She couldn't ignore the fact that Anthony hadn't asked to dance with her. He hadn't sought her company during supper. He had said she was beautiful, but what of it? Gentlemen paid compliments out of gallantry. Nothing had really changed. Her mother and aunt were in the right, after all. She was reading too many novels for her own good. She would read some improving works. And she would guard her treacherous heart against the Duke of Wimberley.
Chapter 13. The Duchess of Severn invited the Daventons for lunch, and to discuss the wedding. St. George's is unexpectedly free. The Bannerman chit ran away to Gretna Green, not that I blame her. If parents will persist in making unsuitable matches, such things will happen. Anyway, that's beside the point. If you agree, the wedding can take place in St. George's. 3 weeks is too short to plan a grand wedding, but it can be done. Gareth glanced at his betrothed before answering. We don't mean to disappoint you, Your Grace. But we are set upon a country wedding with only the family and close friends in attendance. Lady Maria has consented for it to take place at my principal estate, but if it pleases you, we can hold it at the Severn estate. The Duchess pursed her lips. Once, she would have commanded, but now she wanted nothing more than to please her granddaughter. She had been cold with Maria when she had needed her love. Wrapped up in the pain of losing her son, she had ignored the orphan child. In turn, Maria had distanced herself from her grandmother. It was a miracle the breach had been mended. You must have the wedding that pleases you. Have you set a date? We will stay in London until the end of the season. This is Laura's first season, Gareth said. You don't have to delay your wedding on that count. I have had enough of town life for now, Laura said. Lady Maria glared at Gareth for being ham-fisted. Don't be a goose, Laura. We haven't finished shopping for my trousseau. By the time everything is ready, the season will be coming to a close. It was finally decided that the wedding would be held soon after the season. Lady Maria and her grandmother would first go home and a week later, arrive at Deventon Manor. Immediately, the Duchess, Lady Catherine, and Lady Helena plunged into plans for the wedding. My lord, Lady Maria said, I have plans of visiting some shops with Laura. If you promise not to hurry us over our purchases, we will be happy of your escort.
A week ago, Lady Helena had suggested hosting a ball to celebrate Gareth's betrothal and Laura's come out. It will mean a lot of work. Mother tires easily, Gareth told her. I can put up with the extra work. I want to see Daventon House come alive again. Lady Maria will help you. Of course she will. I shall involve Laura too. It will be good practice for her when she is mistress of her own home. A governess can only teach so much. I will also keep an eye on your mother, so that she doesn't overtire herself. The ball was now 4 days away. They were at Bond Street because Lady Maria had decided the gown Laura was to wear wouldn't do at all. Did you see Miss Mew's gown last night? It wasn't made well, but the material was something I've never seen before. It will suit you. I know the exact type of gown we shall order, she said, leading them into a popular establishment. Laura had gained enough confidence to choose her own clothes. She liked the gown that was ready. But she also liked being pampered by Lady Maria. And Lady Maria liked nothing better than to spoil her. Gareth had tried to stop her when she had bought a set of rubies for Laura. It gives me pleasure to spend my money on people I love, she had answered. By my money she meant her earnings from the bonnet shop. They were meager in comparison to the substantial income from her inheritance, but she valued them much more than the wealth that was her birthright. At last, Lady Maria exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the bolt of fabric spread in front of her. It was a white jacquard, with fine gold weaving. It's beautiful, Laura said, fingering the heavy material. It won't need any adornment except a bit of gold lace. Lady Maria moved to another part of the store, to examine their extensive collection of laces, gold buttons, and braids. By her preoccupied air, Laura guessed she was designing the gown and only the exact accessories would do. Gareth was comfortably ensconced in the reception room, perusing a newspaper sheet. To while away the time, Laura started looking at the ready-to-wear gowns. Suddenly, a child darted out of a back room.
The Duke of Wimberley received a disquieting letter from his mother. Mary Jane had been ill for a week. She was better now but made a fuss about eating. She also asked after him. He decided to immediately return to White Willow. He wasn't making progress in securing a wife. Instead of focusing on the task, his mind had started to wander in what was surely an improper direction. If Gareth knew, he would bar him from his house, and rightly too. He summoned his valet. "We leave for White Willow within the hour. Pack a valise for the journey. The rest can follow later." "Your Grace, what about Lady Amelia's list? Shall I send someone to make the purchases?" "Thank you for reminding me, Roberts. My sister will be sorely disappointed if I arrive without the cherished parcels. Which is the best establishment for procuring all those fripperies?" "I'm acquainted with one on Bond Street, Your Grace." "Shall I send the housekeeper? And have her take half the day? We'll stop on our way. That will be quicker." An hour later, Anthony entered a large establishment with Roberts in his wake and was met with a most astounding sight. A young woman was cowering in front of an older woman who looked furious. Laura stood beside her, holding a child by the hand. The older woman raised her arm to strike the woman. Laura grabbed her wrist. She let go only after the woman arranged her features into an ingratiating smile. "You may give the boy to his mother, miss," she said. The young woman darted forward and relieved Laura of the child. She turned to the older woman. "I'm sorry, madam. I don't know how Benji slipped away." "It won't happen again," she said. "I told you brats aren't allowed when you came begging for work. I had to bring him today. Old Mrs. Angel was too ill to keep him. You disobeyed me and let the boy run loose. He was mauling this dress. Nobody will buy it now. I'll deduct the cost of the dress from your wages. That will teach you." The woman, already pale, looked as if every drop of blood from her face had drained away. "Please don't do that." "I'll buy the dress," Laura blurted out. "You mustn't encourage the lower classes." The scene had attracted 3 customers to the spot. Ladies, all of them. The one who had spoken was the hatchet-faced Lady Merwick. "You mustn't encourage the lower classes, Lady Laura," she repeated. When Laura saw the women, she flushed a deep red. Lady Merwick thrust herself in front of Laura. "This dear woman has to manage an establishment. If her workers let loose their grubby children, it will be bedlam. If I was in her place, I would dismiss the hussy. Making her pay for the damaged dress is being too soft. She's sorry and the child didn't do any damage. He only touched the dress. He was attracted by the buttons. Nevertheless, your offer to buy the dress is ill-advised. The woman looks the cunning sort. She is sure to foist herself on your generosity." The only way Anthony could reach Laura was by physically hauling Lady Merwick aside, which was no easy task. She was built on massive lines and known to give a piece of her mind. To his surprise, Laura looked at the shop woman and said, in a quavering voice, "I want the dress. Please pack it." Lady Merwick shrugged and moved aside. The other women also left. Only the seamstress remained, clutching her son and looking at Laura with wondering eyes. Anthony strode to where Laura stood. She looked a little frightened. "Lady Laura, what are you doing here? Why are you alone?" "I'm not alone. Gareth is in the waiting room and Lady Maria is upstairs, selecting lace." Anthony took Laura's hand and drew her arm through his. He could feel her trembling. He guessed she was badly shaken. She hated scenes or drawing attention to herself. And yet, she had stood up to Lady Merwick. Grown men were known to lay down arms in front of the dragon. Many a debutante had burst into tears after being subjected to a scold for some imagined misdemeanor. Laura looked beyond Anthony at the seamstress. "Do you want a change of employment? You may find it difficult to continue working here." The woman nodded. "Call on me tomorrow." "I'll help you," Laura said, and gave her direction. "How do you propose to help her?" Anthony asked, intrigued by this facet of Laura's personality. Many members of the Tawn, even women, habitually mistreated household staff and people of a lower order. His father, the late Duke, had thought nothing of riding roughshod over his tenants and staff. Lady Maria knows someone who owns a bonnet shop. She should be able to help. Let's find Lady Maria, shall we? Anthony said, still retaining his hold on Laura's hand. Lady Maria had made her purchases. When she heard what had transpired, she wanted to return everything. Laura stopped her. I don't want to see that woman. Let's leave and never come here again. They found Gareth yawning and looking at the time, both of which activities earned him Lady Maria's ire. Why were you not with Laura? She demanded. Wasn't Laura with you? He asked, to which Lady Maria had no answer. Roberts emerged from the back of the shop, directing parcels to be placed into the waiting carriage. I'm leaving London, Anthony said and explained the circumstances. By now they were in the street. A shop window caught Laura's eye. Your Grace, please don't leave. I'll be back in a minute, she said, and dragged Lady Maria off to the shop. She returned a few minutes later and handed the Duke a rag doll. This is for Mary Jane. His Grace frowned for a moment and then a smile lit up his eyes. Ah! You had one similar as a child. You called her Amy. Wimberley, you possess a remarkable memory, Gareth said. The name wasn't difficult to remember. My sister, Lady Amelia, has always been Amy to me. The doll isn't easy to forget either. Lady Laura refused to part with it. She fell off the swing because she clutched the doll with one hand. Children often do that. Is Lady Mary Jane fond of dolls? Lady Maria asked. She has a number of dolls and toys, but I don't recollect a rag doll among them. You may encourage her to name the doll and take her to bed with her, Laura said. Anthony carefully tucked the rag doll inside his greatcoat. It was a precious gift. A gift of tenderness and understanding from someone who knew what it felt like to grow up without a mother.
Chapter 14. Laura found herself prodigiously busy during the coming days. She wasn't really surprised to have almost as many fittings as Lady Maria. Her new sister was always finding excuses to order more gowns for her. Her aunt fretted over the ball, frequently telling Laura to go over some detail with her. There were also the Taun events to attend and to prepare for. Another unexpected matter that kept Laura occupied was Lord Emsworth's courtship. The man was enamored of Lady Priscilla. She continued to rebuff him, but that did not cool his ardor. You must help me, Lady Laura, Lord Emsworth pleaded. He sought her out at balls and scribbled his name on her dance card and then sat the dance out, pouring his woes into her reluctant ears. And yet, the Duke of Wimberley was not very far from Laura's thoughts. She wondered whether Mary Jane had found comfort with the doll. Laura knew she could ask her brother for news about Anthony. But she feared her expression would give away her secret. Gareth would know she had feelings for the Duke. It would be embarrassing to be found out when the object of her affections viewed her as little more than a child. During the long wakeful hours, Laura had come to realize it was too late to remove Anthony from her heart. She didn't want to love him, but she did. Authors who penned novels about love knew nothing of the sentiment, she concluded. Heroines in her novels glowed when they were in love. They hummed. They found the world a better place. But love wasn't like that. It hurt and made her weep into her pillow. She grew pale. She was incapable of finding enjoyment in even the most pleasurable of pursuits. Love was a nasty business and she wished she could be rid of it. In spite of being held at short notice, the Daventon ball was well attended. The tastefully decorated ballroom was a pleasant change from the themed parties in vogue. As the guests began to arrive and the hall filled up, Laura had no time to think about Anthony. This was their own ball. Her mother and aunt looked happy and proud. And Gareth and Lady Maria made a stunning couple. They were well matched in looks. Anyone could tell they were deeply in love. Though they stood side by side receiving guests, they seemed to be connected by an invisible bond. Gareth's hand often rested on Lady Maria's back, and Lady Maria's gloved hand was mostly on her betrothed's arm. More than anything, the look on their faces proclaimed their love. When the dancing commenced, Lady Maria insisted that Gareth partner his sister for the first dance. Laura was surprised and touched. Her other partners were hand-picked by Lady Maria. 2 dukes and 3 earls. Poor Mr. Bennet and Lord Newington didn't stand a chance. As usual, Laura did not waltz. She had not yet the permission of the patronesses of Almack to waltz. If she was interested, Lady Maria would have arranged for her to waltz. More and more debutantes were obtaining permission to dance it. But Laura didn't fancy being held by her partners. If it was Mr. Bennet, his perfume would make her swoon, she was sure. She knew the steps. And dreamed of having Anthony as her partner. No one else would do. It was the dance of love. Lady Priscilla didn't waltz either. Her father had forbidden it. "I want to see the fountain in your garden. I had a glimpse of the statuary as we came in. I want to view it from close," Lady Priscilla said, as soon as the waltz was announced. Laura knew the fountain was an excuse to talk to her. She wondered why. She saw Lord Emsworth making his way to her. When he saw Lady Priscilla, he stopped and stared. Laura knew, he had told her, that Lady Priscilla's beauty and poise made him incapable of speech. Priscilla swept past her besotted admirer and Laura followed, after giving Lord Emsworth a reassuring smile. When they were outside and out of earshot, Lady Priscilla laughed. "I've caught him, don't you think? Lord Emsworth. Who else? His father is ailing, I believe, and not expected to live long. He'll inherit within a year. Do you know their estates are among the most prosperous in Kent? I don't understand. What's there not to understand? From the first, I decided to have him offer for me. I was not the only one who wanted to snare him." "I thought you held him in disdain," Laura said. "It worked, didn't it? Everyone else was fawning over him. Not you. He talks to you only because you're my friend. When we go back inside, you must tell him that my father is in a hurry to marry me off to an older man. Tell him I'm so desperate I'll accept any offer as long as it is from someone closer to my age." Laura managed to hide her feeling of distaste and let Priscilla prattle on about her conquest. If a beautiful young woman from a wealthy titled family sunk so low to marry well, what subterfuge did the less fortunate apply? 10 days later they left London. The season was coming to an end. Some of the young women, Lady Priscilla among them, had made advantageous matches. Many would return the next year, more determined, more desperate. Chapter 15. The family arrived at Daventon Manor with mixed emotions. Lady Catherine was in tears. She had hoped to reconcile with her stubborn husband and return home. Instead, she was coming to his grave. Lady Helena, Gareth, and Laura were also remembering the late Earl. He had yearned to have Lady Catherine return. Some months after the rift, his man of business told him she was ill and in Harrogate. He had rushed to see her, determined to bring her back. She was sitting alone in the walled garden of the rented house. He had stood outside the hedgerow, trying to compose himself before going into her presence. And then she had opened the turquoise pendant attached to her chain, and pressed kisses on an unseen miniature, with tears coursing down her wan face. He had left as if the devil was after him. "She pines for that other fellow. It will be a cruel thing if I force her to be my wife," he told Lady Helena and shut himself in his room. That was the beginning of the end. Nothing mattered to him after that. And now he was beyond knowing the truth. Lady Catherine had engaged a painter to paint her husband's miniature. She kept it close to her heart in the turquoise pendant. Her husband had misconstrued what he saw. She had been kissing his miniature. Catherine, the past cannot be changed. You must think of the future. Gareth's wedding is a joyous occasion. You will be gaining a wonderful daughter, Lady Helena said. Prominent families from the neighborhood were invited. The late Earl had severed contacts with close friends and cousins. But he had also missed them. At Lady Helena's urging, invitations were sent to all of them. The first guest to arrive was also the most eagerly awaited one. Mr. Thornton was Lady Maria's maternal uncle, from the continent. Lady Maria had only recently discovered his existence. He hadn't known about her either. He had visited America after the contagion that had taken his sister and husband. The servants had run away and the good doctor who had saved many lives had also succumbed. Maria's death was not recorded, but everyone thought it was only an oversight. They thought she had also died along with her parents. Lord Russell arrived next. Lady Helena was delighted to see him. He was a part of her growing years. His sister was her closest friend. The other guests started to arrive 2 days before the wedding. The Duchess of Severn and Lady Maria brought some of their close friends. Lord Russell unobtrusively took over the task of entertaining the male guests and seeing to their comfort. The Duke of Wimberley did not arrive until the eve of the wedding. He entered the hall when the small gathering of 200 guests was sitting down to a banquet. The butler led him to his place near the top of the table. Laura watched as he engaged Lady Catherine, who was seated beside him, in conversation. For 2 days she had waited for him to arrive. Every time a carriage came into sight, she had hoped it was Anthony. Her eyes had thirsted to see him again. Fool! She scolded herself. He hasn't looked around even once. After the feast, the hired minstrel group took up position at one end of the ballroom. It wasn't usual to hold a dance on the night before a wedding. But when Lydia heard about musicians from London being hired for the wedding celebrations, she pleaded with Lady Helena to let them have a dance. We hardly get an opportunity, she pouted. After consulting with Lady Catherine and Lord Daventon, Lady Helena agreed. There was to be an hour of dancing after the feast. Further pleading by Lydia and other young people led to the last dance being a waltz. Young men and women who didn't have the advantage of attending a season were determined to make the most of the opportunity. They spent a week practicing the steps and agonizing over what they would wear. Laura had also fretted about her gown and how she would have Bessie do her hair. After changing her mind so many times that Bessie almost drowned under the heap of rejected gowns, she decided on a maroon gown. Fashioned out of heavy silk, the gown had a square neckline and puffed sleeves. Its gauzy overdress was embroidered with small maroon flowers. Delicate gold embroidery added to its beauty. And a maroon sash made of the finest satin showed her figure to advantage. She had sat patiently while Bessie had done her hair into a loose chignon after threading it with a satin ribbon decorated with tiny roses. Odious man! Why wasn't he asking her to dance? 2 of her brother's friends had already asked if she was free to waltz. Anthony stood to a side, deep in conversation with a small group of men. Clearly, he had no intention of dancing that night. Laura marched up to him and tapped his arm. Your Grace. Anthony turned away from the men. Lady Laura, he murmured. Laura had dashed across the ballroom without any thought of what she would say. It was not in her nature to dissemble. Will you dance the waltz with me? She asked. Anthony stared into her stormy gray eyes and watched the anger give way to the brightness of unshed tears. I would be honored to waltz with you, Lady Laura, he said. Taking her gloved hand into his, he gently placed it on his arm. The first set is about to begin. Shall we find your partner before he calls me out for depriving him of the pleasure of so beautiful a partner? Laura let him walk her around the perimeter of the hall. She kept her eyes lowered until she had safely blinked away her sudden tears. She was thankful for Anthony's inconsequential chatter that did not require her active participation. He was giving her time to regain her composure. What a watering pot he must think her. The two country dances passed in a blur. Her partner, the other dancers, and the guests filling the ballroom merged into a swath of light, color, and sound. When Anthony claimed the dance, she was aware only of the music and of herself in his arms. She could have danced all night with him. They didn't speak, at least not with words. But their eyes spoke of a need, a hunger. At one moment, while twirling her, Anthony tucked one of her golden curls behind her ear. The back of his hand briefly touched her cheek. Laura savored the feel as if it was a caress. The dance came to an end too soon. For a moment Anthony held her close. Laura rested her head against his shoulder. She felt as if she was in a dream. She couldn't stop smiling. Anthony gently disengaged her. "Shall I escort you to your brother? This is a gathering of friends. There is no need to observe such formalities." "As you wish, Lady Laura." Laura gave a curt nod, as if she was dismissing a lackey and not taking leave of a duke, and blindly walked towards the large curving marble staircase. The musicians were putting away their instruments. Guests were making their way to bed. Laura also went to her room, not to sleep but to dream. And later to feel mortified that she had been brazen enough to demand a dance. What would Anthony be thinking of her? The wedding day dawned bright and clear. As the parish church was small, only a few close friends accompanied the family to the wedding ceremony. The Duke of Wimberley was among them. He was also performing the office of groomsman. Lady Maria's gown was an exquisite creation of pale pink satin and a gauzy silver material. For all its fine embroidery and workmanship, it paled in comparison to the bride's radiant face. After signing the register, Lord Daventon and his bride emerged from the church. A crowd had gathered outside to have a glimpse of the bride and groom. They cheered as the couple got into the waiting carriage. Gareth waved to them and flung fistfuls of coins in their direction. Other carriages followed. Laura found herself being helped by Anthony into his carriage. It was a short ride to the manor. She kept her eyes averted and counted the seconds until the carriage stopped. She knew she had disgraced herself by her brazen behavior. Anthony would have developed a disgust for her. When the carriage stopped, Anthony jumped out. He waved aside the hovering footman and offered Laura his hand. She gave it to him and looked into his upturned face. What she saw in his eyes made her lose her footing. Before she could fall down, Anthony grasped her arms and steadied her. "I am sorry," he said. Laura knew it wasn't his fault. Or maybe it was. He had looked at her with such tenderness that she had missed her footing and come lurching down. Wordlessly, she took his proffered arm. The bridal couple was surrounded by guests who had not accompanied the family to the church. The musicians had struck up a tune. Soon everyone would be ushered in for the wedding breakfast. And then the guests would start leaving. Anthony would, too. "I have a letter for you," Anthony said. "A drawing, actually." Laura smiled when she unfolded the sheet. What Mary Jane lacked in skill, she made up in enthusiasm. "That's you," Anthony said, pointing to the bigger stick figure. "And this one is Mary Jane with her doll," Laura said. "I gather she likes the doll." "She does. She calls her Anne and looks after her. I can't guess what role she has assigned to Anne. She croons to her to put her to sleep. She also makes her participate in games. And can be just about anything. A playmate, a confidant, a baby to fuss over, even a mother visiting the nursery. Laura, I can't thank you enough. You have made Mary Jane very happy. I have thought of something. I have several sets of doll clothes. My nurse was skilled with the needle. I wheedled her into making bonnets and gowns and pelisses for my doll, Amy. Will you take them for Mary Jane? I'm sure she will be pleased. Are you telling me you have relegated Amy to your childhood? How very inconsistent. I thought your devotion would last a lifetime, Anthony said, his eyes twinkling. Well, Amy is a young woman now. She has been to London. I shall have to commission a new wardrobe from a fashionable modiste, Your Grace. I recall asking you not to address me as Your Grace. Laura gave him a mischievous smile. And I recall you not accepting to be called Aunt Tony. What's wrong with Anthony? Aunt Tony is better. How about Wimberley? Maybe I will. Now I must go up to my room and make up a parcel for Amy. One for Mary Jane too, with slices of wedding cake and the most delectable sugar cakes. Laura dispatched a footman to the Duke's chamber, with the promised gifts. A maid informed her that Lady Catherine was looking for her. Where were you, dear? Her mother asked. Many of our guests have been inquiring after you. I had gone up to my room, mother. I shall stay here and see that our guests are well cared for. 2 hours later, when Anthony was leaving, her attention was claimed by a matron who thought the morning unseasonably chill and insisted on all the windows being shut. Anthony looked at her from across the length of the hall and raised a hand in farewell. Chapter 16. Tell, Lydia demanded. I've already told you. His Grace is Gareth's particular friend. He often visited us in London. He may have thought it polite to dance with me. I've got eyes in my head, young lady. And possibly windmills in your head, Laura muttered under her breath. I heard that. Lydia, I should leave. Mother and Aunt Nell may need me for something. I'm sure your mother and Aunt Nell are taking a well-deserved rest. Your brother and Lady Daventon are away on their wedding trip. Your butler, your housekeeper, your maid, and the servants are busy doing whatever they are paid to do. So you can remain in that seat. You are not leaving until you tell me about His Grace and you. Marriage doesn't agree with you. You were never this bossy. And you, my dear, weren't receiving smoldering looks from devastatingly handsome dukes. Laura blushed. He is handsome, isn't he? Of course he is handsome. Not as handsome as my husband, though. That's not true. No. What's wrong with your sight? Could it be love? Lydia, Laura exclaimed, pressing her palms to her heated face. I don't mean to tease you. I saw you and His Grace after the waltz. You looked lost in each other. I expected to hear an announcement at the ball itself. I don't think His Grace intends to offer for me. Most of the time he treats me like a child. But you have feelings for him. You don't have to say anything. I can read your face. I still think His Grace means to offer for you. He may have wanted to wait until after the wedding. Mark my words, he is sure to come after Gareth returns home. Laura took hope from Lydia's words. It made perfect sense. Anthony would not want to upstage his friend's special day. But when 4 months passed by and the Duke did not arrive, she was forced to admit that it was all foolishness on her part. She had asked for the dance. She had gazed into Anthony's eyes. She had clung to him like a limpet. He couldn't have possibly pushed her away. And yet, she surreptitiously checked the mail. She didn't ask Gareth for news about Anthony, that would be too obvious, but whenever Gareth mentioned the Duke, she tried to find out as much as she could without making him suspect her interest was anything more than a casual one. Finally, a letter arrived. Laura was with the rest of her family, at the breakfast table. Gareth, as was his habit, was perusing the mail. Wimberley sends his regards, he said, putting aside the letter he had been reading. For a fraction of a minute, Laura's fork remained suspended in air. A letter from His Grace? She asked. Does he write about his mother? How is she now? Lady Helena asked. She is much improved. Anthony has also found someone who is taking good care of his daughter. He need not hurry to look for a wife. Laura slowly exhaled. Anthony wasn't engaged. She would meet him again during the season. If they met often enough, he might fall madly in love with her. In the coming weeks, Laura had little time to dream about being courted by her Duke. She was busy with another romance. Lord Russell had taken to visiting Daventon Manor every day. His interest lay with Lady Helena. He was a most determined suitor. And he had no scruples about enlisting Laura's help in his wooing. Lady Helena was equally determined in continuing with her single state. She refused to see what was obvious to her family, that Lord Russell was perfect for her. "I'm too old for this nonsense," she told her sister-in-law. "Now, that's a piece of nonsense. Catherine, I decided I wouldn't marry anyone. You know how much I loved Oliver. Lord Russell knows it, too. He was Lord Edgerton's friend. I don't know what to think." "Then don't. Give the man a chance. He's in the drawing room, with Maria and Laura. He will not leave until you put in an appearance. He was there for 3 hours yesterday. He was in no mood for conversation and kept looking at the door. Maria told me she didn't know what to do except keep offering cake. She has been doing that for the last 1 week. Lord Russell is sure to gain several pounds while courting you." Lady Helena rolled her eyes and marched into the drawing room. "Lord Russell, may I have a word?" "With me? Are you Lord Russell?" Laura suppressed a laugh at the look on his lordship's face. She would have loved to stay and watch, but Lady Maria grasped her wrist and hurried her out of the room. "Do you think he will convince Aunt Nell?" Laura asked. "He had better. He almost gagged when I offered cake the 3rd time. Gareth told him yesterday he was positively haunting the manor. Poor Lord Russell. I hope Aunt Nell favors his suit." 5 weeks later, Lady Helena became Lady Russell. Her new home was not very far from Daventon Manor, where she had spent 36 years. Gareth and Laura were happy for their aunt but also missed her. She had been a mother to them. Lady Russell often came over to the manor. As the season approached, her visits increased. "We must go early so that Laura has enough time to make a choice." But a week before they were to leave for London, Catherine fell ill. 2 days later, a letter brought the news that the Dowager Duchess of Severn had broken her leg and would be glad of her granddaughter's company. Lady Catherine and Lady Helena were both upset about having to put off the London trip. They didn't want Laura to miss the season. They tried to find a solution, but Laura refused to go to London when her mother was ill. Laura was disappointed too, but hid it from her mother and aunt. She had hoped to see Anthony again. However, her disappointment lasted for only a week. Gareth received a letter from the Duke of Wimberley. He would not be coming to London for the season. Laura turned her attention to looking after her mother. Catherine's recovery was slow. Even after she was better, the physician said the polluted air of London could be detrimental to her health. In the new year, Gareth and Maria left on a trip to America. Maria had long dreamed of visiting the plantation that her parents had owned. During their absence, Lord and Lady Russell took it upon themselves to keep an eye on the management of the Daventon estates. Lord Russell made it a point to ride over every day. After Gareth and Maria returned, Lord and Lady Russell left on a trip to visit with relatives in the Lake District and to take in the sights. Before long, another London season was upon them. Laura kept wondering whether Anthony would come. And if he did, would he court her? Chapter 17. 2 years later. Laura craned her neck out of the carriage window. She counted 7 carriages ahead of theirs. In a few more minutes she would have news about Anthony. "Did you hear from the Duke of Wimberley?" Lady Maria Daventon asked her husband. "Is he coming to London? I received a letter from him 2 months ago. He didn't say anything about coming to London. Lady Malloy will know. She's his aunt." Much to Laura's chagrin, Anthony and her brother didn't write frequently to each other. During the last 2 years, Gareth had exchanged not above 5 letters with his friend. Laura tapped her foot impatiently. The carriage was taking forever. "You are eager to start the season," Lady Catherine remarked. "I am. It will make a nice change. We have been prodigiously dull." First Gareth and Maria were away for 6 months. As soon as they returned, Lord Russell dragged away Aunt Nell on an extensive tour. "I hope Helena cuts short her travels and joins us," Lady Catherine said. Lady Maria nodded. "I miss Aunt Nell, too. But I'm happy she is enjoying her travels. Her letters from the Lake District are filled with such detail and pleasure in her surroundings." "We're here," Gareth announced. Lady Laura. "I missed you last season," Lady Harriet cried, meeting her with outstretched hands. "You are in good looks. The peach gown becomes you well," Laura said. "I'm in my 4th season. Mother has finally let me pick my own clothes, within reason. Have you met Lady Janet? She's Mrs. Earl now. It's a love match. You should have seen them last season." They kept looking at each other and sighing. It was droll. "Lady Emsworth has a daughter, I hear. She doesn't seem happy. Neither does his lordship. Here she comes. Lady Laura. How pretty you look. What a beautiful gown. It won't do for a married lady, though." Priscilla, Lady Emsworth, was dressed in a blue silk gown with a bodice that clung to her and was shockingly low. "How have you been?" "I thought I might not see you this season," Laura said. "Pray why not?" Priscilla demanded and narrowed her eyes. "Has Emsworth been moaning about the baby? He wanted us to stay in the country. I despaired of talking sense into him. Thankfully, his mother, the Duchess, told him he was being daft. There was no need for us to stay when there was a wet nurse in the employ, and other staff." "How is the Duke?" Laura asked, changing the topic. Lady Priscilla grimaced. "He's tough and in no hurry to pass on the title." Laura mumbled something inaudible and Priscilla sailed away, leaving a whiff of perfume behind. "Lord Newington and Mr. Bennet have come in," Lady Harriet said. "Together? Why ever not? They were always glaring at each other. I expected them to come to blows any moment. That was 2 years ago. They were vying for lovely Laura." "Please lower your voice. Someone may hear you and the nonsensical thing will start again. What's wrong with being called lovely Laura? And being compared to Flora?" Harriet laughed and twisted around to see if she could spot more friends. It wasn't an easy task as the hall had filled up. "I hear the Duke of Wimberley is expected to make an appearance. Is he in London? Lady Malloy told us he arrived this afternoon." "In that case, we may be assured of his presence," Laura said, hiding her excitement. "Lady Selina plans to waylay him as soon as he enters. What other reason can she have for standing beside the pillar and gazing up at it? It isn't anything out of the ordinary. She could be waiting for someone else. At Lady Malloy's ball? It is unlikely. My brother told me they are laying bets at his club that she will have him this season. She is more determined than ever after the émigré count gave her the slip and sailed away to America." Laura let her friend prattle on about the latest on Ditz. Lady Harriet had a droll way about her. She liked to gossip but wasn't malicious. Laura usually enjoyed listening to her. Now her attention was on the names being announced. Was he coming? She thought she would keep a dance free but didn't know how to refuse. Before long her dance card was full. If Anthony came and sought to partner her, she would have to turn him down. Laura's lips curved into a smile when she saw her sister-in-law. Lady Daventon was coming towards them was a bunch of debutantes who looked lost. "Laura dear, I want you to make the acquaintance of these charming young women," she said. The young women were looking at her with adoring eyes. Laura guessed Maria had rescued them from Lady Goodall or someone of her ilk. Laura danced the first set with Lord Southall. He had paid her marked attention during her brother's wedding. Now he had singled her out for the first dance. He was a good dancer and kept up a witty conversation. Mr. Bennet claimed her for the second dance. "You needn't fear to stand close to me, Lady Laura," he said with an impish grin. "I've got rid of all those bottles of scent." Laura thought he had got rid of much more than the perfumes. He looked rather handsome. Taller, broader, and impeccably dressed, he was a vast improvement. "What made you drop the habit, my lord?" "Last year I escorted a young lady to a musicale. It was a select affair and I'd gone to a great deal of trouble to wangle an invitation. I wanted to impress her. After we seated ourselves, the lady started sneezing. She wouldn't, or couldn't stop." "You mean your perfume started the sneezing fit?" "I am fortunate it only gave me headaches. You must allow me to make amends. May I call on you tomorrow afternoon? We can go to Hyde Park." Laura's next partner was Lord Newington. To Laura's surprise, he didn't start a monologue about his hobbies or his sisters. Like Mr. Bennet, he had acquired a sense of fashion or possibly a change of valet. He was easily among the best-looking men in the ballroom. "Shall I fetch you something to drink before the dance, Lady Laura?" he asked. "Some lemonade, please," Laura said, sitting down on a curved sofa in an alcove. She spread her skirts evenly and folded her hands in her lap. Anthony hadn't come. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "Did I conjure you up?" Laura opened her eyes at the familiar voice. The Duke of Wimberley stood looking down at her. "Your Grace. I didn't hear you announced." "When did you arrive?" Laura asked, and blushed. Now he would know she had been waiting for him. "I sneaked in through a side door. I meant to spend an hour hiding in the card room before my aunt discovered me." Laura felt a wave of disappointment. He hadn't bothered to look if she was there. "I was thinking of you, I mean, you and Gareth and Lady Daventon, wondering whether you were in London." "I was thinking of you, too," Laura confessed, feeling shy. "I mean to say, I was remembering my first ball in London. It was here, in this house. I met many people for the first time. I saw you too." The Duke gave an enigmatic smile. Laura didn't know what to make of it. She wished he would go. She didn't want him standing there when he wanted to escape into the card room. She had waited for months to see him again. She had thought he held her in affection. She had hoped that affection would turn to love. He didn't care at all. The magic of their waltz hadn't touched him. Her heart plummeted. How was she going to bear the season if the mere sight of him unsettled her? She wished he would leave her. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to keep a polite smile on her face for much longer. Fortunately, Lord Newington arrived, bearing lemonade. Laura accepted it from him. "Your Grace," Lord Newington said, making an elegant leg. Laura took a decorous sip and looked at them. How had she thought Newington handsome? He and Mr. Bennet and every other gentleman was cast in the shade by Anthony. The next set was announced. Anthony left and Laura took Lord Newington's arm. She danced it and the sets that followed with resolute enjoyment. When she went to bed, she wondered whether Anthony would resume his earlier practice of visiting with Gareth. And if he did, would it be wise for her to join them? Chapter 18. During her stay in London, Laura wanted to visit Mrs. Forsyth's home for unfortunate children on a regular basis. She had been sending money to the children's home. But she wanted to do more. Sending funds wasn't the same as seeing a child's face light up with joy. Donations improved their wretched conditions but couldn't make them feel wanted. Gareth didn't want Laura to visit the home but was no match for the women of his family. He gave his consent provided Laura limited her visits to twice a week. The visits were not to come in the way of her social obligations. He expected her to attend society events and also be at home for morning callers. Above all, he wanted her to be discreet. "Don't worry about that, Gareth," Lady Maria said. "Adam will drive her and Gwen or Bessie will accompany her. She will be dressed in a manner not to draw attention." Laura decided to visit the home on the very next day. When she was getting ready, Lady Maria sailed into her room, holding a hat box. Laura was wearing a simple gown and a modish spencer. A pretty bonnet, trimmed to match the gown, lay on the dresser. "It might look odd to the servants if I left the house dressed in a shabby gown," Laura explained. She held up a grey pelisse. "I had Miss Henry make it, telling her it was for a rather stout serving maid who was prone to chills. It will be an easy matter to remove the spencer and slip on the pelisse. It is quite shapeless and not at all the thing a lady would wear." Lady Maria nodded approvingly. "What about your hair?" "I shall exchange this pretty bonnet for a cap." "I have brought you something better," Lady Maria said, opening the hat box. "What is it?" Laura asked, gazing at the confection. "I took a wig and sewed a cap on it. It's ridiculously easy to put on. Here, let me show you." She placed the wig on Laura's head and secured it in place with a couple of pins and tied the long black ribbons of the cap into a simple bow. She asked Bessie to help Laura into the pelisse. Laura stared at her reflection. Instead of golden locks dressed in fashionable curls, straight black hair peeped out from under the unadorned cap. "You will do very well. You mustn't forget to change your gloves and shoes. And remember to keep your head down. Eyes are the most difficult to disguise." Mrs. Forsyth was happy to see Laura. She heartily approved of the disguise and thought the wig a most cunning idea. "You must keep it on when you are here, dear. I shall introduce you as Miss Miller. Children cannot be expected to keep your visits a secret. Some of them have relatives who visit. It will do no harm if they talk about a young lady named Miss Miller who has straight black hair." Laura readily agreed. She knew Gareth would be relieved if she went by another name. Mrs. Forsyth took her to the children. They had finished their lessons for the day. Being unused to sitting for so long, they were a bit boisterous. Laura engaged them in a game of her own making. Before she knew it, her hour was up, and she was on her way home. After Lady Malloy's ball, Laura decided to stop having foolish hopes about the Duke of Wimberley. It wasn't very difficult. All she had to do was not look around for Anthony. If their paths crossed, she swept him a curtsy. She was careful never to meet his eyes, they were her undoing. Everything became easier after that. She enjoyed the dances and the young men paying her court. Sometimes she wished he would make up his mind soon. It was obvious he was looking for a wife. He was frequenting society events. Mothers were lining up their daughters in front of him. Hostesses were going out of their way to introduce him to eligible women. It would be a feather in their cap to bring about so illustrious a match. Drat the man. Why couldn't he just pick a woman from the heap falling at his feet? It would make her life easier. Laura couldn't completely avoid Anthony. He was her brother's friend. He was often the first to greet them at a party. He continued to treat her with teasing affection while she found some excuse to leave his presence. She was a brainless ninny, she kept telling herself. Anthony had never courted her. Instead of longing for him, it would be better if she paid attention to her suitors. Lord Newington was a regular caller. So was Lord Southall. Lord Ailes had taken her riding in his cuckle thrice and also stood up with her at every ball. Mr. Bennet seemed to be confused. He was paying equal attention to the young lady of the sneezing fit. Lord Henniker has descended on Daventon House armed with a fresh ode. But a week later he was betrothed to a rich widow. The Duke of Berkeley was a most unexpected suitor. Tall and lean, he was handsome in an austere way. At 35, he wasn't too old to wed, but the Tawn did not expect him to take a wife. He was of a scholarly bent of mind. He chaired scientific committee meetings and published academic papers. He shared Gareth's love for mathematics. Laura had happened to be present in the library when the Duke had dropped in. Gareth had presented her. 2 days later, he surprised them all by paying a morning call. None among her family and friends guessed at the struggle Laura underwent. Often, she sighed over her predicament. How easy it would be if she could bring herself to encourage Lord Newington or Lord Ailes, or even the Duke of Berkeley, whom she found to be rather humorless. Laura looked forward to her visits to the children's home. She also had the satisfaction of knowing that the children were happy to see her. Mrs. Forsyth was full of praise. "You have a way with the shy ones, dear. It would have taken us much longer to draw Annie out of her shell. We've had her 3 weeks before you came. The only sound that came out of her was sniffles after going to bed." "Who is she, Mrs. Forsyth?" "An unfortunate child who needs help. She lost her mother but recently. Now she is thrust into new surroundings. She is a sensitive child. We have tried to draw her out, but none of us have managed as well as you do. My dear, the child has taken a shine to you. Try to engage her attention." Laura cherished the visit that had brought Annie out of her shell. She had brought books with her. Annie hadn't resisted when she had drawn her to her side. Instead of speaking, she had given her a book filled with pictures. After some time she had started reading from the book and Annie had listened. When she had paused, Annie had leaned against her to turn a page. Poor, motherless child.
Chapter 19. "Can no woman take Lady Margaret's place in your life?" Gareth asked. Anthony gave a bitter smile and shrugged. "That chapter is closed." Gareth nodded, mentally kicking himself for bringing up a painful subject. But Anthony needed to move on. He was a duke, with responsibilities. He didn't have the luxury of thinking only about himself. "It wasn't a love match," Anthony suddenly said. "I thought it was, but my father planned it." Gareth's eyebrows shot up. "Are you sure? I thought you first met Lady Margaret at Vauxhall's and were immediately smitten." "My father wanted the match. So did Lady Margaret's parents. The sudden meetings, all that talk about common interests was a sham. It was a farce in which Lady Margaret was a willing participant." "Why?" "Lady Margaret was not short of suitors." "Why did she agree to the deception?" Gareth asked. "I was conceited enough to think it was because she was in love with me. But she was doing what was expected of her. Making an advantageous match. I can't fault her. It was I who was foolish. I nursed a dream that wasn't meant to be." Gareth tried to remember the whirlwind courtship. It didn't seem possible that Lady Margaret had put on an act. "Anthony, is it possible you are mistaken?" "I wish I was. For a year I followed her about like a lovesick puppy. I wanted to spend time with her, to talk to her, to share my life, and to be a part of her life. She only expected me to do my duty. You know what that means. You haven't visited White Willow. It is built around a medieval mansion. The family bedrooms are monstrously large. They are cold. And lonely. In my besotted state, I hadn't stopped to ask Lady Margaret whether she wanted to share my suite. 3 days later she ordered her trunks to be moved to the adjoining suite. It wasn't proper, she said. She was a proper duchess but not the wife I wanted. It took me a long time to accept the bitter truth. I had been played for a fool. How my father must have laughed. That is why you aren't looking for love. You no longer think it possible, Gareth mused. I haven't become a cynic, Gareth. I don't blame Lady Margaret either. She will always have a place in my heart. She was the woman I loved, the mother of my child. Had she lived she may have come to love me in turn. I'm not embittered. I'm only being practical. The chances of making a love match among the Tawn is difficult. Our upbringing is all about duty and maintaining appearances. You are decided upon finding a wife this season. I need a duchess. My mother isn't getting younger. Her yearly trips to Harrogate have been helpful but she isn't likely to regain her strength. White Willow needs a mistress. Mary Jane needs a mother. What will you do? Make a list again? Gareth asked. What else? Lady Maria knows a young widow recently come to London. They met 6 years ago. You may not know her. She didn't have a complete season. A scandal cut short her visit. A few years later she married Lord Mannering but was widowed within 6 months. Lady Mannering? Is she in London? She is visiting with a cousin. Lady Maria called upon her yesterday. She is concerned about her. Lady Mannering has no intention of going out in society. This is famous. I'll call upon Lady Mannering. Do you mean to court her? Not at all. She is the last woman I would marry. An hour later, the Duke of Wimberley was standing outside a modest terrace house in Bloomsbury. The door opened as soon as he lifted the knocker. He held out his card to the maid. I would like to see Lady Mannering. The maid returned within minutes. Lady Mannering is not at home, she intoned, giving him a curious look. Anthony called the following day. Once again the maid informed him that Lady Mannering was not at home. Anthony knew Lady Mannering was inside but there was nothing for it except to leave. A carriage drew up outside the wicket gate. It was Lady Daventon, come to call on her friend. It has turned out to be a tolerably pleasant day. The morning rain has spent itself, Lady Maria said. After exchanging pleasantries, Anthony said, it appears you are here to call upon Lady Mannering. I shall delay you no longer. He waited to see if Lady Mannering was at home now. She was. He hoped Lady Maria would be able to draw Fanny into society. She was a lady by birth. Daughter of a powerful baron, married to an earl, it wasn't right that she was shunning society. She had made mistakes. But he was to blame, too. He would convince her to come out of hiding and try to find happiness. The next day, the maid was waiting for him. Lady Mannering is not at home, she informed, folding her thin arms in front of her and scowling down from her vantage position of the topmost step. Anthony knew very well it wasn't true. He had observed the hastily dropped curtain while leaving his cubicle. Please inform Lady Mannering I plan to await her arrival by planting myself at her door. I'll tell her, the maid said and immediately realized her blunder. I'll tell her when she's back. Of course you will. I'll wait until you do. The maid disappeared inside, leaving Anthony chuckling to himself. He was still laughing when she returned and relieved him of his coat and hat, and led him into a small parlor. Fanny, you can't be so easily rid of me, my love, he said. An hour later he took leave. He paused in the doorway and fished out a shilling. For you, he said, and the maid bobbed a curtsy. Smiling, he walked down the steps of the modest house. His thoughts occupied his attention to the extent that he didn't notice the hastily pulled window curtain in the house across the lane. His persistence had paid off. Fanny, Lady Mannering had consented to see him. She hadn't spoken over 2 sentences, but he was relieved to find her in good health and looks. Her marriage to Lord Mannering had not broken her. She may or may not retain the fire he was familiar with, but he had seen a flash of it in her eyes and was satisfied. He would give her a couple of days and call again. Anthony braced himself for another glittering evening. Margaret had loved attending the season. When she was increasing with Mary Jane, she had fretted at missing out on all the fun. Every year after that until Margaret's death, they were in London during the season. Anthony insisted that their daughter not be left behind and carted along nurses and extra maids. Once in London, Anthony would accompany Margaret to a few events, but mostly, they went their separate ways. They didn't have much in common. It had bothered him. He had felt cheated. Robbed of his dreams. This time he wasn't looking for love. He was older now and wise in the ways of the world. In their world, men contracted suitable marriages. For other needs, including those of love and friendship, they set up liaisons with other women. Everyone knew the game, nobody was hurt. He might have to do the same. After he took a wife and installed her as his duchess, he could not expect anything more than duty from her. Philip, his cousin and now his heir, used to openly sneer at him for trying to gain his wife's favor. Philip liked to create trouble. Unfortunately, Margaret had been taken in by his extravagant compliments. She hadn't seen beyond his charming manners and his fashionable clothes. Lady Stanton's garden party was a select affair. Unlike a ball or a big town event, guests could talk to each other comfortably. Lady Eversham greeted Anthony as soon as he came in. "Your Grace, may I present my sister, Lady Redcliffe? I persuaded her to come to London. The poor dear didn't want to put off her mourning. I was afraid she would go into a decline." Anthony inclined his head. Lady Redcliffe, he noted, was in no danger of going into a decline. She looked the picture of health, with a glowing face and a mass of shining curls. Going by the arched look she was giving him, the late Lord Redcliffe was no longer lamented. "Please accept my condolences, madam," Anthony said. Lady Redcliffe dabbed at her eyes with a lacy handkerchief. Lady Eversham, instead of offering her comfort, vanished. "My sister persuades me to try to be happy. You must know how painful it is, Your Grace." "You have also been bereaved," Lady Redcliffe said, availing herself of Anthony's arm. Anthony led Lady Redcliffe to a nearby sofa and watched dispassionately as she dried invisible tears and gave him a brave little smile. A few minutes later, when she deemed him sufficiently interested, she tapped him flirtatiously with her fan and informed him how terribly lonely she had become. By the time Anthony made his excuses and stood up, he was sure of one thing: Lady Redcliffe would find someone to take the place of Lord Redcliffe easily enough. "She has come armed for the kill. Most gentlemen wouldn't stand a chance. He wouldn't either if he wasn't determined to take care of Mary Jane's best interests." He hadn't forgotten what Laura had said 2 years ago: "A cruel stepmother will be worse than a cruel governess. You will not be able to dismiss her." Anyone as self-centered and self-serving as Lady Redcliffe would ride roughshod over a little girl. A few minutes later, he left the party. He had promised to escort Lady Molloy to the theatre. Laura smiled as she entered the theatre. It was by no means her first visit, but she liked it above all the other attractions London had to offer. She would have enjoyed it better if the town did not make a practice of walking in as a play was in progress. At times they even hailed friends and acquaintances. She found it most annoying, but there was nothing to be done. When Anthony entered the theatre, he saw Gareth and raised a hand in salute. Laura didn't notice him. She was engrossed in the play. During the intermission, he came over to the Davintons' box. "Lady Laura, I needn't ask whether you are enjoying the performances," he said, smiling down at her. "This play is by far the best I've seen," Laura answered, taking a moment to compose herself. Anthony sat down beside her. "I missed the first half. Tell me about it. Laura looked about her, frantically trying to think up an excuse to avoid him. Gareth had escorted Lady Maria outside. Lady Catherine was deep in conversation with another lady. Laura took a deep breath and launched into a description of the first two acts. Anthony bent an attentive ear as Laura told him about the play. At first, she sounded stilted but soon gave a candid account of the first two acts and performances. When the play resumed, Anthony continued to sit beside Laura. She grew self-conscious and fidgeted with her hair. Without saying a word, he moved to another chair. It gave him an even better view of her profile. For the rest of the act, he looked at her, enjoying the play of emotions on her expressive face. He was reminded of the time when he had felt the same wonder. For how long would Laura retain it before she became jaded like the rest of them? She was already changing. 2 years ago, she was infatuated with him. Now she didn't care to be in his company. He had often thought about her. He knew she had feelings for him. He had seen it in her eyes. That was why he had not visited Daventon Manor. Mary Jane had wanted him to take her to meet Lady Laura. It wouldn't have been difficult to arrange. But Laura was only 18. She wasn't like other Taun ladies. She reminded him of himself at that age. Eager to fall in love, with unbounded belief in a fairy tale ending of happily ever after. He didn't know whether he was capable of that kind of love. If he failed her, as Margaret had failed him, she would suffer. He had decided he would wait for her to grow up and know her mind. He frequently found himself regretting his decision. After the play, Lady Maria and Lady Catherine walked with Gareth to the carriage. Anthony escorted Laura. She kept her eyes firmly to the ground and answered him in monosyllables. When the carriage arrived, she took Gareth's arm. Anthony waited until the carriage left and hailed a hack. He had already informed Lady Malloy he would be returning to his townhouse and not accompanying her party. He hadn't suspected his aunt to be so underhanded. Her request for his escort had been a ploy to thrust her protégé in front of him. Lady Victoria was pretty enough but absurdly young. His aunt said she was 17. He suspected she was close to 16. His aunt had sent a message that she was in need of an escort to the theatre. Being the obliging nephew, and she his favorite aunt, he had punctiliously arrived at her doorstep. Lady Victoria and her brother were ensconced in the drawing-room. Looking guileless, his aunt had told him it was indeed fortunate Lady Victoria had called, and it would be most delightful if she attended the theatre with them. She had latched on to the brother's arm as if she was in danger of falling on her face. Seething, Anthony had offered his arm to Lady Victoria. Luckily, his heir Philip had come to the box during intermission, to pay his respects to Lady Malloy. He had seized the opportunity to escape whatever plans Lady Malloy had made for the rest of the evening. He wouldn't put it beyond her to disappear with the brother and leave him alone with Lady Victoria. "Philip, escort Lady Malloy home after the play," he had said. "How will you go home?" "We came in your carriage," his aunt protested. "It is of no import. I can call a hack." But before his aunt could come up with an objection, he had left. The hack was rather shabby but he didn't notice. His thoughts were about Laura. She was an enchanting combination of innocence and wisdom. She also had a kind heart. Kindness was rare. She would make a good mother to his daughter. He sighed. If he could find a lady of unexceptional birth who was practical and kind, he would procure a special license and marry her without further ado. The sooner he left London, the better it was for his peace of mind. The hack pulled up outside the imposing townhouse that had been in the Wimberley family for more than a century. Anthony gave the driver a handsome tip and sent him on his way. A shadow detached itself from a niche in the wall. "I've been wanting to speak to you, Governor," a man said, coming into the light spilling from the gatepost. He looked ill and unkempt. "What's this about?" Anthony demanded, reeling back from the strong odors emanating from the ramshackle person. A child, governor. You must do the right thing by Annie. Chapter 20. Gareth was surprised to have Anthony call at such an early hour. One look at his face told him all was not well. Briefly, Anthony told him about the unsavory character who had surprised him at his house. "Are you sure he is telling the truth?" Gareth asked. "As sure as one can be in such cases." "What do you plan on doing?" "This can become a scandal. A scandal will affect my sister's chances. She is making her come out next year. You can't leave the child there." "I know that. I shall visit the home this afternoon and speak to Annie." "Annie?" Gareth asked. "The child. She is 5, a year younger than Mary Jane." "Do you want me to accompany you?" Gareth asked, even though he had already made plans with Lady Daventon to visit Kew Gardens. Anthony looked shattered and in need of support. "I have to do this alone. I will meet the child and speak to the woman running the home. I have to find a way of taking care of the child without any gossip. I'm thankful my mother isn't in London. But then, if there is scandal, it will find its way into Harrogate society soon enough." Mrs. Forsyth received Anthony with cool courtesy. After hearing him out, she asked, "Your Grace, what are your intentions regarding the child?" "I will take Annie and see to it that she is brought up well. But I need a little time to make the arrangements. Is there someone who will take her in for a few days, until I see my way clearly?" "I will recompense, of course." Mrs. Forsyth pursed her lips. "She is well enough here. Much better than she has ever been in her young life. May I speak to her?" "I cannot stop you, Your Grace. But I must say it will be ill-advised. Sometimes good intentions have to be set aside for practical considerations. Annie is a sensitive child. It will be better if you speak to her after you decide her future." "May I at least see her?" Mrs. Forsyth took him to a window opening into the walled garden. Annie was sitting by herself, apart from the other children. She was looking at the pictures in a book. Anthony spotted her immediately. She took after the Wimberleys and looked like his sister had as a child. He felt tears prick his eyes at how thin she was. He wanted to snatch her up and take her away with him. But there were others he had to think about. His mother, especially. She would be devastated. When Annie was brought to us, she was like a tortoise hiding in a shell. The ordeal of watching her mother die a slow, painful death had proved too much for her. Fortunately, one of our volunteers has taken an interest in her. She visits her often, bringing toys and books. Anthony came out of the house and hailed a hack. As he was getting into it, a dark carriage came to a stop and a young woman alighted out of it. He couldn't see her face. She wore a nondescript pelisse and a cap. As she hurried to the small entrance at the side, he was reminded of Lady Laura. He shook his head. Lady Laura was often intruding into his thoughts. He had to stop thinking about her. He had a big responsibility now. What was he to do about Annie?
"It sounds intriguing," Laura said as their carriage entered the road lined with grand equipages. Lady Norwich was having a musicale. She would be playing the harp to accompany an Italian singer. Lady Norwich was known for two things, her amiable nature and her hobbies. Every now and then she would develop a new interest. She would hire masters to teach her and hustle up a party of friends to exhibit her newly found talent. This year she had taken to playing the harp. Her good nature, a rare commodity in the town, and her supremely talented French cook ensured that her invitations were seldom turned down. Lady Maria laughed. One season she invited us to have a look at her sculptures. There were 3 of them, and were made from clay. Were they good? They were misshapen lumps. We stood around them with solemn faces. Some offered suggestions, even praise, until Lady Norwich said it was no use, she would never be able to sculpt even if it was to make a likeness of her dear departed husband, so it was better we stopped looking at the lumps. They might give us indigestion and we might blame it on her cook, and that would be most unfair. Lady Norwich met them at the entrance, beaming at each arrival. I'm so excited. I believe I have finally found something I like. My mother played the harp. My music teacher tried to make me play, but I was forever escaping into the garden. Perhaps not forever, because many of those lessons came back to me when I took it up again. Lady Maria stopped to speak to a friend. Laura made her way to the row of chairs facing the clearing with the raised platform. For a moment she debated whether she should choose a seat to the back of the room. If Lady Norwich saw her sitting at the back with all the empty rows in front of her, she would feel bad. She slipped into the second row. Many of the guests had arrived, but instead of sitting down, they stood in clusters. The buzz of conversation filled the room. Laura realized they were all partaking of the latest morsel of scandal. Lady Laura. I was right in cautioning you, Lady Goodall said before plunking down on the chair beside her. When you made your come out, I warned you about Wimberley. Lady Selina guessed he had no intention to wed and kept her distance. I fear you weren't so circumspect. You persisted in making yourself conspicuous by hanging on to him. Flighty Fanny is in town and she has Wimberley firmly in her coil. You must be careful of your reputation. It takes so little to ruin a good name. Now if your own mama would have a care, I wouldn't have to tell you any of this. Laura held on to her temper but only with difficulty. Remember, he has no plans to Wednesday. Who has no plans to wed? Lady Maria asked, coming over on seeing Lady Goodall with Laura. Lord Wimberley is much taken with Flighty Fanny. You mean Lady Mannering? Lady Goodall sniffed, her nostrils pinched in her scrawny face. You may call her what you will, but my dear, a leopard doesn't change its spots. She has a past. My cousin comes from those parts. I remember every word of what she told me about Fanny. Lady Maria smiled sweetly. Of course you do, Lady Goodall. What would happen to us if you didn't have such a good memory? The sarcasm was lost on Lady Goodall. She preened and sailed away. What was she telling you? Lady Maria asked. That Anthony, I mean his Grace. Lady Maria squeezed Laura's hand. You don't have to say anything. Lady Goodall and her niece were at the theatre. I saw them looking at you and his Grace. They think the Duke has transferred his attentions to you. Lady Goodall was trying to keep you away from him. Why? She thinks if you don't encourage him, Lady Selina will have a chance. In truth, Lady Selina has no hopes in that direction. She is building a castle on the basis of a few dances, some of them engineered by her and her aunt. Laura felt her heart lighten. There was nothing between Anthony and Lady Mannering. Did Lady Goodall start the rumor about his Grace? She asked. His Grace has been seeing Lady Mannering. I met him when he called on her. He was leaving when I arrived. There was nothing clandestine about it. I think Lady Goodall would have heard of his visit. She manages to know about everything. Pawn rep, the woman has spies in every street. Laura was not interested in Lady Goodall. She wanted to know about the rumor. If there is nothing clandestine about the visit, why is everyone speaking ill of Lady Mannering? That is the way of the town, my dear. I hope Fanny does not leave London. Not that I would blame her. She was made the object of vicious rumors in her first season. Do you know Lady Mannering well? Do you think his Grace will offer for her? Laura asked. Gareth has been telling me about his efforts at finding a mother for his daughter. That is why he has been seeking out older women. I know Fanny. She will make a wonderful mother to his daughter. But I'm not sure she is looking to wed again. Her visit to London during the season is a coincidence. She has told me she does not want to attend any social events. If she was looking for a husband, she would not cloister herself with her cousin. There was no time for more questions. Lady Norwich had taken her place behind the harp. The Italian singer was also ready. She was a middle-aged woman with a homely face. Lady Norwich first played solo and later accompanied the singer. She gave a credible performance. The singer was also good. In all, it was a pleasant performance and did not intrude upon Laura's thoughts. She went over Lady Goodall's words, that Lady Mannering had Anthony in her coils, and he would not wed. Heat bloomed in her cheeks as she worked out the implication. She vaguely knew that gentlemen entered into liaisons with women. Her visit to the foundling home had brought her face to face with the result of such connections. But Lady Mannering was Maria's friend and she spoke highly of her. And she held Anthony in high regard. Lady Goodall was mistaken. Anthony must have plans of marrying Lady Mannering. She was a widow and it was perfectly respectable for him to call on her. No. Her heart protested. He mustn't. He's mine. What's the matter? Lady Maria asked. You look dazed. Laura gave a feeble smile. She felt stunned, as if hit by a brick on the head, though she had never been hit by a brick on the head. Her resolve to turn her heart away from Anthony was a farce, a pretense. She didn't mean it at all. She could not stop loving him. She had always known it. His fleeting touch during their dance had disturbed her. Waltzing in his arms had made her feel complete. The mere thought of him marrying Lady Mannering had seared her heart with pain. She would not deny the truth. At least not to herself. She wanted to be Anthony's wife. To be by his side for the rest of her days. One turbaned matron, tightly laced in an obnoxious gown, tottered over to them. Speaking in hushed tones, she said, Lady Maria. Have you heard of Lady Mannering's scandalous conduct? She has trapped Wimberley and is carrying on with him shamelessly. Lady Goodall feels it keenly. She had hoped Lady Selina would bring him up to scratch. Without waiting for an answer, the woman minced away, swaying on flimsy shoes. Lady Maria's eyes flashed. How dare they spread such canards? You don't think there's any truth in them? Laura asked timidly. Fanny will never consent to anything dishonorable. If there is anything at all, it will be His Grace trying to win her hand in marriage. That did not help Laura in the least.
Chapter 21. Anthony made up his mind. The only way of securing Annie's future was by giving her the protection of the Wimberley name. He also decided to go to Harrogate. It was his duty to inform his mother about Annie. He would do it in a manner that would hurt her the least. Anthony was very much aware of his own mortality. The deaths in his family had taught him that a man did not have to be old or sick to die. Before leaving for Harrogate, he wanted to draw up papers to secure Annie's future. Not wanting to delay the matter, he visited the legal firm of Morrison & Morrison. Mr. Morrison Sr. was away from London for the day. His son, also a partner, assured Anthony that his father would call on him early the next morning. Anthony had been eager to discuss his plan with the solicitor. He had doubts about the legal standing of certain provisions that he had in mind. The delay made him restless. If he was in the country, he would have gone for a long gallop. But he was in London. A bout or two at Gentleman Jackson's was the only cure he could think of. He also needed the exercise. He turned his carriage into a lane. It would take him to Jackson's quicker than the main road. After a furlong, he was forced to pull up behind a stationary hack. There's been an accident ahead, the driver informed him. Is anyone injured? Do they need help? Anthony asked. The driver shrugged. Hold my horses, will you? Anthony told the driver's companion and vaulted down. He saw at once that it wasn't a serious accident. A young buck in a fashionable carriage, clearly inept at controlling the spirited pair, had tried to overtake a closed carriage. The carriage had been pushed off the road. Anthony joined the small group that had gathered around the scene of mishap. The elderly coachman had waved aside offers of help. He had mastered the horses and was trying to soothe them. The carriage door opened. Laura and her maid got down. The maid went to speak to the coachman. He scowled and told her to get back into the carriage. The maid took hold of Laura's hand and helped her into the carriage. She got in after her and shut the door. Anthony was stunned. What was Laura doing in there? Why was she in a strange carriage without a liveried coachman? He wanted to elbow through the small crowd and pull the door open but realized it would make her more conspicuous. Already there were interested comments about her identity. Some said she was a lady while others said she wasn't, she was one of those ladybirds the knobs kept. As soon as Laura's carriage moved, Anthony went back to his carriage. He managed to weave his way through the carriages ahead of his until he was right behind Laura's carriage. He would follow her to see where she was going. He couldn't help feeling concerned. She was not accustomed to London. Only the fact that her maid was with her and the coachman looked competent restrained him from waylaying the carriage. When they came to the end of the lane, the carriage pulled to the side. The coachman cracked open the door and conferred with Laura. Then he turned the carriage around and entered the lane again. Anthony felt a stab of disappointment. He guessed Laura had decided to return home. Nevertheless, he followed the carriage all the way to Daventon House and left only after it entered its majestic gates. He released a breath he didn't know he was holding. All was well. The carriage may belong to Gareth. That didn't explain the lack of a footman or the plain carriage. He would try to find out discreetly from Gareth. Gareth may know, but if he didn't, he would fly into the bows. He was very protective of his sister. Laura was young but not flighty. She may have gone to call on the debutante who was always giggling, Miss Brown, or was it Miss Grey? Anthony put further thought of Laura from his mind and turned back to Jackson's.
Adam stopped the carriage and opened the door. "Are you all right, my lady?" he asked. Laura nodded, still shaken. The accident had happened when they were on the way to the home. Bessie had shaken out the police for her to wear when the carriage had lurched and come to a stop. The jerk had thrown her against one side. Luckily neither of them was hurt. As soon as they were safely in Laura's room, Bessie said, "Lady Laura, you mustn't go out like this again. It is fortunate nobody recognized you. Adam was able to right the carriage before a crowd formed. Your reputation would have been ruined." "You exaggerate, Bessie. I wasn't alone or with a gentleman. There was a crowd of strange men gaping at you. They might have misbehaved." "Bessie, that's because we make the mistake of coming out of the carriage. We should have waited. Adam is quite competent to take care of any mishap. Now I must send a note to Mrs. Forsyth. I don't want Annie to be disappointed." Bessie, seeing that nothing would dissuade her mistress, wisely decided to drop the subject. "What gown shall I lay out for the evening?" she asked.
Chapter 22. "Lord Lansing has come, Your Grace. May I show him in here?" Anthony glanced up from his plate of kippers. Jenkins looked a little rattled. The butler was no match for Philip Lansing. The man was an ill-mannered boor who liked to throw his weight about. "Show him in," he said. Philip was belligerent. "What's the meaning of this? Why was I kept waiting? I'm your heir, not a lackey. You are up and about early, Lansing. Never knew you to stir out until afternoon. You never gave me cause to." Lord Lansing smirked, and added, "Your Grace." Anthony accepted a plate of toast from a footman and dismissed the servants. He proceeded to lather a crisp slice with fruit preserve. He knew it annoyed his cousin that he was not asking him to explain the cryptic remark. He had come to know Philip's sly manner rather well during the last year of Margaret's life. "Are you attending to what I'm saying?" Lansing demanded. "I will if you come to the point." I have heard rumors that you are seeing a disreputable woman. Since when am I answerable to you? Dash it. I know you are the head of the family and you can do whatever you want. But Margaret was my friend. I shudder to think that a woman of questionable morals might take her place. Cousin, don't mistake me. I have come to remind you of your duty to Mary Jane. You must think before you choose. Anthony shrugged. I don't care what your game is. I would thank you to keep your nose out of my business. I will also not have you slandering a respectable lady unless you want me to shake out a skeleton or two from your overfull cupboard. Philip sneered. That would be unwise, cuz. It might show up your late, though not beloved, wife in an unsavory light. Believe me, the things I could reveal will shock you out of your ducal boots. For now, my lips are sealed. But I'm not a forgiving man. State your business, or leave. And if I don't, you'll have the servants throw me out. I believe I will. Can't sully my hands, you know. Anthony reached for the bell pull. Philip flung a curse and stalked out. Anthony stared after him thoughtfully. It wasn't the first time Philip had made that particular threat. What had Margaret been up to? He knew her to be thoughtless of the feelings of others. But he did not think her capable of depraved behavior. She was also particular about her place in society and would not do anything to sully her name. Unless Philip had led her astray. Anthony had never trusted Philip. But his father had liked him. He had encouraged Philip to spend his holidays at the family seat. Later, Philip had gained Margaret's confidence. In the year before her death, he had always been around to escort her, and truth be told, Anthony had been glad to allow him. Margaret had taken to snapping at him. She found the attention he gave their daughter nauseating. To her, Mary Jane was superfluous. She considered the time she had spent carrying her a waste. She didn't dislike her. She only begrudged her the use of her womb. Until then Anthony had made excuses for her. When she snapped at a servant or gave him the cold shoulder, he blamed it on his tactlessness. In the months after Mary Jane's birth, the pedestal he had put her upon slowly crumbled. A distance had opened up between them. Margaret couldn't understand why he didn't visit her suite often. It annoyed her, not because she wanted his attentions, but because she was mindful of her duty. She was chosen to produce an heir. His love had turned into a cold anger. The anger had lasted until the week before her death. Weakened by frequent miscarriages, Margaret had not the strength to survive a bout of influenza. She had taken a turn for the worse. He had sat with her when she had become delirious. Stripped of her hauteur and petulance, she was a frightened girl. He had come to understand her. It wasn't her fault that she was bitter. Her parents had thought her not good enough because she was female. She had repeatedly been told that she had only one use in life, to produce an heir. He had pitied her and understood her. She had never been loved and did not know how to love. If she had lived, he would have fought through her fears. He would have done his utmost to reach her frozen heart. Of late he had started to wonder how his life would have been had his father not duped him. If he had waited for a few years to choose a bride. Not all women were cold and calculating. His mother wasn't. But he never could regret his marriage for long. It had brought Mary Jane into his life. Anthony was afraid Philip was holding back an ace. He had information that could blacken Margaret's name. She was deceased, but the scandal would cloud Mary Jane's future. That was the way of his world. Lady Maria was an example. The clout her grandmother wielded and her own impeccable behavior had made her a success. But there were those, and Margaret was among them, who liked to point out that Lady Maria could never be their equal because her mother was an American commoner. Gareth had suffered at Eton. Laura was still under scrutiny. After he had danced with her, more than one matron had reminded him of the old scandal. No smoke without fire, they had said. He would have to stop Philip and save Mary Jane from such slights. He went into the library and penned a note to Frith. Frith had come into his service a year after Margaret's death, after the old butler was pensioned off. If there was anything to uncover, he would do it. The man had the nose of a bloodhound. Anthony sent the letter and decided to visit his club. He wasn't in the mood for company, but he knew if he didn't put in an appearance, the rumors about him and Fanny would blaze higher. They wouldn't harm him, he was a man and a duke. But Fanny would bear the brunt and he couldn't have that. He already had much to atone for. He had let her down once. He could not add to her woes a second time. Fanny was stubborn. She kept repeating she did not want to get married again. She was in London to convince Miss Bathsheba, her cousin, to set up house with her. Their joint annuities would suffice for them to live in tolerable comfort. Miss Bathsheba, older, wiser and genuinely fond of Fanny, wanted her to find a husband. Anthony concurred with her. Fanny was by far too lovely to shut herself up. Unlike Miss Bathsheba, who had made a life's work out of studying beetles, Fanny needed a family to mother and look after. He couldn't ruin her chances of finding a husband. Anthony's entry into the club caused a momentary lull in the conversation. He nonchalantly took a seat. Friends and acquaintances came over to greet him. Many lingered, making idle talk. Is Lady Mannering in town? She must be a remarkably handsome woman now. I remember her from her come out. She caused quite a stir, Baron Haddington asked. The words were accompanied by a leer. His meaning was clear. If Anthony had no interest in her, he would try. Widows in impoverished circumstances were easy game. Perhaps Fanny was right after all. If she made an appearance in society, women would shun her and men would pillory her for favors. Anthony gave the man a level look. He noticed the murmur of voices had dropped. Those within earshot awaited his answer. Lady Mannering is in town and in tolerably good looks. I fear the unkindness she met as a young woman has soured her taste for society, but Lady Daventon is trying to change her mind. The last time I accompanied her to Lady Mannering's lodgings, she extended an invitation on behalf of the Duchess of Severn. There. That would give them something to chew upon. He would have to tell Lady Daventon to corroborate his words. He knew she would. Fanny had told him Lady Maria was all kindness and desirous of her company. Anthony forced himself to sit for another half hour, silently daring anyone to mention Lady Mannering. After leaving the club, he drove to Daventon House. You look grim, Gareth remarked. Anthony passed a hand over his face and leaned back. Wearily, he told him of Philip's threat. You believe him? Gareth asked, pouring out the brandy. He is a snake. Margaret was under his influence. He may have led her to commit an impropriety. She went to a number of loo parties, but if it was a gambling debt, I would know. I've settled many bills and IOUs after her death. What are you planning on doing about the child? I shall leave for Harrogate in a day or two. Until I return, I must leave Annie at the home. After I speak to my mother, I shall take Annie with me to the country. You are still of the same mind? She will be acknowledged. Anthony nodded, his heart constricting at the memory of the wan face and the sad eyes. That will make finding a wife more difficult. You will need someone who will take on a stepdaughter and an illegitimate child. You will still have many women falling over each other. You are a duke and owner of an old title, also rich. But your choice may become narrow to women who will only be interested in your wealth and title. You may not find what you are looking for, a woman who will be a mother to the girls. I fear I've come to the end of that search. My only hope is Harrogate. I shall count myself fortunate if my mother has become acquainted with someone suitable. That seems unlikely. At least Bath has some society to offer. Is there no one you think suitable? Gareth pressed. There is one, but she is too young, Anthony said, after a moment's hesitation. Gareth pursed his lips. You mean here, among the debutantes? If she is making her come out, she can't be that young. You aren't in your dotage. You are but 28. Anthony looked away. Gareth would have something to say if he knew the direction of his thoughts. How old is she? 16. Of course not. She is 20. But she has led a sheltered life. She can be wise beyond her years. And as guileless as a child. She had a kindness of heart that is rare in our world. She deserves someone better than me. Someone who is not a cynic. Someone who wasn't married before. I thought I would wait until the end of the season. If she was still unattached, I would court her. Now there is Annie. I can't foist an illegitimate child on her. It wouldn't be fair. Gareth was silent. When he spoke, it was with measured tones, as if he was weighing each word. I think you must make an effort to find out what the young woman feels about you. You may spend some time with her to know in what light she sees you. Anthony nodded. The silence stretched uncomfortably between them. I almost forgot the reason I came to see you. You may have heard some gossip about me and Lady Mannering. There is no truth in it. But given that there is no other scandal to occupy the Tawn, and that Lady Mannering does not possess wealth or the protection of a powerful name, tongues will continue to wag. If the Duchess of Severn could be persuaded to receive Fanny at her home or include her in her party, it would give her some protection. When word gets around that I have left London, and the gossips see her being championed by a high stickler like the Duchess, the rumors might die down. An excellent idea. Lady Maria counts her a friend. She will convince her grandmother. Anthony stood up. Shall you visit with my mother and aunt? I believe they will be happy to see you. I must decline as I have matters to attend to before I leave. I am happy that Laura has attracted a number of eligible suitors. It is going to be difficult to choose among them. Anthony stared at Gareth and sat down again. What do you think of Newington? Gareth asked. Anthony raised an eyebrow. Is the puppy still yapping at Lady Laura's heels? I can see you haven't met him recently. He is vastly improved in looks and manners. He is heir to an earldom. Added to that, his great-uncle left him a bequest of 10,000 a year. The young man is considered a catch. Who else is courting Lady Laura? Anthony asked. Lord Southall. He is a Severn on his mother's side. He is a younger son but independently wealthy. I know him. The man is a tedious bore. He is not of a serious bent. Laura and he would suit. Lord Ailes is also serious in his intentions. He has asked me permission to court Laura. The man is a fribble. He isn't. Laura says he is intelligent and able to converse on different subjects. She holds him in some esteem. Lady Laura cannot be blamed for being taken in by him. He is a charmer. But shallow. He won't do, old man. Gareth sighed. That brings the number down to 3. Lord Southall, Lord Ailes, and the Duke of Berkeley. The Duke of Berkeley. He is old enough to be her father. He is not. He is 35 and well preserved for his age. If Laura wants him, I shall give my consent. He has among the best brains in the country. His understanding of Bolzano's intermediate value theorem is outstanding. Chapter 23. Anthony arrived home to find Mr. Morrison awaiting his pleasure. He explained about Annie and told him what he had in mind. Mr. Morrison's eyebrows shot up. I would advise you to think again, Your Grace. What you suggest is irregular. The child must be provided for. I don't want to put it off. Annie's circumstances make her vulnerable. If anything was to happen to me, she would become alone in the world. Your sentiment does you credit, Your Grace. If I may be bold, Miss Annie's situation is not unique. Many children are born without the advantages of a father's name. The usual arrangement is to place the child with a foster family and provide it for the upkeep. A gentle upbringing does more harm than good. The child develops expectations that cannot be met. Illegitimate offspring are not accepted in polite society. I apologize if I give offense, Your Grace. I consider it my duty to offer advice that is in the best interests of the family. I have no doubt about your loyalty. I am aware of the arrangements you have suggested. However, it is my wish to have Annie acknowledged a Wimberley. Please draw up the papers by tomorrow. Mr. Morrison was nothing but thorough. He took his time ascertaining the wishes of his exalted patron, repeating each clause before putting it down. Every now and then he paused to avail himself of the excellent Madeira. 2 hours later he gathered up his papers. Once again he commended Anthony on his kindness and compassion, though misplaced, and bowed himself out. Anthony ordered his carriage. It wouldn't do to visit the foundling home in his phaeton. The carriage itself would be conspicuous with the crest, but he would ask the coachman to wait at the bottom of the lane. This time Mrs. Forsyth's reception was less cold. She unbent to the extent of acceding to his request. You shall meet Annie if you want. It may be better not to tell her who you are. You may pose as a benefactor interested in her welfare. The truth can be revealed when you remove her from this place. Anthony agreed. Annie came in clutching a rag doll. It looked new. That's a pretty doll you have there. What's her name? Fanny. Did Mrs. Forsyth give it to you? Annie shook her head. After some prompting, she said, Miss Miller. Anthony praised her and the doll and promised to come again with a gift for her. The maid led her away. Anthony informed Mrs. Forsyth of his plans. I shall be leaving for Harrogate soon. I hope to make the visit short, but in case you need to contact me during my absence, this is the address. He removed a bank draft from his notebook. A donation to the home, he said. He put down some sovereigns next to the bank draft. Please arrange a suitable treat for Annie and the other children. Anthony came out of the children's home and briskly walked to his carriage at the end of the lane. Preoccupied with his thoughts, he did not notice Philip on the other side of the lane. Philip saw him coming out and immediately moved behind the hack. He knew the house. It was a home for foundlings. What interest did his straight-laced cousin have in it? He could be there to make a donation, though the possibility was remote. Persons desirous of making donations did not send their carriages away. Anthony must have been indiscreet. For all his pretensions, he was a man like any other. He must have come to place his byblow in the home. Philip started following his cousin. He pulled his hat down and kept to the edge of the lane, to avoid being spotted. His precaution was unnecessary. Anthony did not turn back to check whether he was being followed. Philip watched him until he got into the carriage and the carriage drove out of his sight. Even then he stood, rubbing his jaw, wondering whether he should go into the house and inquire into his cousin's business there. Finally, he decided to wait and gather some more information. If he played his cards right and kept a cool head, he could find a way out of his debts. Better still, he could avenge the wrongs done to his family. His father had been a younger son. A charmer, he had married well. But he had run through his wife's dowry and also lost the one estate his father had gifted him. His addiction to the card table reduced them to penury. It sent his wife to an early death. All would have been well had Anthony's father helped them. He was as rich as Croesus. He also had the devil's own luck at the card tables. It wouldn't have pinched him to help his brother. Philip visited the Wimberley seat often. The Duke had a fondness for his nephews and was pleased to have them at White Willow. Philip was never happy there. The stables with prime flesh, woods filled with game, and the stately mansion were like wormwood to his soul. It wasn't fair. His father had a right to the riches. He had a right to the ease and comfort. Philip's father did not resent the Duke and his offspring. Philip hated him for it. Now his brother was dead, so was his father. The Duke and his firstborn, Edward, had met their maker. Anthony, the weakling of the family, was now Wimberley. The old Duke had scoffed at Anthony for being too soft. He was now Wimberley. It wasn't fair.
All the time Laura was in the drawing room, she kept hoping Anthony would come in. She knew he was with her brother. When she was coming down from her room, she had seen him enter the house. The curving wide marble staircase afforded a view of the entrance. She had descended the staircase slowly. Instead of continuing to the drawing room, she had thought to go into the study. She had stood at the bottom of the stairs with her hand on the balustrade, chewing upon her lower lip. She had stood until a maid had informed her that Lady Catherine was expecting her in the drawing room. Laura had become adept at receiving callers. She was careful not to seat the same gentleman beside her. She also tried to divide her time equally among her suitors, so as not to give rise to false expectation. The gentlemen who courted her found her refreshing because she did not flirt with them or expect them to shower compliments. She had learned to hide her innate shyness. She had found that the callers were more interested in talking about themselves. All they needed were a few words of encouragement. Minutes after Laura joined her mother in the drawing room, the Earl of Ailes was announced. He had recently come home from the continent after making the grand tour. He was only 21, but his conversation sparkled with wit and intelligence. Laura had come to enjoy his visits. Not today. The young Earl's description of a quaint house in the French countryside was not holding her attention. Every time the door opened to admit a caller, or a footman to announce one, Laura hoped it would be Anthony. She hid her disappointment when he did not make an appearance. After the last caller left, she went to see Gareth. He was alone in the library, studying a ledger. On seeing Laura, he came around the gleaming rosewood table and led her by hand to a sofa. "We haven't spent much time together since coming to London." "Of course we have. Maria is always trying to include me in picnics and outings. We dine together when we don't go out. You know what I mean." Laura did. They had always been close. Whenever Gareth came home from Eton or Oxford, they had spent hours talking. Actually, Gareth was the one who did most of the talking. She knew the names of his friends and tutors. When their father was in his cups, they pretended they didn't know he was weeping unashamedly for their mother, and their aunt was cloistered with him in the study, trying to get her brother to stop. At such times they spoke loudly, as if the noise they made would drown out their father's misery, or hide it from the servants. "What is it? You look troubled," Laura asked. "I have been happy in securing Maria's love. But I worry about you. I want to tell you I'll always be there for you. Just like the old days. You have a claim on my heart and my time. I'll never be too busy for you. I know Mama is there. But you were to share your innermost secrets only with me." Laura rested his head against Gareth's shoulder. Tears pricked her eyes even though her heart swelled with love for her brother. "I want you to enjoy yourself. You needn't look to snag a husband. You know that, don't you?" Laura sighed. "That's what I had thought. And now? Are you interested in anyone?" "I can't say. There is one who makes me, I think a lot about him. I don't want to, but he's always in my thoughts. I used to admire him. I thought he was good and honorable. And now you find he is not. I don't know. Have you reason to believe he is not what you thought? Has he behaved badly with you?" Gareth pressed. "No. Don't form your opinion based on rumors. If there is anything troubling you, speak to me." Laura rested her cheek against Gareth's hand for a moment and left.
Lady Maria had gone to Severn House. Her grandmother was finding the pace grueling and had stopped accepting invitations. But she was at home to callers. Lady Maria went over for an hour or two during morning hours, to see that her grandmother did not tire herself out. After coming home, she went to the library, to speak to her husband. Gareth was at his table with a sheaf of papers spread in front of him. Instead of attending to them, he was staring out of the window. "What's the matter?" she asked. "Laura was here. And? You were right. She has feelings for Anthony." "Of course I am right. She follows him with her eyes. She doesn't realize she's wearing her heart on her sleeve. That's why Lady Goodall singles her out. After the play, I can tell Wimberley is also smitten. Once again, you are right. Anthony is attracted to her." Lady Maria clapped her hands. "That's wonderful. They are perfect for each other. I am not sure the match will be good for Laura. She has suffered because of what happened between our parents. That will be nothing compared to the scandal that may erupt in Anthony's face." "Do you mean the rumor linking him to Fanny?" "There is no truth in that. I let Laura think Anthony was interested. I hoped that would make her realize her own feelings for him." "No. Not Lady Mannering. That rumor will die down as soon as Anthony weds." "What else?" "You must accept my word for it." Lady Maria was surprised. It was not like Gareth to hold secrets from her. Gareth ran his fingers through his hair. "Drat it. Laura is in for a lot of heartache. Anthony will not offer for her. His sense of honor will not allow it."
Chapter 24. "I wonder what surprise Lady Bassett has in store for us," Lady Maria said, arranging her gown so that it wouldn't get crushed in the carriage. They were on their way to Lady Bassett's route. She had been hinting about the surprise for a month. Bets were being placed at White's about it. Gareth glanced at Laura. She hadn't spoken a word since they had left Daventon House. Lady Bassett's ruse had paid off. The rooms were packed with members of the Tawn trying very hard not to elbow one another in the ribs. "My brother writes that it used to be in a temple. It is shocking what those heathens will worship. I had it covered up so that it did not corrupt young minds," Lady Bassett said, standing in a proprietary fashion beside the 3,000-year-old idol. Laura fanned herself as she came out into the garden. Many other guests were also outside, the fresh air a relief from the crush indoors. "Are you all right?" Anthony asked, coming to her side. "I didn't see you," Laura said, and blushed. Why did she always let him know she had looked for him? "I won't be surprised if someone faints inside." "Where's Gareth?" "He is with Mother. I told him I would wait outside." "Drink this. It should help," Anthony said, planting a glass of lemonade in her hand. Laura sipped the tart liquid and looked at Anthony. His face was inches from hers. If they were in a ballroom, their closeness would have raised eyebrows. But they stood in a crush of people. With more people spilling out of the doors, the crowd grew dense. Anthony put his arm around Laura and turned his back towards the crowd. He drew her close, sheltering her in the cocoon of his arms. Laura leaned into his strength. "Anthony," she murmured, tasting the name on her lips. In spite of the noise, Laura heard Anthony's heart beating. She also sensed a tremor in his arms. His hand brushed her face in a caress. And then he was holding her arms, gently moving her away. "Laura, my dear, we don't want Gareth worried for you," he said. Laura stared up at him wordlessly. He loved her. He couldn't look at her like that and not feel anything. "Shall we look for Gareth?" Anthony asked. His hand came up again as if to stroke her cheek. Instead, he tucked an errant curl behind her ear and offered his arm. They met Gareth as he was coming out, with Lady Maria on one arm and his mother on the other. "Laura, are you all right?" he asked. "She's all right, Gareth. I saw her as soon as she came out into the garden." "Abominable affair." Shall we return home? Cook should be able to serve some cold cuts, Lady Maria said. Capital idea. Anthony, you are invited to join us. Sorry, old man. I have a dinner party to attend, Anthony said. Your Grace, Lord Daventon told me of your visit this morning, Lady Maria said. I shall do everything possible to help Lady Mannering. By a lucky chance, my grandmother is hosting a small gathering this week. Laura's spirits fell. Anthony had called upon Gareth because he was concerned about Lady Mannering. He did not care for her in the least. She had longed for him to come into the drawing room. Every time the door had opened, she had hoped it was he. He must have known she was in the drawing room. If he had wanted to see her, he would have come in. Fool. He only cares for Lady Mannering. He is courting her and does not want her to suffer from the gossip. He must love her very much to seek help from his friends. She did not hear the rest of the conversation until Lady Maria addressed her. Laura, you must accompany me to Lady Mannering's tomorrow. Bessie was surprised that Laura wanted to retire so early. It was on account of Lady Bassett's rout, she decided. Her mistress was tired out. Poor lamb. Laura waited until Bessie drew the curtains around her bed and tiptoed out of the room. She opened her eyes and sighed. Why was everything so difficult? Life would be far easier if a lady was permitted to ask a gentleman whether he cared for her. How was she to know whether Anthony had feelings for her? She had felt her pulse leap when he had smiled at her. And when she had nestled against his chest, she thought her heart would burst. A lady's education was designed to train her for the role of a married woman. The housekeeping was good enough. But it would be more helpful for a young woman to know how to read a gentleman's intentions. It couldn't be helped. She couldn't ask anyone to fill those gaps in her knowledge. Not even to Maria could she reveal anything. It would be mortifying if she was mistaken. She feared she was indeed mistaken. Anthony was an honorable gentleman. He would not trifle with a lady's name. His attentions to Lady Mannering must mean something. Which meant he was only being gallant to her. At Lady Bassett's rout, he was protecting her from the crush of people milling around her. She was his friend's sister. I hope he doesn't think of me as his sister. Laura pushed aside her doubts. Her moments of closeness with Anthony were far more pleasurable. She relived them again. She saw Anthony's face. She breathed in his closeness and with a contented smile, drifted into a dream-filled sleep.
Anthony took leave of his hostess with relief. Never had a dinner party felt so tedious. Laura filled his thoughts. It had felt so right to have her in his arms. He had wanted to pull her closer and never let her go. Everything about her was enchanting. The pearly sheen of her skin, the gold in her hair, and the delicate fragrance of her being. When he looked into her eyes, he saw only love. A chaste love. Could he accept her love when he had only scandal to offer in return? Laura had already suffered on account of her parents' situation. It wouldn't be fair to mire her into more scandal. He knew she would stand by his side. She was strong. The fools who called her lovely Laura only saw the beauty of her face and form. That beauty paled in front of her strength and compassion. The question was not whether she would accept him after knowing the truth but whether he was prepared to see her suffer on his account. On returning to his townhouse, his butler informed him that Philip had called twice. "Your Grace," he said, "the matter is urgent." Anthony's brow furrowed. Had Philip come to make more threats or to come clean about his snide remarks about Margaret? Whatever it was, his vile cousin was one reason why he ought to keep away from Laura. Chapter 25. Lord Lansing, Your Grace. The butler's expression told Anthony that once again, Philip had ridden roughshod over him. A moment later, Philip brushed past him and dropped into a chair across Anthony. "Do you keep your brandy locked or what?" he asked, his eyes roaming over the walled cabinets in the library. Anthony went back to writing the letter to his steward. An old tenant had met with some misfortune and had appealed for help. "Say, ring the bell, cuz. My throat is parched. I could do with some of that brandy you inherited. Why are you here, Lansing?" Philip adjusted his cravat and smirked. "Ah. That's what I like about you. You come to the point. I'm here about your brat." Before Philip knew it, Anthony was looming over him. "Keep away from Mary Jane," he snarled and gripped Philip's shoulder. "Unhand me or else I'll tell everyone about your byblow." Anthony's grip tightened until Philip winced. Anthony suddenly let go, causing him to slump forward. He rubbed his shoulder and glared at Anthony, who was back in his chair, looking every inch the powerful duke that he was. "Speak. I know you have a brat in the foundling home. Never expected it of you. Truth be told, I like you the better for it. But I have pockets to let. Can you believe I have to sneak into my rooms like a thief? I'm in done territory, cuz." Anthony watched him impassively. He knew the wheedling tone wouldn't last. Philip had a notorious temper. He flared up when he was thwarted. "Cuz?" Lansing pleaded. "What do you want, Philip?" "A small matter. Pay my debts and give me £20,000. My lips will remain sealed. Your secret will go with me to my grave. Your secret isn't worth that much. It isn't worth anything at all. Doing it too brown, cuz. I went to the foundling home. The old bird didn't let me see the brat. She told me you hadn't left a child at the home. She lied through her teeth, but she wasn't good enough. She went as white as a sheet. Your secret is worth nothing because I mean to see that the child placed in Mrs. Forsyth's care is acknowledged. I will be going to Harrogate, to speak to my mother about her. So you see, it won't be a secret anymore. Stop trying to bam me. You've always been a high stickler. You wouldn't want the scandal. That's precisely why I'm doing this. I want justice to be done to the child." Philip pulled out a creased handkerchief and dabbed at his brow. "Will that be all?" Anthony asked, reaching for the bell. "Wait," Philip said, a look of cunning dawning on his face. "Your wife used to say you were fastidious. She even called you a prig. You wouldn't dally with a servant. The mother of the child must have been a lady. A lady who was unable to pass off the brat as her husband's." He snapped his fingers. "Fanny. You were always soft on her. I remember when we were boys, you liked to play the little gentleman for her benefit. You even hit me when I tried to steal a kiss. This is rich." Margaret was worried about her indiscretions because she thought you wouldn't put up with them. If she knew, she would have lived a happier woman. Perhaps she wouldn't have died. "What do you mean?" Anthony demanded. "Remember I told you I had a secret? I thought to barter it for my debts and £10,000. It matters not now. I've had a change of heart. Lady Margaret lived the life she wanted. Moreover, she paid me for my silence out of her ample pin money. It would be dishonest to break my seal of secrecy. So how about this? You pay my debts, give me £20,000 and the country house at Hertfordshire. I know you have no use for it. In turn, my lips shall remain sealed about the brat you sired with Fanny." This time Anthony rang the bell. "If Lord Lansing has difficulty in finding his way out, you may use the services of a footman or two. In future, you have my orders to bar him from entering the house." Philip glared at Anthony and stomped out. Anthony ran his fingers through his hair and took a deep breath. He had never felt such fury. Another minute and he would have been at Philip's throat. He started to pace the library floor. As the minutes ticked by, his anger turned into an icy fear. Now what? If Philip was only after money, he would wait and try again. But there was much more mixed up. Jealousy and hatred and revenge. If he did what he threatened, Fanny would be ruined. Once again, he would be the cause of her troubles. Mary Jane was still young. The scandal could fade away by the time she was a young woman. It wasn't uncommon for illegitimate offspring to be acknowledged. And if Philip slandered Lady Margaret, her brothers would take care of it. They were a powerful family. In this whole mess, the ones to suffer the most would be Fanny and Annie. They were both innocent and did not deserve to face the consequences of his bullheadedness. He cringed at the thought of paying Philip for his silence. He knew once he started, Philip would continue to make demands. But he needed to buy time. If only Fanny would agree to wed some eligible gentleman, all would be well. Before he could pen a note to Philip, a footman came in, bearing a card on a silver tray. Anthony raised an eyebrow on reading the caller's name. "Show his lordship in here," he said. Andrew, Earl of Nethercote, came in a few minutes later. "This is most unexpected." "Delightful but unexpected," Anthony said, extending his hand in greeting. The Earl of Nethercote was a close friend. He had inherited his title at a young age. Along with the title, he had also acquired a mountain of debts and estates badly in need of repair. Everyone expected him to marry an heiress or the daughter of a wealthy cit to remedy the state of affairs. He had shocked them when he had chosen to go into trade and infuriated them by making a pile of money. "It has been an age since we met," Anthony said, after making his friend comfortable with a glass of Madeira. "I don't spend much time in England. I have been fortunate in my choice of steward. He puts to good use the funds I send from America. Finally, the manor house has regained its noble appearance from the veritable ruin it had become. Tenants who had left in my sire's time have returned. So I've heard." Lord Dunn was foaming at the mouth about it. He had prophesied a dark future for you. He wanted you to wed his daughter. He still feels slighted that you preferred to make your own fortune rather than repair your family's fortunes with a handsome dowry. Like you, I wanted to marry for love. All of us had strong ideas. Gareth was fond of saying, "Love is a quagmire." And yet, love has found him. He and Lady Maria are very much in love. You were also fortunate. You found Lady Margaret in the very first season. Anthony thought better than to disabuse his friend. It was no surprise Nethercote thought his to be a love match. He had thought so himself. "I'm sorry for your loss. You lost her very soon. It was a difficult year, wasn't it? First Lady Margaret, and 6 months later, your father." Anthony sighed. "Our family has seen many deaths in the recent past. A year before my father's demise, his younger brother and son died in a tragic fire that killed 10 other people. A month later, my brother was dead. The shock of his death caused my father to have a stroke. The physician warned us that his days were numbered. I read that Edward died in a boating accident. That is what we call it. His friends couldn't tell us how he drowned. They were in their cups, all of them. They assumed Edward had taken it into his head to go out on the lake. Being inebriated, he had been unable to manage the boat. But Edward was not one for stirring away from the bottle. He also had a good head. His favorite pastime was to drink others under the table. I've always noticed how unlike the two of you were. Edward liked to drink and to chase anything in a petticoat. You were always trying to do the right thing. Edward was into enough scraps for the two of you. Wherever he went, scandal was certain to follow. Anthony steepled his fingers. I'm afraid you will revise your opinion very soon. I shall acknowledge a child currently housed in a foundling home. Lord Nethercote's eyebrow rose by a fraction before he resumed his habitual bored expression. Like I said, always trying to do the right thing. There's more. My heir plans to drag in a lady into the mess. I doubt her reputation will survive it. The Tawn will forgive a duke much but will literally rip a woman to shreds. Would you care to share the lady's identity? I don't think you know her. Lady Mannering hasn't moved much in polite society. Lord Nethercote flicked a speck from his immaculate coat sleeve. If my memory serves me right, Lady Mannering is Baron Rowley's daughter. She made a brief appearance during one season. The same. Philip was here before you. He told me he knows about the child. He will spread the word that Lady Mannering is the child's mother and had played her husband for a cuckold. Lord Nethercote's look of boredom was replaced by one of keen interest. Why will he say that? He has debts. He wants me to pay them and to give him £20,000. Why will he say Lady Mannering is the child's mother? Why did he pick her? Anthony ran a hand through his hair. A shot in the dark. He thinks I'm too particular to consort with a serving maid. Recently there have been rumors linking me to Lady Mannering. The gossip arose because I called on her after she came to London. That made him assume it is her. But it isn't, Lord Nethercote persisted, his eyes boring into Anthony's. Anthony rubbed his temple and stared out of the window. Is he true in his assumption? Nethercote asked again. Anthony sighed. I had better tell you the whole of it. It will be in the strictest of confidence. I'm telling you because I fear I may need the help of friends. Gareth already knows, but he is now a married man. He has to divide his time between his friends and his wife. Starting with the night the stranger accosted him at his house, Anthony told Nethercote everything. When he finished, Nethercote gave a low whistle. I must say you are handling it well. What do you plan to do now? I must pay Philip. I can't do anything to help Lady Mannering if he spreads the rumor. From what you have told me, I won't put it beyond him to take your money and blacken your name and the lady's. Why don't you leave Lancing to me? I'll give him a thrashing he won't forget. He's a bully and a thug. I know how to deal with cowards like him. In spite of the worry nagging him, Anthony smiled. Nethercote had always been very good with his fists. When they were at Eton, he had often tackled the bullies harassing Gareth about his mother. Your plan might work. If it doesn't, we shall think of something else. Whereat may I find the rascal? Anthony gave him the directions to Philip's rooms and the disreputable club he favored. I'll go to his rooms first, Lord Nethercote said, pocketing the sheet of paper. I have to see Mr. Morrison about the papers. He is a windbag and will dawdle if I don't pay him a visit. I also have some business at the children's home. I had hoped to leave for Harrogate by tomorrow. I thought to engage a nurse and remove Annie to White Willow on my return from Harrogate. Lancing has put my plans to disarray. I cannot leave London until I am assured of Lady Mannering's safety. The weasel will not harm Lady Mannering. You have my word for it, Lord Nethercote said, looking grim. Mr. Morrison was still drafting the papers. And Mrs. Forsyth was away for 2 days. He had wanted her help in engaging a nurse for Annie. Fortunately, her assistant knew a couple of women who would be interested in the post. She promised to send them over to Anthony's townhouse between 11 and 1 the following afternoon. He did not ask to see Annie. He guessed she was in the schoolroom with the other children. Anthony directed the coachman to Philip's rooms. Nethercote was capable of handling Philip, but his cousin had a mean streak. It would be better if they tackled him together. Nethercote was outside Philip's lodging. Lancing hasn't been here for the last 3 days. The landlord fears he has left without paying his shot. I'm going to his club. I'm coming with you, Anthony said, dismissing his carriage. The club was the type of gambling hell that attracted gentlemen who were blackballed from better clubs. The doorman was an insolent fellow but jumped aside at Anthony's curt order. The smell of stale alcohol and tobacco hung heavy in the room. The club would come alive at night, but even during the afternoon, a game was in progress at one table. Philip wasn't in sight. The owner sniggered. He'll come when he has some blunt. Who are his friends? Nethercote asked. The Honorable Harry Brent and Lord Caddy may know where to find him. They used to run a scam of sorts a few years ago. Anthony and Nethercoat split up. Anthony went in search of Harry Brent and Nethercoat after Lord Caddy. An hour later they met at White's. Caddy saw him yesterday. He was in the company of a lawyer. Shady-looking fellow. Philip told Caddy that he would soon be flush in the pocket. Harry Brent also mentioned the lawyer. He doesn't know the man's name. Said he looked rather shabby, smiled a lot, and had a gold tooth. I fear he is hiding in the commercial district. The place is worse than a maze. Why is he hiding? Do you think he means to strike? Nethercoat asked. He must be hiding from his creditors. I can't say what he will do. He was always a loose cannon. We have scoured all his haunts. If he has the lawyer fellow helping him, he may be playing a deep game. We need to bring in a professional. I know just the man, Anthony said. Anthony called for notepaper and writing material and penned a note. Enclosing a bank note that was more than adequate to cover the fee and expenses, he sent it to the runner. Now what? Nethercoat asked. Now we keep our ears open. At the first whisper of scandal, we follow it to its source. It should lead us to Philip. What of Lady Mannering? Nethercoat asked. It's best I pay her a visit. She isn't happy about being in London, but her circumstances have forced her to take up residence with her cousin. Do you mean to say Mannering didn't leave her comfortably settled? The man was plump in the pocket. What about the marriage settlement? Didn't her father and brothers see to it that her interests were protected? Her father is deceased. I presume she doesn't want to make a home with either of her brothers, Anthony said and changed the topic. He had no business discussing Fanny's affairs. He could only blame the lapse on his anxiety for her. Lord Nethercoat had no such scruples. I am sorry to hear that. I would like to be of service to her. If I pretend to court her, the gossip surrounding both of you will die. What's your reason? Though I doubt she will agree. I want to make amends. When Lady Fanny was pilloried with unpleasant jests, I was a willing party. I can take a large share of the blame for her sudden departure from London. Anthony nodded. I'll see what I can do. She's proud. She might not agree to a charade of this nature. Nethercoat might be able to make amends for his boorish act. Would he be able to set right the wrong he had done? He was the reason for all that she had undergone during her first season. I meant to call on Daventon today. I shall have to put it off for tomorrow, Nethercoat said. He will be delighted. It is an age since any one of us saw you. I remember his sister was devoted to him. She would write to him every week. Lady Laura is the best of sisters. She is kind and courageous, and unaffected. She is like a breath of fresh air, cleansing and energizing. You won't find her playing the coquette or resorting to artifice. I hope she doesn't fall prey to the practiced charms of a rogue. Lord Nethercoat opened his mouth but stopped. Anthony had a faraway look in his eyes. So that was how matters stood. Wimberley had fallen for the chit. Lady Laura sounds fascinating. I must make her acquaintance, he said, and was rewarded with a grim look. Anthony stayed up late, nursing a glass of brandy and staring into the library fire. His life was no longer the same. It was 4 years since his wife had passed away. 4 years in which he had mourned the death of his first love, and the death of love itself. When he had seen Laura for the first time at his aunt's ball, he had stared at her as if she was an apparition. He still remembered the enchanting picture she presented in her white and silver gown. Embarrassed when she had caught him gawking, he had hurriedly left. Later, he had suppressed his burgeoning feelings for her. He had found reasons to distance himself. That she was too young. And later, the scandal that threatened his good name was reason enough. Deep in his heart, he knew that he feared to marry for love. Margaret had destroyed that faith. He no longer blamed her. She was 17 then, and an obedient daughter. She did what her sire wanted. She didn't even think it wrong. How could she? She was a gently bred female. Her duty was to snare a husband. Laura was different. She was her own person. She knew her own mind. Only female modesty kept her from baring her heart to him. By denying his feelings, he was denying both of them a chance of happiness. He would have to speak to Gareth. Chapter 26. When Anthony summoned his footmen and instructed them to show Lord Lansing the door, Philip put up a belligerent front. But as soon as he was out of the imposing mansion, he furtively looked up and down the tree-lined avenue. He pulled his hat forward and turned up the collar of his coat. Keeping his head low, he briskly walked to the street corner. He was in luck. A hack was idling nearby, looking for a fare. He hopped in and gave directions. Philip left the hack in a busy street and plunged into a narrow lane. Passing through a network of alleys and bylanes, he arrived at a decrepit building. Before he could knock, the door creaked open. "What do you do?" "Watch," he asked irritably. "I stay on guard," the pleasant-faced man replied with a broad smile that displayed a gold tooth. Philip made for a sagging chair and slumped into it. "It looks like His Grace hasn't been obliging," Mr. Baxter said, taking a liberal pinch of snuff. "He'll come to his senses or he'll face the consequences," Philip said, and told him about Anthony's decision and how they would not be able to blackmail him. "Give him a day to think the matter over. See him tomorrow. Play it cool. In my extensive experience of such delicate matters, it is better to present the proposition in a sympathetic manner." Philip sneered. "Your last caper with a peer had you locked up. Only for 3 months. I know how to work the system. Don't worry. I always land on my feet. It's people like you who have a problem. Pampered and cosseted, you are all as helpless as a babe in swaddling clothes. What should I do? My information about the brat is of use only if Wimberley pays me to keep silent. I'd love to drag his name in the mud, for revenge, but what of my debts? A nasty fellow threatened me this morning about a gaming debt. Give me the details. I'll take care of it. Baxter, you are a good sort." Baxter flashed his gold tooth. "So I'm. But I have to live. That's why my goodness has a price. I believe you are on to something big, but you must play the game the way I tell you." "What do I have to do?" Philip asked. "That will depend. Do you know whether the Duke has plans of leaving London?" "He is leaving for Harrogate in a day or 2. "Does he have many friends?" "He doesn't have enemies, that's for sure. He is close to Lord Daventon." Something like admiration came into Baxter's eyes. "Good with his fists, Lord Daventon is. And a deep one too." "What do you mean?" "My lips are sealed. All I will say is he numbers among the very few failures in my illustrious career." "Baxter, did I tell you about Lady Mannering? It struck me in Wimberley's study that the brat could be hers. Wimberley was always soft on her. Why don't you send her a note? Ladies are more reasonable when it comes to paying up." "She has nothing," Philip said. "Then what good will it do to drag her in?" "Revenge." Baxter shook his head in disgust. "Keep it simple, Lordy. Keep it only about money. What should we do now? You were sure Wimberley would buy my silence. But he wants to acknowledge the brat." Baxter smiled. "We kidnapped the brat." "What?" "I'll tell you by and by. First, you must go out among the knobs and hint at your cousin's doings."
Chapter 27. "Bessie, I want to change my gown," Laura said, frowning at her reflection. "Do you, my lady? The gown you are wearing becomes you well." Laura plucked at the neckline of the blue sprigged muslin. "Doesn't it make me look too young?" Bessie rolled her eyes. What had got into her mistress? You look very pretty, Lady Laura. Laura examined her image again, turning to look over her shoulder. The gown was among her favorites. Do my hair again. How do you want it, my lady? Laura bit her lip. She looked into the mirror again. Bessie had dressed her hair in a new style. An artless cluster of curls framed her face and the ribbon through her hair matched the blue of her gown. Laura knew she was being silly about the visit. It mattered not a whit if Lady Mannering cast her in the shade. Anthony was not likely to be present. It wouldn't matter if he was present. A man who would fix his attention solely on the basis of good looks was not worth having. You are right, Bessie. This gown will do very well. Shall I wear the bonnet with the pink rosette? It is of the same shade as the gown's trim. Laura followed Lady Maria to the terrace house. A blushing maid ushered them into a parlor. Lady Mannering was seated beside the window with an open book placed face down on the small table beside her. She rose to welcome them. Laura murmured all that was appropriate. Maria sat down beside Lady Mannering. Laura took a seat a little away from them. Fanny, we've come to invite you to a select gathering at Severn House, Maria said. Lady Daventon. I thought you had agreed to address me by my given name. And I thought I had already told you I don't mean to attend any of the Tawn activities. Don't be a goose. You know the tabbies. They'll think you have something to hide and will slander you all the more. I don't care what they think. I came to London because the present Lord Mannering is odious. He had the gall to suggest I shall be all right, Maria. I'm not saying you won't. All I'm asking of you is to spend an evening out instead of being cooped up at home. Your cousin is busy with her work. Surely, there is a limit to the number of books you can read. Laura was most surprised by Lady Mannering. She wore a plain gown with a small pearl brooch as her only ornamentation. Her hair was pulled back from her face and bundled into a knot at the top of her head. She was undeniably beautiful, but it owed nothing to artifice. And she did not look in the least to indulge in a sordid flirtation. Maria leaned forward and clasped Lady Mannering's hands. Fanny, you know I have a great fondness for you. The last time you were in London, you were young and inexperienced. I suspect you knew who was behind the campaign to vilify you. The pamphlets and the lampooning bore the mark of an attack aimed to destroy your reputation. I don't blame you for running away. I would have done the same. Now you are a woman. A strong woman. I don't mean to disrespect the dead, but it is common knowledge your life with Lord Mannering wouldn't have been one of conjugal bliss. You survived 2 years with him. You are strong, Fanny. I know you don't care about the Tawn's approval. Neither do I. I want you to reclaim your rightful position. Your father was a powerful baron. Your husband belonged to an ancient family. I want you to show everyone what you are made of. This isn't about finding a husband or enjoying the season. It is about coming out and fighting for your good name. You may think to escape into the country, but tell me, in honesty, can you become a part of the yeomanry? You will need social intercourse. A country squire or a vicar at a village church is capable of being as snobbish as a peer. It is natural. They depend for many things on their lord. Lady Mannering smiled. You sound like His Grace, Lord Wimberley. He has been badgering me with such talk. I am almost glad that he is to leave for Harrogate soon. Did he send you here? Laura flinched. Anthony was going to Harrogate. He had taken the trouble to inform Lady Mannering of his plans. She must hold a special place in his affections. What makes you think I'm not concerned about you? You were the first friend I made. I haven't forgotten how kind you were. In spite of your troubles, you stood up for me. Lady Mannering retreated into silence as Lady Maria continued to press her. Finally, she surrendered. "I'll come," she said. "Good. The day after tomorrow, there is a small gathering at Severn House. I'll send my maid in the afternoon. She'll help you get ready. The carriage should be here by 5. Fanny didn't protest. She knew it was futile. "We must take leave now," Lady Maria said, pulling on her gloves. "Laura dear, will you please wait for me in the carriage? I'll be with you in a moment." Laura hid her surprise. She said, "Lady Mannering, I look forward to seeing you again. I know my mother would like to make your acquaintance." Laura got into the carriage. Minutes later, Lady Maria joined her. "We will first stop at Madame Jolie's establishment," she said, looking flustered. "Why are we stopping there? Are you ordering a gown?" "I'm picking up some gowns for Fanny. She has lately come out of mourning and doesn't have anything suitable. Not that she cares, the silly creature. She will march in dressed in sackcloth and still manage to look regal. But that will only cause tongues to wag all the more." Laura smiled. "I remember your advice when Mother attended Lady Malloy's ball. It was her first appearance in years. You wanted her to wear a gown of the first stare." "Precisely. You mustn't let on that you know the gowns come from me. Fanny is proud. If she wasn't, she would have stayed on at Savage Lodge and put up with whatever humiliation the current Lord Mannering heaped on her. He has refused to give her what is her due under the marriage settlement. I cannot sully your ears with what he expects her to do. Is that why Lady Mannering is living with her cousin? She left everything behind except her mother's jewels. Her father's man of business has taken it upon himself to wrest what is due to her. It is quite a sum. Lord Mannering was a boor, but he was wealthy. Is Lady Fanny in financial straits?" Laura asked delicately. It was bad manners to probe, that too about money. But she was intrigued. The picture Lady Selina had painted, referring to her scornfully as flighty Fanny, implicating her of scandalous behavior, didn't sit well with the woman she had met. The plainness of Lady Fanny's gown or the arrangement of hair did not disguise that she was a lady of breeding and of character. Doubtless, there was a reason why Anthony was visiting her. If the relationship was of a sordid nature, Lady Fanny would not have referred to him without a blush. Also, Lady Maria was going to a lot of trouble to help her. All of Laura's disquiet fell away. She wouldn't speculate or judge. She wasn't a gossip monger. She knew how the ton was, eager to tear apart a lady's reputation for sport. And if the lady was without the protection of a powerful family, she could never expect to defend herself. Laura saw the wisdom of her sister-in-law's words. Even if Lady Mannering retired from society, the shadow of scandal would blight her life. The carriage pulled to a stop outside Madame Jolie's establishment. The hour was still early. Most of the shop's patrons were either sipping hot chocolate in bed or partaking of a leisurely breakfast. Madame Jolie was all smiles. "What shall it be today, my lady?" "A shipment of the most exquisite muslin and rich brocade has arrived from India. I will return to look at the bolts of fabric later. Now I want ready-made gowns. A friend has arrived from the country. She's a married lady. We're almost the same size." Madame Jolie chose gowns in designs that could be easily altered if needed. "This one," Laura exclaimed, picking up a gown in midnight blue. Made of rich silk, it had a square neckline and long sleeves. The waist was nipped in. The only ornamentation was a silver rosette below the left shoulder. Lady Maria asked Madame Jolie for one of the gauzy stoles that were quite the rage. She draped it around the dress. "Wait! I have something better." Madame Jolie darted into a workshop and came back holding a bustle in the same material. She pinned it to the gown. "This is to go on another gown, but no matter. If you like it, I'll have it stitched to this gown." What do you think, Laura? It looks wonderful. Lady Maria nodded and Madame Jolie immediately set a seamstress to work. They chose 2 more gowns, one in green velvet with French lace and the other in warm peach sarcenet. Shall we also take the plum satin? I think it will suit Lady Mannering, Laura asked. So do I. But it will be an uphill task to make Fanny accept the 3 gowns we have selected.
Gareth reined in his horse when he saw Anthony. Gareth, I want a private word with you. Here, in Hyde Park? Gareth asked. Anthony shrugged. We could ride to that clump of trees. Gareth turned his horse. Anthony rode alongside him. He looked serious. What's the matter? Gareth asked after they dismounted. Anthony started pacing the ground. Out with it. What's bothering you? Has the abominable Lansing come clean about the threat? Philip. No. Nothing of the sort. You look deuced uncomfortable. Has Lady Selina inveigled you into offering for her? Anthony took a deep breath. Daventon, I want your permission to court Lady Laura. I know I am too old for her, but I will do my best to make her happy. Drat it. You aren't too old for her. You must understand I have to think of my sister's happiness. We don't know what Philip is planning. There is the matter of Annie too. You are in the right. I hoped you would allow me to speak to Lady Laura. I want to tell her everything. If she is still willing, I thought to apply for a special license. I believe she isn't indifferent to me. I know she isn't. But she is young. She may come to care for someone else. Anthony didn't argue the matter. He couldn't. Gareth had voiced what he had been thinking all along. It wasn't right to drag Laura through the muck that lay in store for him. It was also wrong to leave the decision to her. He was older and more experienced in the ways of the world. He held out his hand. You have my word. I shall stay away from Lady Laura. I hope this will not come in the way of our friendship. Gareth stared at him for a moment through narrowed eyes. I don't relish doing this, Wimberley. I don't even know whether Laura would want me to decide on her behalf. We'll leave things as they are until you return from Harrogate. Join me for breakfast at Daventon House. Thank you, Anthony said and turned away. He was touched by his friend's trust in him.
Laura came down for breakfast in a happy frame of mind. Her visit to Lady Mannering had lifted her spirits. She breezed through the door and saw Anthony seated at the table. Lady Laura, you are a sight for sore eyes, he said, smiling as he stood up to greet her. Laura blushed prettily and gave him an arch look. Am I to understand that your Grace is already tired of the season? Gareth cleared his throat, but whatever he meant to say remained unsaid. He had never seen Laura look so radiant. So confident. He chuckled at the look on his friend's face. Anthony was gawking at her like a stuffed fish. Your Grace, I am feeling sadly neglected. We have been in London this many weeks, but Gareth has no time to take me to Hyde Park in his phaeton, Laura said, peeking at Anthony through her lashes. If Gareth was not surprised, he would have been annoyed. His sweet sister, who preferred to be silent in male company, was flirting. Anthony gave him a pleading look. After his promise to keep away, he couldn't do the gentlemanly thing and invite Laura for a ride in his phaeton. Gareth came to his rescue. Laura, dear. Anthony is busy this afternoon. Laura pouted. Pouted. Anthony looked stunned. Gareth couldn't believe his eyes. What game was Laura playing? We will leave you to breakfast in peace, Laura, Gareth said and steered Anthony out of the room. Laura gave a happy sigh. It had not been difficult in the least. Before falling asleep, she had come to a decision. She would make Anthony see her as a young woman who was interested in him. Laura finished her breakfast and went in search of her sister-in-law. She was in the morning room, going through the mail. "My dear, you look especially lovely this morning. I was starting to fear the season was wearing you down." Laura smiled. After complimenting Maria on her gown, she asked, "Are you going over to Severn House after breakfast?" Maria nodded. "Grandma will become anxious about tomorrow's soiree if I don't. Do you need me to go with you?" "I am always glad of your company, dear. But there isn't much to be done at Severn House. The housekeeper is quite competent. She has everything in hand. It is to be a small gathering of less than 100 guests. I think I shall visit the children's home today." Maria frowned. "I wish you would reconsider. You were in danger of being recognized last week." "It was an accident, dearest. Adam was able to right the carriage soon. I wasn't in any danger at all." Lady Maria didn't look too happy, but Laura persuaded her. Lucy immediately requested permission to go with her, to see her niece. An hour later, Laura hurried through the entrance of the home for unfortunate children. Lady Laura, Mrs. Forsyth stood up, a welcoming smile on her face. "I'm so glad you were able to come. Annie has been worried she would leave without seeing you." "Where is Annie going? Have you found people who will bring her up as their daughter?" Mrs. Forsyth beamed. "Something even better. Annie's own family is taking her in." "You mean her father?" "Who is he?" Laura asked. "I'm sorry, dear. I can't reveal that. I understand she is to be acknowledged. That is bound to cause enough of a stir that it will reach your ears. I hope your family will allow you to visit with Annie. I can never decide whether it is good for these children to know the truth about their unfortunate birth." Suddenly there were raised voices in the passage. Mrs. Forsyth flung open a door. "Quick, get into the anteroom. You mustn't be seen." Laura dived inside. The next minute the door to Mrs. Forsyth's office was flung open. Laura put her eye to the keyhole. It provided her with the uninteresting view of a cupboard. She put her ear against the keyhole instead. "Madam, we tried to stop him but he wouldn't listen." "That's all right. Wait outside the door in case I need you." Laura heard a chair being pulled. The visitor must be insolent, to sit without being invited. "I'm Wimberley's heir. I've come to see the child." Anthony's heir. She'd met him. Anthony had looked unwilling when he had made the introduction. He was Philip something. Philip Lansing. She hadn't liked him at all. His eyes kept hovering on her bosom even though her neckline wasn't all that revealing. What was that slimy toad doing here? Stirring up trouble for Anthony, no doubt. "I do not understand," Mrs. Forsyth said in a chilling tone. "Wimberley sent me here about his brat. He told me to keep an eye on the child. I still don't understand." "Madam, you don't have to play games with me. I'm Anthony's heir. I know he brought his byblow here. He told me himself." "You have been misinformed. His Grace did not bring any child here." "Good day, sir." Philip raised his voice. "You can't keep the child from me. Wimberley won't like it. Here," he gave this letter. "You can read it. It clearly says you must give the child to me. It matters not what the letter contains. His Grace did not leave any child with us. Now if you would kindly leave, I have plenty to do." With that, Mrs. Forsyth called the two men who were waiting for her summons. Lord Lansing didn't go easily. But the men were strong and only too happy to remove his person from the house. "You may come out, dear," Mrs. Forsyth said, opening the door. "I hope you were not too uncomfortable in here. The window is kept shut because it faces the street. Sometimes the odors can be overpowering." Laura guessed Mrs. Forsyth did not want to allude to the caller. How many secrets were hidden within the walls of the home? If Mrs. Forsyth was inclined to talk, reputations would fall like 9 pins every day. I wonder what is keeping Teresa. I'll bring Annie myself, Mrs. Forsyth said and left. While awaiting her return, Laura's gaze fell on a sheet of paper. It lay on the faded carpet beside the chair. It was the letter. Laura picked it up. Before she could read more than a sentence, she heard footsteps and quickly stuffed it into her reticule. "Here is your lady," Mrs. Forsyth announced, smiling at Annie. Annie hung back, cradling the rag doll. "I hope you haven't forgotten me, Annie." Annie shook her head and gave a shy smile. "Are you looking after the doll? Have you given her a name?" Annie looked up at the mention of the doll. Smiling broadly, she said, "Fanny." Laura stared at her in stunned silence. How had she missed Annie's resemblance to the man who had snared her heart? Chapter 28. Annie was eager to talk about her rag doll. Laura only needed to ask her a question or two to set her off. She was also happy with the book Laura had brought for her. She leaned against Laura and listened to her read. The hour finally over, Laura collected Lucy and returned to Daventon House. She ran up the stairs and into her room. Whatever control she had managed to exercise snapped the moment she shut the door. She started to shiver. With shaking hands, she pulled out the pins from her hair and fell weeping on her bed. Her stays felt painfully tight as she took deep gulping breaths. How could Anthony be so despicable? Remembering the letter, she pulled it out and smoothed it. Anthony had addressed it to Mrs. Forsyth on his ducal stationery. The curt sentences revealed how heartless and lacking in tenderness he was. "A man in my position cannot be thus encumbered, hence I pray you will hand over the brat to my heir, Lord Lansing." As Laura came to the end of the letter, bile rose in her throat. She made a dash for the chamber pot and cast up her accounts. Stumbling over to the washstand, she managed to wipe her face with a wet washcloth. After rinsing her mouth, she rang for Bessie. "What happened?" Bessie asked, staring at her disheveled state. "I had skimped on breakfast. The carriage ride made me sick. Shall I call Lady Catherine?" "You will needlessly alarm her." "I am all right, Bessie. Help me change into a comfortable gown." Bessie complied but kept shooting anxious glances at her mistress. "Shall I bring something to eat?" she asked. The thought of food made Laura nauseous. If she refused, Bessie would hover over her or call Lady Catherine or Lady Maria. "Some toast and a pot of tea," she said. With Bessie gone from the room, Laura was beset by the same thoughts. Anthony had fathered Annie while his wife was alive. He had sired her and left her destitute. Who was the mother? Was it a love affair? Or a liaison of a sordid nature? Her visits to the home had opened her eyes. She was no longer a sheltered miss. She knew that gentlemen who were received everywhere and introduced to innocent young women, who were courteous and gallant, had another face. They sired children and did not care a whit about ruining a woman's life and leaving their offspring destitute. She had never imagined Anthony to be one of them. He was her childhood hero, and now the man she was helplessly in love with. By the time Bessie returned, Laura had come to a decision. She would root out Anthony from her heart. It mattered not that society was tolerant of such behavior in the case of a peer. She was not. "What shall you wear this evening?" Bessie asked, relieved to see her mistress no longer distraught. Laura had no wish to attend the ball. If she refused, she would have her mother and Maria descend upon her, wanting to know why. She would not be able to brush aside their questions. Pretending enthusiasm, she examined the gowns Bessie had laid out, and let her prattle on about bracelets and brooches until it was time to dress. The ball was in honor of Lady Pamela's engagement to the Earl of Bastable. It was an arranged match. Laura numbered among Lady Pamela's close friends. She knew that Lady Pamela had resisted the match at first. Her mother had convinced her that it was better this way. A ton marriage had a better chance of succeeding if it was not based on something as fickle as the human heart. At that time, Laura had pitied her friend. She was convinced that a love match was far better to a prosaic arrangement for gaining wealth or title. Now she knew better. If Pamela was to learn that the sour-faced Earl of Bastable had sired children outside of marriage or kept a string of mistresses, her heart would not be shattered. As long as husbands did not fritter away their inheritance, wives looked the other way. An arranged match was not to be laughed at. It offered comfort and security. She had 4 eligible gentlemen vying for her hand. All she had to do was encourage one of them. She liked Lord Ailes's company. He was also young and handsome. They were all good-looking in their own way. Except for the Duke of Berkeley. Unconsciously, Laura squared her shoulders. She would accept the Duke. He would not expect much from her beyond looking pretty and listening to his mathematical hypothesis. When the musicians struck the first tune, Laura took to the dance floor on Lord Newington's arm. She danced with a series of partners. It had become second nature for her to glance around at social events to see whether Anthony was present. Now she resolutely kept her eyes on her partner's face. There was a single moment when she faltered. While dancing at the edge of the dance floor, she passed Anthony. He was leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed on his chest. His eyes were on her. He was smiling as if she meant the world to him. Only her upbringing stopped her from hurtling herself at him and tearing his eyes out. The next day, Laura did not awake until it was noon. She slept so deeply she was not aware of Bessie coming in several times or her mother looking in on her. When she woke up, she felt refreshed until she remembered the shocking revelation of the day before. Bessie came in. "You are up, my lady. You must be famished. Shall I bring in a tray? Is it afternoon already? I promised Lady Maria I would be at Severn House early." Bessie bustled about arranging a bath, after which she wheeled in a trolley laden with an assortment of meats, pastry, and freshly baked rolls. Laura thought she wouldn't be able to eat a bite. Once she bit into a crisp roll, she was ravenous and ate to Bessie's satisfaction. "How should I do your hair?" Bessie asked. Laura shrugged. "Style it how you would before we came to London." Bessie plaited Laura's hair and pinned it up as she was told, but couldn't resist leaving a thick curl out of the coiffure. She helped Laura into a patterned silk gown. Laura let her clasp the pearl and emerald necklace around her neck and fix the matching brooch to the gown. Pinning a smile on her face, she joined her mother in the carriage to Severn House. An hour later, the smile was still in place. The Duchess of Severn had invited a few chosen guests to introduce them to a young talented painter. He was the son of her tenant. Laura took a seat beside the famously silent Lady Martha. She sat with her hands demurely folded in her lap, appearing calm and composed. A hush fell over the gathering when Lady Mannering walked in. She looked ethereally beautiful in the sarcenet gown. Her beauty glowed like a candle. Her skin was luminescent and her eyes were dark and mysterious. Dark brown hair, the color of rich chocolate, framed her heart-shaped face. With her trim figure, she looked not a day more than 21. It was difficult to believe she had been married and widowed. The Duchess made her feel welcome. She complimented her on her looks and her gown. She remembered her deceased aunt who had been her friend. Lady Maria barely left her side. By the end of the evening, many a lady had unbent towards her. They issued invitations, assuring Lady Fanny she would have received a card had they known she was in London. Lady Malloy was most insistent. She was hosting another party that very week. I remember you as a young girl. Your father's estate borders one of the Wimberley estates, does it not? You must come, she told Fanny and charged Lady Maria with the task of bringing her. Lady Maria brought Fanny over to Laura and told her to keep her company. Laura stood up. Lady Mannering, shall we stroll around the hall? She asked. Lady Mannering agreed. Maria needn't do any of this. I have no intention of taking part in the season, she said, speaking softly. Laura looked at her and glimpsed the strain and unease behind the mask of polite interest. Maria thinks the Tawn will welcome me back with open arms. She and the Duchess can do only so much. I don't need them to open doors. If I was to leave my card, I would be flooded with invitations. Hostesses would vie for my attendance. Not because my presence would add consequence but for a better reason. Everyone will want to attend. They will want to watch me, to gossip about me, and to humiliate me. Maria says it will be worse if you go into hiding. The best way for a scandal to die down is to face it, Laura said. I fear the scandal will taint Lady Maria. I had warned His Grace, the Duke of Wimberley, when he persisted in calling on me. He thought his high rank would protect him. This evening I've pointedly been asked about him. The questions have been artless. Innocent. But I know. They have started coupling my name to his. Laura didn't know what to make of such frankness. It wasn't usual at all. I love Maria and value her friendship. You are her sister now. I will be happy if you accompany her when she calls. Laura nodded. She wished she could ask Lady Mannering how well she knew Anthony. Was he capable of such depraved behavior as to abandon a child? Laura brushed the thought aside. Not because the questions were vulgar but because they were a foolish attempt to deny what she already knew. The Duke of Wimberley, with his handsome face and pleasing manner, was a blackguard and worse. By the time the evening came to an end, Laura had a pounding headache. What's the matter with you? Are you unwell? Lady Maria asked. It's all these late nights. Lady Maria gave her an assessing look. Thankfully, she didn't point out that Laura had woken up only a few hours ago. So what do you think? She asked. Mr. Crawford is very talented. His watercolors are exceptionally good. I meant Lady Mannering. She was received well. There should be less gossip now. She doesn't mean to accept any of the invitations, Laura said and told her about the conversation. I'll see to it that she accepts a few invitations. She might think me an interfering busybody but will thank me some day. With a little effort on her part and ours, she can regain a footing in society. After that, it is her choice whether she wants to retire to the country or find a husband from the Tawn. Laura felt her face heating as she asked, she is afraid the Duke of Wimberley will get a bad name if he keeps calling on her. She is wrong in that. It will only cause a scandal if she does not attend the season. Anthony is looking for a wife. Fanny is single. It will be respectable if he squires her around. The gossips will have nothing to say as long as the meetings don't appear clandestine. What Lady Maria said made sense. What didn't make sense was the pain that slashed through her. She didn't want Anthony. She didn't want anything to do with a man who would turn his back on his own child. Why did it hurt when Lady Maria saw Lady Fanny as a suitable wife for him? Laura started keeping to her room until after breakfast. She tried not to wonder whether Anthony had left for Harrogate. She accompanied her mother to morning calls. She went with Lady Maria to Severn House. She was most attentive to the gentlemen courting her. She went out riding with Lord Ailes. When Lord Southall gifted her a volume of poems, she looked suitably overcome. She let the Duke of Berkeley sit beside her on 2 mornings in a row. Laura did everything to forget Anthony. But his face teased her. His smile, his voice, tortured her peace of mind. She visited the children's home on her appointed day. Annie's face lit up as soon as she saw her. Mrs. Forsyth says I'm to go and live with my relatives soon. That's wonderful, Annie. I'm so happy you will be living with your family. I don't know whether I'll like them. I want to come with you, Annie blurted out. Laura gave her a hug. Your family will love you. How can they not? You are a dear little girl. First it was Lady Bassett with her ancient idol. Now Lady Malloy is to show us a mechanical wonder. I won't be surprised if others follow suit, Lady Maria said. They were on their way to Lady Malloy townhouse, to attend one more entertainment. Lady Malloy was determined to make a name as the foremost hostess of the season. When Lord Malloy, who had a passion for all things mechanical, acquired a rare clock from France, she decided to throw a party to unveil it. Lord Malloy stood beside the clock, telling his guests about it. He looked as excited as a schoolboy with a new top. The figure in the pedestal is an automaton. When the clock strikes the hour, the little man takes 6 steps and hits the gong with his hammer. 2 more minutes to go for the clock to strike. True to Lord Malloy's word and the flawless working of the clock, the figure struck the tiny gong, in time with the clock striking the hour. With polite applause and soft murmurs of appreciation, the guests broke up into smaller groups. Lord Malloy disappeared into one of the rooms, no doubt to refresh himself before the figure struck the next hour. Tables with bite-sized delicacies were arranged along the walls. This left the guests ample space to admire the mechanical wonder. There was no dancing, but nobody minded. Lady Malloy had opened up several rooms. The gardens were well lit for those inclined to take a stroll. A quartet of musicians was stationed in the garden, another on the terrace. Footmen were everywhere, offering drinks and choice food. I love dancing, but this does make a nice change, Lady Harriet said. Let's sit down here. Let's not bother with the gentlemen for one evening. Let's stick together, Lady Susanna said, sitting down and spreading her skirts decorously. Laura also sat down. Lady Harriet pouted. My mama won't like it at all. She never tires of reminding me I'm here to catch a husband. I have started to feel like a toad. Laura's thoughts had drifted to her first ball. She had seen Anthony in this very house. Lady Harriet's words snapped her out of her reverie. Toad? She asked. We have a pond at home. I saw a toad once. It was sitting with its tongue sticking out, to catch a fly. Lady Susanna found it so droll that she started laughing. Heads turned. 5 young lords started in their direction. Open your mouth, here come the flies, Lady Susanna murmured, curtailing her merriment. Lord Webb reached them first. Lady Susanna. Lady Laura. Lady Harriet. You make a charming picture. It brings to mind a posy of flowers. Exchanging arched looks, Laura and her friends resigned themselves to spending the rest of the evening receiving absurdly extravagant compliments. As it was with the Tawn, where one went, others followed. Soon the young women were holding court. The men complimented them, appropriated their fans to perform the arduous task of fanning, ran to and fro bringing lemonade, and outdid one another in repeating platitudes. What say you? Will Lady Mannering bring the Duke up to scratch? Lord Webb asked in an eager voice. Laura managed to grip her glass before it slipped from nerveless fingers. She followed Lord Webb's gaze. Anthony and Lady Mannering were walking across the hall. Her gloved hand was rested on his arm. They made a striking pair. She has his undivided attention. He is all ears. So that's why Lady Mannering wasn't standing up with anyone. They may be betrothed. Lady Malloy is the Duke's aunt. She might have planned this as a betrothal celebration. How exciting! The conversation flowing around helped Laura to recover. They are eminently suitable, she said, her voice not betraying her shock. The conversation veered off in another direction. Laura barely heard any of it but managed to make the correct responses. She didn't see Anthony again. He wasn't with Lady Mannering, she knew that much. She had caught a glimpse of her talking to a lady in a yellow gown. He had either left or had gone into one of the card rooms. She tried to feel relieved that he had not approached her. It would have put her self-control to a severe test. During the last 3 days, her resolve and her anger had only grown stronger. "Let's go into the garden. It is tiresome to sit in one place for long," Lady Susanna suggested. Laura trooped along with the rest of the group. As they were passing through the wide doors, someone touched her arm. "Lady Laura." Laura was surprised to see Lord Lansing beside her. "May I have a word with you, Lady Laura?" he asked. Laura looked about her, trying to find an excuse to avoid Lord Lansing. She didn't trust him, there was something cruel in his eyes. "I hear my cousin, the Duke of Wimberley, has shown you marked attention. I feel it my duty to warn you that he is quite unscrupulous. Whatever you will hear about him is only a small fraction of his depraved behavior. There are many more such unfortunate cases. I cannot go into the details with a young lady. Have to guard your innocence. I beg you will be on guard." Before Laura could say anything, Lord Lansing bowed and left. Laura joined Lady Susanna and the others. Her mind was in a turmoil. She had understood what Lord Lansing had hinted at. The Tawn was soon to know about Annie. And Annie was not the only illegitimate offspring. There were more. What she did not understand was Lord Lansing's motive. Of a certainty, it wasn't honor or concern. He was out to harm Anthony. Anthony would have revealed Annie's existence for the sake of taking his cousin's help. Now he was using it for his own purpose. When she saw him approach a group, she knew he had made it his purpose to besmear his cousin's name that evening. He deserves it. And yet she did not want to see the result of Lord Lansing's whispers. Fortunately, Gareth signaled to her that they should leave. Perhaps he knew what Lord Lansing was up to. Lady Mannering had come in their carriage. They would first see her home safely. "Lady Mannering, did you enjoy the evening?" Lady Catherine asked. "I did, my lady. My son thinks very highly of Wimberley." Lady Mannering smiled. "You must not think he has any interest in me, my lady. Neither do I wish to wed anyone. I have come to agree with dear Maria. If I hide from the Tawn in London, I will have to shy away from polite society anywhere on English soil." Lady Catherine frowned. "Are you sure, my dear? His Grace singled you out. He gave the appearance he was at the party only to see you because he left soon after speaking with you. His Grace will never marry me, nor I him. He has a conscience which prompts him to seek me out. He is trying to right an old wrong. I've told him he was never at fault. It was my own foolishness." Chapter 29. "Anthony will never wed me, nor I him. He has a conscience which prompts him to seek me out. He is trying to right an old wrong. I've told him he was never at fault. It was my own foolishness." Try as she might, Laura was not able to put the cryptic words from her mind. What was the wrong Anthony was guilty of? Had the two once been in love? It was no use to tell herself to stop thinking about Anthony. That he was nothing to her. A man who disowned his own child and wrote the dastardly letter to Mrs. Forsyth deserved only her contempt. He had no place in her heart or in her life. Why couldn't she stop examining Lady Fanny's words? Why was she disappointed that Anthony hadn't bothered to look for her at Lady Malloy's event? Why was she alert to the sound of every caller? She had surprised their unflappable butler by asking him the names of all those who had called on her brother. "I picked up some books. Do you want to see them?" Gareth asked at the breakfast table. Laura made a face. What's the use? You must have picked up a treatise on mathematics. I did. 3, in fact. I also bought a book on gardening and 2 deliciously gothic novels. The package is on the table in the library. I hope I haven't read the books already, Laura said and left the room. She cut open the string of the brown paper parcel and gave a cry of pleasure. Just what she needed to keep her mind off the Duke of Wimberley. Both the novels were newly published. One was by her favorite author. Laura kicked off her sandals and sat down to read. As the story progressed, she snuggled deeper into the chair and pulled up her feet to rest on its edge. The story moved quickly, with the hapless heroine escaping one peril and falling into another. Laura devoured the words. Her lips parted as she escaped from her worries and followed the damsel. The library door opened and Anthony came in. The butler had told the footman to escort his grace to the master. Not aware that Gareth was in his room, the footman had brought him to the library. He had opened the door softly and with a curtsy, shown him in. Anthony gazed at the perfection of Laura's profile. Sunlight gave the cluster of curls the appearance of a halo. But no angel had such animation, such countenance. He forgot himself. Instead of making his presence known, he drank in her appearance. From the tip of her curls to the toes peeping from under the gown, she was beauty personified. His hands itched to smooth away the errant lock that swung free from her coiffure. It seemed to bother her too because she tucked it behind her ear. Then she looked up and blinked. "Pardon me. The footman showed me in. He must have thought your brother was here." Laura looked at him in wonder, as if he was a dream come true. The moment she became aware of her unladylike posture, heat flooded her face. In her hurry to get up, the fringe of her gown made her stumble. Anthony rushed to her side and held her arm. Laura grasped the chair and steadied herself. There was still the matter of wearing her sandals. Drat the man. Why did he always catch her in an embarrassing position? "I trust you haven't come to any harm, Lady Laura." "I'm perfectly all right, Your Grace," Laura said through gritted teeth. "I'll thank you to summon a footman, please." Anthony divined the problem. "You don't need a footman for such a trifling errand." "Allow me," he said and went down on all fours to retrieve a shoe from under the chair. "Thank you," Laura said, and waited for him to turn away. Anthony gave a teasing smile. Holding the sandal, he said, "Want me to help you? This contraption doesn't look easy to manage. In fact, it has as many ribbons as a bonnet." Laura snatched the offending shoe. Turning her back to him, she quickly slipped on the pair, leaving the ribbons for later. If she walked slowly, she could manage without tripping. "Laura, have I offended you? I thought we were friends." Laura turned and came up against Anthony. He wasn't touching her but was so close she could see the twitch of a muscle in his cheek. His eyes had darkened, yet they glowed with a fire that sent a shiver of heat through her. A long breathless moment later, Anthony stepped back. "I apologize. I did not mean to tease." Laura gave a stiff nod and gathered up her books. Just then Gareth came in. He looked from one to the other and said, "Wimberley, sorry to keep you waiting. Laura, do you find the books to your liking?" "Oh yes. I vow I will not be able to put them down until I finish reading them." She dropped a curtsy in Anthony's direction and made as graceful an exit as was possible without getting her foot entangled in the loose ribbons of her sandals.
Anthony followed her with his eyes until the door shut behind her. "I didn't expect to find Lady Laura here," he said, looking at Gareth. Gareth nodded. "I was about to call on you. Lansing is stirring up trouble against you. You must act fast to put a stop to his nonsense. He has vanished. Nethercoat and I have been looking for him. I've also employed a runner. I thought to find him at my aunt's ball. My aunt told me he wasn't invited. He was at the ball. Must have walked in without an invitation. He was there to vilify you and Lady Mannering. The door opened to admit Lord Nethercote. Gareth clasped his hand warmly. Good to see you, Nethercote. After an exchange of pleasantries, Lord Nethercote asked, Wimberley, any luck? Anthony shook his head. Gareth says Lansing was at my aunt's ball last night. Stab me if you will. Where did he come from? A footman came in with a letter for Anthony. His valet had sent it after him as it was marked urgent. Anthony slid it open and started reading. By the time he finished the letter, he was pale. I can't believe anyone can be so vile. Poor Margaret. I gather the letter is from your butler at White Willow. What did he find out? Gareth asked. Philip had Margaret in his power. She was desperate to provide an heir. He took her to a quack after Mary Jane's birth. The woman convinced Margaret that she could help her with certain herbs. From then on, Philip supplied her with a tincture. Margaret took a few drops of the concoction every night. Anthony stopped and looked at Gareth with tortured eyes. The tincture was a poison, meant to kill a babe in its very first month. Margaret was convinced the quack spoke the truth, that the tincture only removed female babes. She kept trying until the frequent loss of blood killed her. Nethercote whistled. I wouldn't have thought Lady Margaret so heartless. The blame must lie with her ducal parent. He thought her worthless because she was female. Her only role was to provide an heir. How did your butler find out all this? Gareth asked. He tracked down Margaret's personal maid. She had insisted on leaving after Margaret's death. At that time I thought it was grief over her mistress' death. In truth she was afraid Philip would kill her if she stayed, to ensure her silence. She says she tried to stop Margaret but Margaret swore her to silence. Philip went to great lengths so that he would remain your heir. Anthony shuddered. He always had a cruel streak. But this is terrible. To take advantage of Margaret's weakness. To make her the culprit while he was the criminal. What is his game now? Can you guess? Nethercote asked. He knows about Annie. He thought to use that knowledge to his advantage. I can't think what he will do now. I told him I wasn't about to keep Annie a secret. Do you think Annie is safe? Gareth asked. She is no threat to him. But he may harm her out of spite. I had better remove her to the country at the earliest. What is his interest in Lady Mannering? Nethercote asked. He doesn't have anything to do with her. He suspects Annie is her daughter. Gareth disagreed. I heard him last night. His allegations were far more damaging. He is determined to ruin her. And the reason is he fears you will make her your duchess. He does not want you to have an heir. He was able to influence Lady Margaret. Now he is trying to prevent you from marrying again. Anthony sprang to his feet. I'm going to find him and make him pay for his misdeeds. Gareth and Andrew exchanged a look. They knew that Anthony seldom lost his temper. But when he did, there was no knowing what he would do. Nethercote laid a hand on Anthony's arm. Leave him to us. You have other matters to arrange. Why don't you finish your business with Mr. Morrison and engage that nurse? I advise you to take Annie to White Willow, or leave with her for Harrogate. The sooner the better, Gareth added. Now that he knew how dangerous Philip was, Anthony decided it would be best to remove Annie from London. He would take her with him to Harrogate. Once he was there, he would find lodgings for her and the nurse and gently break the news to his mother. He knew it would affect her greatly. She thought the world of him. He prayed her disappointment in him would not be too much for her weak heart. His business with Morrison completed, he sent his footman to call the women who were interested in taking up the post of nurse. It was a difficult decision. Alice, who was clearly more competent, had qualms about traveling to Harrogate. The other woman was willing to go even to Jericho. She also indicated that she was eager to accommodate him in whatever capacity he desired. Anthony sent her away and directed his valet to speak to Alice. It was important he engage a suitable nurse. All his plans of leaving London hinged on that. The valet, along with the housekeeper and a handful of old servants, succeeded in convincing the young woman. An hour later she was prepared to take charge of Annie and accompany her to Harrogate. Anthony set about making arrangements. He dictated letters to be sent ahead so that the journey could be made in relative comfort. He sent word to his banker, who promptly arrived with ready funds. He sent the housekeeper to buy clothes for Annie and to have her portmanteau ready by morning. Only half his mind was on these tasks. Were his friends successful in finding Philip? The runner had found out that the lawyer with Philip was an impostor. His name was not Baxter. Anthony ordered his curricle to be brought around. He would stop at the home and inform Mrs. Forsyth that he would come for Annie in the morning. Next, he would call on Fanny and ask her to leave London. Just then, Lord Nethercote arrived. The runner has a description of the lawyer. Gareth is convinced he had a run-in with the fellow 2 years ago. He was going under the name of Stubbs at that time. Gareth remembers his office. He has taken the runner to the place. Any luck with Philip's friends? We met everyone we could think of. Most have dropped his acquaintance months ago. Anthony's shoulders slumped. If Gareth is wrong about the lawyer's identity, we have no more leads. I will lodge a complaint against Philip. It won't do much good. The police may look at it as a family dispute. I'll have to speak to the Prime Minister. When do you leave for Harrogate? Tomorrow. I've engaged a nurse. What happens to Lady Mannering? Nethercote asked. I shall ask her to leave London. She will have no choice but to return to her brother's. It will crush her. Nethercote knit his brows. Gareth is right. Lansing is interested in Lady Mannering because of you. I have a plan.
Anthony, what gives you the right? You can't bring in your friends and tell me to accept their escort. This is downright demeaning. Fanny stood up in a huff. The maid watched round-eyed, her eyeballs darting between Anthony, who was barring Lady Fanny's way, and Lord Nethercote, who was staring out of the window, as if he had no interest in what was happening around him. Fanny, please listen. You don't know the whole of it. Fanny stared at him, her lips mutinously compressed and her eyes shooting sparks. Please sit, Fanny. After glaring at him for a full minute, Fanny sat down with her back ramrod straight and her hands folded in her lap. My heir Philip has found out something unsavory. He tried to blackmail me with it. I refused and now he has vanished. I fear he might strike with some sordid gossip and it will ruin you. Fanny gasped. What now? What has he found out? Anthony gave her a level look. It is about a base-born child. I mean to acknowledge her. Philip has threatened to. Stop. I don't want to know, Fanny said, raising her hand with her palm facing outward. It is best I leave London. Where will you go? If Philip makes good his threat, your brothers will have nothing to do with you. Fanny flinched as if he had struck her. Lord Nethercote half rose from his chair. Fanny, I didn't mean to hurt you. My words were cruel but true. Please, you must attend Lady Carter's ball with Lord Nethercote. He will call for you and your cousin. Your entrance with him will foil any speculation about a relationship between us. Lady Mannering, it will be my pleasure to call upon you, Nethercote said, looking at her through hooded eyes. For the first time since they came in, Fanny looked at him. Are you sure you will not mind, your lordship? Some people have found it insulting to have flighty Fanny in the same room. They must have been boors, Lady Fanny. If you point them out to me, I will refuse to have anything to do with them. Fanny's lips twitched. I would like to see you do that. It would be most enlightening.
On his way to the children's home, Anthony stopped at the runner's office and at Gareth's. Neither was in. He hoped the delay only meant that they were closer to finding the varmint. Mrs. Forsyth was delighted when Anthony told her why he had come. "I will send for Annie. It is better she knows so that she is prepared to leave tomorrow." But Annie was nowhere to be found.
Chapter 30. As soon as Laura arrived with her family at Lady Carter's ball, Lady Emsworth told her she had heard the most shocking news. The Duke of Wimberley sired a child and left it in a foundling home. Everyone is saying the mother is Lady Mannering. She has threatened to expose him if he doesn't marry her. When the butler announced the Duke of Wimberley, a hush fell over the packed rooms. The silence lasted for a full minute before everyone started talking. Over the hubbub, Lord Nethercoat's name was allowed. He had arrived at the ball with Lady Mannering and her cousin. The babble of excited voices drowned out the quartet. Lady Goodall looked livid. She bore down upon the Daventon family. "This is the out and out of everything. We must speak to Lady Carter. She must ask the creature to leave. Her presence will corrupt well-bred young women like Lady Laura." Gareth guessed Philip had done his dirty work. Before he could speak, Lady Maria queried, "That might offend Lord Nethercoat, don't you think? He has been away for so long and has grown averse to going about in society. He might leave along with Lady Mannering." Gareth hid a smile. With his wealth and title, Lord Nethercoat was a prize catch. His countess never ceased to surprise him. "I suppose you are right, dear. We can only hope Lady Mannering's sense of shame will make her keep away. Now that everyone knows the truth, nobody will invite her. She is completely ruined, for sure." Lady Goodall stalked away, looking remarkably like an ostrich in flight. Lady Catherine turned anxious eyes on her son. "What now? Should we ask Laura to avoid Lady Mannering?" "Mother, Lady Mannering is innocent of any wrongdoing. So is Wimberley." Members of the Tawn at Lady Carter's ball would forever consider it the most exciting evening of their lifetime. They would never feel such anticipation again. They waited for Lady Carter to show flighty Fanny her place. They looked forward to Lord Nethercoat leave her side in disgust. At the least, they expected the Duke of Wimberley and the Earl of Nethercoat to come to blows. Laura was relieved that everyone was engaged in conjecture. She would not be able to dance after what Priscilla had told her. She knew Fanny was not the mother. She had too much character to disown her child. But the words had come as a blow. It had started. The scandal of the season. A duke may have any number of illegitimate children and not cause a furore. But this was different. A member of the Tawn was assumed to be the mother. The haute monde would show no mercy. Anthony would face the brunt of its ire. Lord Newington claimed Laura for the first dance of the evening. She managed to keep up with the steps and the conversation. Anthony was standing close to the dance floor. Gareth stood beside him, clearly his champion. Anthony appeared as cool as ever. The man who occupied her thoughts was shallow and vile. He had abandoned a child, but he didn't seem to care at all. The thought made her sick, and her head started to throb with pain. She wanted to march up to him and shake him and demand an explanation. Because even now she hoped there was an explanation. Gareth danced with her next, but his usual teasing comments were absent. After the dance, he led her to Anthony. "May I have the next dance, Lady Laura?" Anthony asked. "Laura will be pleased, Wimberley," Gareth said, giving her a meaningful look. It wasn't like Gareth to push her into something. Laura guessed he was sending a message. The other guests were not giving Anthony the cut, they wouldn't, he was a duke. But there was definitely a chill. Only his close friends were standing by his side. Lady Malloy was there, too. "You look lovelier than ever, Lady Laura," Anthony said. Laura looked straight into his eyes. I don't know whether I should believe you, Your Grace. Anthony narrowed his eyes. He started to say something, but the dance was announced. Laura raised a gloved hand to her lips. It's a waltz. My brother would not have realized. I don't have permission to waltz. Gareth would not have remembered. His thoughts must have been about rescuing me. Shall I escort you to your mother? Laura was undecided. Her brother must have had a reason to accept on her behalf. Shall we sit out the dance? Gareth wanted me to be seen with you. The purpose will be served, Anthony said. He led her to a sofa on the periphery of the room. There was no fear of being compromised. All the gossips would have their eyes on them. Your earlier question didn't have anything to do with the compliment I paid you, Anthony stated, sitting down beside Laura. A rumor has reached your ears tonight. You don't know whether you should believe in me. Laura looked straight ahead, her eyes on the waltzing couples. When she gave an imperceptible nod, Anthony continued. You have heard that I have a child, and the child's mother is Lady Mannering. That is not the truth. Which part? Laura asked. That you have a child or the child's mother is Lady Mannering. The second part is a blatant falsehood. I've known Lady Mannering all my life. She is the victim of circumstances that I instigated. I will always blame myself for her misfortunes. When I learned she was in London, I wanted to ease her way back into society. I hoped she would make a good match and find happiness. At the precise moment, Lady Mannering and Lord Nethercote waltzed into view. Your wish might come true, Laura said. Anthony leaned a little closer. Laura, I don't owe you any explanation except that I have come to care for you. If things were different, I would have offered for you. I know I'm much older, and have a child who needs a mother. Children, Laura corrected. You haven't denied that. Anthony paused as if searching for the right words. Finally, he said, given my circumstances and the taint of scandal, I will not be speaking to your brother. Forgive me for my plain speaking. I have observed that you aren't indifferent to me. If you have developed any tender feelings for me, you must remove them from your heart. I'm not the man for you. Anthony stood up and held out his hand. Laura glared at him. How dare he? To pretend to take the moral high ground. If she was less of a lady, she would stamp her foot and scream and pummel him with her fists. But there were people around. And Gareth wanted to send the signal that he stood with the Duke of Wimberley. Sweeping down her lashes to hide her feelings, Laura accepted the proffered hand with a meek smile.
The next morning, Gareth sent for Laura as soon as she broke her fast. She was surprised. It wasn't like him to summon her to the library. She found him seated behind the table with a pile of unopened correspondence in front of him. I thought I told you to speak to me if you were interested in anyone, he said after spending a good 10 minutes on inanities. What makes you think I have an interest in someone? Gareth sighed and came around the table. I thought it would be easier to say this if I spoke to you as head of the family. But I can't do that. We have always shared our deepest thoughts. What is it, Gareth? We grew up in the shadow of our parents' marriage. A mother we were told to forget and a father who couldn't forget left us with mixed-up feelings. I was determined to never marry for love. I was equally determined to prevent you from making a love match. I didn't want to see you hurt. Aunt Nell kept bemoaning the fact that you weren't getting an opportunity to meet young men. She wanted you to have a season. I told her I would pick a husband for you. I thought I was the best judge of who would make you happy. Laura felt tears pricking her eyes. She didn't fault Gareth or think him presumptuous. And now? What does my besotted brother think? Love is a quagmire in which one must wallow, she teased. You know I've turned down the offers you received. Your affections weren't engaged. Now I see a change. You have formed an attachment. Laura bit her lip. I don't know. Laura, everything is not as it seems. Don't give credence to rumors. We know how destructive gossip is. Is that why you wanted me to dance with Wimberley? I thought you were being a good friend to him, Laura said. I wouldn't do that at the cost of your reputation. I have seen how you look at him. I have often noticed his gaze following you. The last time I asked about his quest for a wife, he said there was only one who would suit but he was too old for her. That could be any one of the debutantes. He is too old, Laura ground out, annoyed. Gareth squeezed her hand. He also asked permission to court you. I told him we would wait until his affairs are more settled. I know you are upset about the rumors. Trust me, they are just that. Anthony hasn't done anything to be ashamed of. The child, Laura asked, her face heating up. Only Anthony can tell you the truth. I know he means to do the right thing, which is not what men of our class usually do. Laura opened her mouth to speak. But what could she say? If she told Gareth about the letter and what she had overheard, he would bar her from visiting the foundling home. A knock on the door saved her from saying anything. It was a footman, announcing Anthony. Laura's heart started thumping loudly. Anthony acknowledged her minimal curtsy and turned to Gareth. He looked distraught. Laura paused at the door and took her time shutting it. With the footman hovering close, she could not stand there for long. But she did hear one sentence. I am worried about Annie.
Laura could not barge in and demand to know what had happened to Annie. She would have to wait until Anthony left. She decided she would tell Gareth everything. Meanwhile, she had to get ready to receive morning callers. It was not surprising that they were besieged with callers. With the exception of the Duke of Berkeley, who stayed for only 5 minutes, the other callers were matrons eager to talk about Flighty Fanny's shocking conduct. It is unfortunate that you befriended her, they told Lady Catherine. They did not hesitate to point out that she could not have known better. She had lived in seclusion, and Lady Maria, with her sweet disposition, was easily taken in by the likes of Lady Mannering. Lady Goodall warned Lady Catherine of dire consequences. It will not help Lady Laura's prospects if she is seen encouraging Wimberley. A man who is not of strong moral fiber will not do for my dear Selina. Of course, not everybody is as discriminating. There was no limit to what the gossips had to say. Lady Mannering was a siren who had first snared the Duke of Wimberley and now had Lord Nethercote in her coils. It was scandalous the way she had stayed by his side, smiling and flirting. A shame his lordship was so easily taken in. He had left with her within the hour. She must have other plans with him for the rest of the evening. Plans that would not involve her cousin, Miss Chubb. Lady Catherine took Laura aside. I don't want you to be present in the drawing room. It is bad enough I have to put up with all this malicious talk. May I visit the home, mother? I'll take Bessie with me, Laura asked. It was not her day to visit, but she was anxious about Annie. There had been no opportunity to find out anything from Gareth. He had left by the time she had come down. To Laura's dismay, Adam was not available to drive them. He had taken Maria to visit Lady Mannering. She could use another carriage but wasn't sure whether the coachman wouldn't babble. The only thing to do was take a hack. Bessie planted her hands on her hips. We can't take a hack. It isn't safe. What could happen to us? Hundreds of people ride a hack every day. If we walk to the end of the road, it will be the easiest thing to engage one. Don't fuss, Bessie. Where will you change your bonnet and wear the police? Not in the hack, you won't. Laura thought for a moment. It's easy enough. I'll show you. Glumly, Bessie helped her mistress change into a plain gown of green bombazine. Laura fixed the wig and the cap as usual and placed a plain straw bonnet with a wide rim over the cap. Give me the stole with the embroidery. As soon as we are out of sight of the house, I shall exchange it for the old shawl. Bessie followed Laura out of the house. She waved away the footman who asked whether he should call the carriage. We are going to Severn House. Lady Laura wants to walk, seeing that it is such a fine day. Bessie stopped a hack easily enough. By then Laura's transformation to Miss Miller was complete. She had replaced the stole with the shawl and had got rid of the straw bonnet. Bessie had stuffed the articles in the hedgerow of Daventon House. The moment they stepped into the home, Laura guessed something was amiss. A maid was herding the smaller children into a room. The older children looked scared. Laura knocked on Mrs. Forsyth's door. When nobody answered, she pushed it open. The room was empty. She decided to wait. Within a few minutes, she heard Mrs. Forsyth and some male voices. She quickly slipped into the anteroom. She was so relieved to have escaped being seen that she didn't try to listen at the door. But one of the men had a loud voice. When he mentioned the Duke of Wimberley, Laura put her ear against the keyhole. I don't suspect his grace. He told me he was willing to acknowledge Annie, Mrs. Forsyth said in a firm voice. Mrs. Forsyth, the only two people who have an interest in Annie are her uncle and the Duke. We will have to question both of them. It will be a tricky business. He is a powerful man. There has to be some other explanation. Is your staff ready to be questioned? The man asked. They are waiting in the room beside the kitchen, Mrs. Forsyth said. Laura heard chairs being pushed and then there was silence. She cracked open the door. Mrs. Forsyth was in her chair, looking flustered. Lady Laura. What are you doing here? She exclaimed, seeing her framed in the doorway. Mrs. Forsyth, I was waiting for you. When I heard voices, I thought it best to hide. You did well, but now you must leave. The police are questioning the servants. Police? Annie has disappeared. If the police find out you were seeing Annie, they will want to question you. What about Annie? I overheard the Duke of Wimberley's name. Mrs. Forsyth visibly deflated. Annie was in the garden with the other children. A man spoke to Annie from across the fence. He told her the Duke had sent a doll for her. It was in the carriage. Annie ran out. The children thought nothing of it because Annie doesn't play with the others. She usually sits by herself. Isn't there a man always at the entrance? Didn't he stop Annie? Laura asked. Jack is also our handyman. He was taking care of a blocked drain. The police think Jack must have helped the kidnapper. But Jack has been with us for years. Whoever has done this must have been watching. The moment Jack left, he would have enticed Annie with the promise of a doll. When did this happen? 2 days ago. Unfortunately, we did not discover she had disappeared until late evening when someone came for her. Laura nodded. She wasn't surprised that Annie was not missed. She usually kept to herself. Sometimes she crept away to lie down in her crib. Did Annie mention any friends or relatives? Mrs. Forsyth asked. Annie never said anything much. She liked to listen to stories. You know, I gave her a rag doll. She told me she would name the doll Fanny and care for it. Think, dear. Anything you recollect might be of help. I will pass it on to the inspector. It is now 2 days since the child is missing. She was sad about her mother. I told her she had become a star and watched over her. That is all. Mrs. Forsyth nodded. I expected as much, but I wanted to check with you. Laura swallowed. Annie is the Duke of Wimberley's daughter, isn't she? I usually don't discuss such matters. Annie is connected to His Grace and he is worried about her. He has engaged runners to recover her. He keeps dropping in to find out whether we have news of Annie. Laura immediately stood up. It wouldn't do for Anthony to see her in the home. Promising Mrs. Forsyth that she would send a note if she recalled anything of importance, she left. Chapter 31. Lady Laura, there's no hack in sight. We must walk to the end of the lane. I hope no one will recognize you. Let's be quick, Laura answered, setting a quick pace. Miss. A not too clean boy who looked like a street urchin appeared at Laura's elbow. Bessie scowled at him. Scoot, boy. Go and beg elsewhere. Miss, I know where Annie is. You must help her. Laura came to a halt. Where? Lady Laura, this scamp looks to be no good. Don't let him fool you. The boy touched Laura's sleeve with a grubby finger. Please. Tell me where Annie is. The boy looked to his left and right. She is locked up, but I can get her out. Where is she? Why don't you free her and bring her to the home? Bessie wrung her hands. Lady Laura, you can't stand in the street and talk. Someone might recognize you. Laura saw that Bessie was right. She grasped the boy firmly by the arm. You are coming with me. The boy struggled to get away. Please don't take me to the police. I thought you would help Annie. Hush, boy. No one is taking you to the police. You will get into the hack with us and tell my mistress everything. The boy stopped squirming, but Laura didn't loosen her grip. Bessie managed to hail a hack. Laura told her to get in first. She sent the urchin next and got in after him. The boy gave her an admiring look. You are a sharp un. Enough of the lip. Now tell, Bessie said, prodding her elbow into his ribs. What's your name? Why did you come to me? Laura asked. I'm Sam. Mr. Stubbs gives us money if we tell him things. We keep a watch for him. He says I'm the quickest, so he gives me important jobs. He told me to hang around the home. I was to tell him about Jack, the man who sits at the door. I pretended to play with marbles in the open lot beside the garden. I could see the door and also inside the garden. I saw you with Annie. I didn't know Mr. Stubbs wanted to take Annie. He didn't tell why he wanted the door watched. 2 days ago I saw Jack leave the door and go to the back of the house, to clear the drains. Mr. Stubbs had told me if I saw Jack leave the door I was to tell him. I ran to the next street, where he was waiting. As soon as Mr. Stubbs saw me, he came in the carriage. He went to the garden and told Annie something. She came out running. Mr. Stubbs lifted her and put her in the carriage. The carriage drove off. Didn't he take him with you? Sam shook his head. I ran. I told you I'm fast. I followed the carriage. Mr. Stubbs took the carriage to Baker Lane. A knob came out. Mr. Stubbs carried Annie inside the house. He had his hand over her mouth. What did you do? I hung around. After Mr. Stubbs left, I waited till it was dark. I crept up to the window. The knob was in and he was alone. I went to the back of the house. The window was high, but I managed to hold on to the ivy and pull myself up. When I looked in, Annie was lying on a bed. Her hands and feet were tied up. There was a cloth tied around her mouth. Why didn't you get help? Tell someone to take you to the police. The boy ran a finger across his throat. Mr. Stubbs is always smiling pleasant-like, but he is mean. Everyone knows what he does to snitches. Why did you agree to work for him? Couldn't you find some honest work? Bessie bridled. Everyone works for him. He's always telling us to bring him information. I thought it was like that. I didn't know he wanted to take Annie. Now she will die and it will be my fault. Why will she die? The knob wants her dead. He says she is more valuable dead than alive. Bessie's eyes widened. She stared at Sam. What can he mean by that? You may not have understood. Immediately, Sam took affront. I'm not one for telling Banbury tales. Mr. Stubbs was trying to get him to quieten down. Do you mean to say they were quarreling? Laura asked. Yes, ma'am. On the first day I couldn't hear anything. Mr. Stubbs always talks low-like. Yesterday the knob started shouting. Then Mr. Stubbs shouted at him and said he was being stupid. They would hang if anyone found out. Were they arguing about killing Annie? Laura asked. Sam nodded vigorously. I don't want her to die. It will be my fault if she dies, he said, looking worried. You keep saying knob. Do you know his name? Laura asked. Dunno. He is a duke. Mr. Stubbs keeps saying duke. Laura was stunned. She had suspected Anthony of many things but had never thought him capable of kidnap and murder. How will we rescue her? Bessie asked, failing to see how pale Laura had become. Mr. Stubbs is away until evening. He has business at the docks. The knob will go out for lunch. We must free Annie out before he returns. How will we go in? Bessie asked. I'll pick the lock. I can pick any lock, the boy said and extracted a handful of pins and bent metal pieces from his pocket. Lady Laura, we should go to his lordship immediately. He will know what to do. Laura was in a quandary. All her instincts were to rush home and tell Gareth everything. But Gareth was Anthony's friend. He may want to give him the benefit of doubt and first check with him. If Gareth alerted Anthony, he might whisk Annie to some other place. There was only one course left. She would have to trust Sam. Though young in years, he seemed to have thought the matter out. Bessie, we must direct the cab to Baker Lane. What are you thinking of, Lady Laura? We don't know what kind of neighborhood it is. The neighborhood was on the seedier side but not sinister. Tell him to drive down the lane. If the house is not locked, we will wait until the knob goes out, Sam said, suddenly businesslike. Fortunately, the house was locked. On Sam's instruction, Laura told the driver to stop a little away from the house. She also promised to pay double the fare if he agreed to wait. Let's go, Sam muttered. Bessie looked imploringly at Laura. But Laura was determined. They followed Sam up the narrow garden path to the house and stood behind him as he picked the lock. In a matter of minutes, he had it open. She's in the last room, I'll wait here, Sam said. Bessie gave him a suspicious look. You might lock us in. Leaving Bessie standing beside Sam, Laura ran to the room Sam had indicated. It was bolted from outside. Her palms sweating, she opened the door. Annie was on the bed. A pitcher of water stood at the bedside. Her hands and feet were bound and her rag doll lay in one corner. She looked asleep. Laura picked her up. She also grabbed the doll and rushed out. The driver mustn't see you bringing her. He may tell. Stubbs knows everyone, Sam warned. Laura removed her shawl and wrapped Annie in it. Annie didn't open her eyes. With a shock, Laura realized she was unconscious. Let's go, Bessie said. When they were inside the hack, Laura called Sam. Get in. He shook his head. Stubbs will know it was me if I disappear. I'll lock the house and go to the docks where he can see me. Sam, you are a good boy. If you need help, come to Daventon House, Gaverson Square, and ask for Lady Laura. Laura knew she would have to think of some explanation, but for now, she was relieved. Annie was safely tucked up in a truckle bed in her dressing room. When she had discovered that in addition to being unconscious, Annie was burning with fever, she had directed the driver to find a physician. The driver had instead taken them to an apothecary. Laura had rushed in even though he was seeing a patient. His frown had disappeared when he had seen Annie's condition. He hadn't wasted time on questions. Bessie had untied her bonds in the carriage, but the state of her clothes and appearance pointed to neglect. Annie had regained consciousness after a draught of medicine. The child needs good care. I presume you intend to provide it, he asked Laura, and gave her instructions about further medication. Getting Annie into the house proved to be easy. Gareth wasn't home. Her aunt was out visiting and her mother was taking a nap. A footman who was sweet on Bessie carried Annie up through the back stairs. The poor mite. What would have happened to her if Sam hadn't thought to take your help? Bessie murmured. She had sponged Annie clean and wrapped her up in a bed sheet. Laura had fed her small portions of bread and milk until Annie had drifted into a deep sleep. It was fortunate we went today. Sam wouldn't have known where to find me. You must send a note to Mrs. Forsyth that Annie is safe and you will be bringing her. Laura chewed on her lower lip. Will Annie be safe there? That might be the first place the kidnappers will look for her. Where will she be safe? Here. Twice during the night, Laura went into the dressing room to check on Annie. Bessie was with her. She had insisted on sitting up, in case Annie woke up and was frightened. Do you think she had anything to eat at all? Bessie asked. The apothecary said they had given her laudanum, to keep her drugged. There was water beside her bed but no food. They would not have fed her. Sam said the man wanted to kill her, Bessie said, wiping away a tear. You must not dwell upon what might have happened. Annie is safe now. The apothecary's powder has brought the fever down. She will be much improved in a day or two. It was almost dawn. Laura sent Bessie off to bed with the promise that she would keep checking on Annie. Until then, she had shut Anthony from her mind. When Sam had unlocked the house in Baker Lane, she had been terrified that someone would raise an alarm and they wouldn't be able to save Annie. After they had Annie in the hack, she had feared they would be followed. She had never been so frightened in her life. She had thought Annie would die in her arms. Every moment had been fraught with worry for Annie and fear of being discovered. Now that Annie slept peacefully in her dressing room, Laura could think of nothing else but the Duke of Wimberley. She was appalled by how easily she had been taken in. A few hours ago she had been sorely tempted to believe that Anthony was an honorable man. His words to her at the ball and Gareth's belief in him had almost swayed her. When he had told her that she mustn't think of him, that he wasn't the man for her, his eyes had looked bleak. She had wanted to smooth back the lock of hair from his forehead. She had wanted to help him heal. She had barely been able to sleep that night. She had thought that she would wait for Anthony. After the scandal blew over, she would marry him. Her brother approved of him. He wouldn't if Anthony was what the gossip said about him. She had always thought she was a good judge of character. Anthony had proved her wrong. He had destroyed her faith in her own self. She would never trust her heart again. In a way, his betrayal was a boon. He had taught her more about the world than she would ever have learned. She was well rid of him. Laura did not want to tell the truth about Annie. She didn't want to lie, either. She had never kept a secret from Gareth. She loved him and believed in him. She trusted him with her life. But she wasn't sure if she could trust him with Annie's life. Without meaning to, he might endanger her. Bessie was mystified. Why don't you want to tell his lordship? She asked. I'm worried Stubbs and that man may find out. No one must know about Annie. His lordship will keep her safe. He will inform the police and they will catch those villains. Laura seized upon Bessie's words and used them to her advantage. That's why we mustn't tell him. He will inform the police. They'll try to nab Stubbs and the other man. You can't be sure they will succeed in catching them. If they fail, Stubbs will come to know Annie is here. Remember, Sam told us he has informers everywhere. He will try to kidnap Annie again, Bessie said, nodding. He may also kill Sam for betraying him. We can't hide Annie. The upstairs maid will see her when she cleans the dressing room. Laura nodded. She would have to think of something. We could say Annie is an orphan. She is an orphan, so that will not be lying, Bessie suggested. There are many orphans in London. Why have we chosen to bring her here? Because you found her lying on the road. If we say that, Gareth will send her to an orphanage. He may even send her to Mrs. Forsyth's home. He mustn't do that. You said the kidnappers will look there first, Bessie said. I'm sure they are asking Mrs. Forsyth's every day, Laura said, clenching her teeth. What a villain Anthony was. To kidnap Laura and to pretend such concern that Mrs. Forsyth was taken in. I have an idea. My mother, bless her soul, used to mention a cousin in London. Annie is your cousin's daughter. I went to see my cousin yesterday. A neighbor told me she died last month. Annie was starving on the streets, so I brought her here, to ask for help. Laura nodded. Excellent. Gareth can't tell you to leave her in an orphanage because she's your family. When we go home, we'll take Annie with us. She will be safe. Bessie didn't look happy. She had a conscience as active as that of her mistress. Laura was also miserable. They had concocted a story, but how was she to tell it? She needed time to prepare. Laura dear, why didn't you come down for breakfast? Cook tells me you didn't order a tray either, Lady Catherine asked, coming in. Laura looked at Bessie for help. Bessie mutely shook her head and disappeared into the dressing room. Why do you keep looking at the dressing room? Do you want Bessie? Lady Catherine asked. When Laura didn't answer, she went across the room and pushed open the door to the dressing room. Mother. Wait, Laura said, scrambling up from her bed and going after her. Mother, I can explain, she said, fighting an insane urge to laugh. Annie, her mother, and Bessie made a tableau that could well be out of a comic play. Her mother looked as if she had seen a ghost. Bessie looked up from her crouched position on the floor. She must have been attempting to hide under the bed. Oblivious to either of them, Annie slept on with the rag doll clutched to her chest. Of course you can explain, dear, Lady Catherine said. That is Annie. She isn't well. And who might Annie be? Stop looking like guilty children up to some mischief. Bessie, did you bring the child here? We both did, Mother. The child looks ill-used. Bessie, do you know the parents? She's an orphan, my lady, Bessie mumbled. Laura, I want to speak to you. Bessie, stay here. Laura followed her mother into the bedroom. You mustn't blame Bessie, Mother. It was I who told her to bring Annie here. I'm not blaming her, Laura. Bessie has done the right thing in bringing the girl here. I know Bessie. She will think she is imposing on us. You must see to it that the child doesn't want for anything. Tell Bessie to buy clothes for the child. She can't very well stay in your dressing room. Have one of the rooms prepared for her. Yes, Mother. If Bessie thinks the child may be frightened to stay by herself, she can keep her in her room. Yes, Mother. Bessie crept out of the dressing room after Lady Catherine left. She immediately saw that Laura looked downcast. What's the matter? Does her ladyship want Annie to be sent away? Laura shook her head. Is she annoyed with me? Bessie squeaked. Does she want to send me away? She wants you to care for Annie. She said you did the right thing. You can have her stay in your room or in any of the other rooms. Bessie understood. You are feeling bad because you had to lie to her. Laura nodded. Shall I go and tell her the truth? Lady Laura, if you tell her you will only cause her to worry. Her ladyship will not want to keep Annie a secret. It is best you continue to pretend Annie is my cousin's daughter. She will be safe here. We can also look after her well. Laura sighed. You are right, Bessie. It is only that I feel the most undeserving of daughters. That is your stomach talking, my lady. You will feel better after breaking your fast. Chapter 32. Laura took the coward's way out. She avoided Gareth when he was home. She told her mother and Lady Maria that she was not inclined to attend any of the season's entertainments. To her surprise, they agreed. Lady Catherine even said she was happy to keep Laura away from the scandalous gossip doing the rounds. She wished she could stay at home. The hostesses who inquired about Laura were told she had taken to bed with a chill. Her suitors were given the same excuse. Laura felt like a fraud when they sent extravagant bouquets with cards wishing her good health. The Duke of Berkeley stayed for a full 15 minutes in the drawing room, asking questions about what care Laura was receiving. Maria and Gareth assumed Laura was staying at home because she had come to care for Anthony deeply and found the gossip hurtful. There is no truth in it, dear, Maria assured her. Fanny and Wimberley have known each other since they were children. There is no romantic attachment between them. I have the least interest in that man, Laura answered. Maria only patted her hand and said she understood. To Laura's annoyance, her sister-in-law was singularly obtuse. She was convinced that Laura was pining away for the Duke of Wimberley. She was also convinced that the Duke had formed an attachment with Laura. She said it was truly shocking about the outrageous stories doing the rounds. She mustn't let them upset her. Fanny and Wimberley have not the slightest tendresse for each other. Gareth was the same. He told her everything would work out. It was a matter of time before Anthony cleared his name. You must wonder at Wimberley's absence, he told her 2 days after Annie's rescue. Gareth, how many times need I tell you I have no interest in the man? Laura snapped at him. Did I say you were interested in him? Gareth said, patting her head as if she was once again a child who had to be lied to in order to be kept happy. I am telling you because he is a friend. The child you heard rumors about is missing. The police traced the house where she was kept captive. But she has vanished from there. They aren't able to find her at all. Anthony is also searching. He left London a day ago, to follow some leads. When Laura kept her mouth mutinously shut, he sighed. Give him some time, Laura. He will tell you everything. Until then you must take my word that he is innocent. You could be mistaken, Laura ground out. I've known him for years, Laura. He is not capable of harming anybody. It's good you've stopped going out. Do you know what he is accused of now? Kidnapping and murder. Gossips are accusing him of kidnapping the child and murdering her. It is of no import that the police have caught the real culprits and they have confessed. He may have planted them. He is a duke, Gareth. It is the easiest thing for him to pay somebody to take the blame, Laura cried. Gareth stared at her. You have heard the gossip about Anthony. I can't believe you have believed it. You know Anthony. Do you? Laura said and left the room. Laura had only to look at Annie to despise Anthony afresh. Annie was like a silent shadow. She did not speak about her ordeal, but it was easy to see how much it had affected her. When Laura had first met her at the home, Annie was a withdrawn child who often crept away to her crib to shed tears for her mother. Laura had managed to make her smile, and to take delight in books and the doll. It broke Laura's heart to see how Annie clutched the doll to her thin chest, afraid it would be snatched away from her. She clung to Bessie or to Laura and hid behind them if anyone spoke to her. She showed no surprise that her dear Miss Miller with the dark hair was now Lady Laura. The Duke of Wimberley was hateful. He was a fiend and she was an imbecile to have entertained feelings for him. 2 days later, Laura decided to tell Gareth the truth and put an end to the charade. It wasn't her conscience alone that was troubling her. Gareth had taken over the search as Anthony was still out of London. Policemen, detectives, and runners came to Daventon House and remained closeted with him in the library for hours. It was the out and out of everything. She couldn't bear to see him on a fool's errand. She would tell him everything. He would believe her. She was his sister. She would make him promise to keep Annie's identity a secret. They would leave London and take Annie with them. "I must speak to you," she said, facing him across the library table. "Anthony is not the person you think him to be." "Laura. Not again. Please hear me out, Gareth. He kidnapped Annie. He wanted to kill her. Annie did not vanish. She was rescued. Do you know where she is?" Laura nodded. "Where? Please tell me, Laura." "Anthony is going out of his mind. He blames himself for letting Annie stay on at the home. He should have entrusted her to his housekeeper instead of waiting to hire a nurse and make arrangements for the journey. Haven't you been listening? Anthony is the one who kidnapped Annie." Laura was so overwrought she did not hear the door open and the Duke of Wimberley come in. "I would call you out for that if you were a man," Anthony said, his expression thunderous. Laura stood her ground and met Anthony's furious look. Gareth stepped between them. "Anthony, there is some misunderstanding here. What is important is that Laura knows where Annie is." Anthony looked incredulous, and then relieved. A load seemed to fall off him. He dropped into the nearest chair. "Is she safe?" he asked. "Laura, where is she?" "Gareth, I am sorry that you do not believe me. I can't tell you where Annie is. I can't put her into danger." Her words and the contempt in her eyes had Anthony on his feet. "Do you dare to suggest that I am a threat to the child? I haven't slept in 40 hours. I've looked into every ditch, every barn. I have half the police department looking for her." Without a word, Laura brushed past Gareth and turned towards the door. He grasped her wrist. "Wait. I think I know where Annie is. Mother told me you brought a girl home. That was 4 days ago. Annie disappeared from Baker Lane 4 days ago. You are mistaken. The girl is Bessie's." "We'll see," Gareth said, and rang the bell. If the footman was surprised to see his lordship imprisoning Laura's wrist, he gave no indication of it. A few minutes later Bessie came in, leading Annie, who clung to her and hid her face in her skirts. "Gareth, unhand me," Laura hissed. Gareth wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "Laura, trust me. If Anthony is a threat to Annie, I will not let Annie go," he said, speaking softly so that only she could hear. "Annie," Anthony said. Annie looked up. "Do you know me, Annie?" Anthony asked. Annie nodded. "You said you would take me with you. I went for you, but you were not there. What happened, Annie?" Annie's face clouded. Laura started towards her, but Gareth kept her firmly at his side. "What happened, Annie?" Anthony asked. "A man told me you were waiting in the carriage. But you were not there. He took me to another man." Anthony looked at Laura, his eyes like chips of stone. "Does this suffice, or do you want Annie to recount her harrowing experience?" "I don't understand," Laura said, looking helplessly at Anthony and at her brother. "Sam told me he had heard it was you." "You chose to believe this, Sam," Anthony said. "Wait. He led me to Annie. He helped me rescue her. Why would I disbelieve him? Why indeed? Anthony, like I said, it was a misunderstanding. Good that it is cleared up," Gareth said, trying to sound hearty. The Duke of Wimberley ignored him. "Annie, shall we leave?" he asked. Annie looked at Laura. Laura immediately went to her. "What is it, dear?" she asked, kneeling down in front of her. I want to stay with you, Annie said. Remember what I told you. Your family will love you. Will you come and see me? I will. Now go with Bessie. You must not keep His Grace waiting. Annie obeyed and left the room with Bessie. Gareth mumbled something about being back in a minute and followed them out. It was most improper, especially as he shut the door behind him. Laura knew Gareth was trying to help, but she wished she was anywhere else instead of alone in the library with Anthony. He was a cold-faced stranger. She didn't know how she could explain, but she had to try. Your Grace, I'm terribly sorry. I am not. I find your opinion about my character most enlightening. Your Grace, there were circumstances that led me to believe the most vile things. I am not interested to learn about them. Pardon me for putting it bluntly, but I have no interest in your opinions or in you. Good day, Lady Laura. It has been a most enlightening morning.
I don't blame you, Gareth told Laura. It is my fault. I should have allowed Wimberley to speak to you. He wanted to tell you the facts. I told him to wait. I was afraid the scandal would taint you along with him. Laura gave a strangled sob. She alone was to blame. Sam had only said that Stubbs kept mentioning a duke. She had jumped to the conclusion that Annie's kidnapper was the Duke of Wimberley. Instead of coming to Gareth with her suspicions like any well-bred young woman, she had gone herring into Baker Lane. She had led her mother to believe that Annie was Bessie's relative. There was no end to the list of her wrongs. It was no surprise that Anthony had found it unbearable to stay in the same room as her. Lady Catherine patted Laura's hand. Lady Maria, who was sitting on her other side, gently squeezed her arm. Her family's kindness made Laura feel more miserable. After Anthony abruptly left her presence, Gareth had come in with Lady Maria and her mother. She had told them the whole story, starting from the letter in Mrs. Forsyth's office. She knew the truth now. Gareth had compared the letter to one of Anthony's. It was a poor forgery. There was also Philip's confession. The police had found him 3 days ago, holed up in a ramshackle place close to the docks. Stubbs was caught a day later. Both had confessed to kidnapping Annie. Stubbs was the mastermind. He had first tried to whisk her away by sending Philip with the forged letter. When that had failed, he had lured her out. His plan had been a simple one, to demand a ransom. But Philip had twisted it into something else. He wanted the ransom and also his cousin to be blamed for Annie's death. That had led to arguments and delay. They had kept Annie drugged until they could come to an agreement. When Annie had disappeared, they had blamed each other and parted ways. With creditors looking for him everywhere, Philip had taken refuge at the docks. Laura, shall we return home? Lady Catherine asked, looking worried. Laura was sorely tempted. She knew Anthony meant to leave for Harrogate. But he might leave Annie with his mother and return. He had already taken his place in the House of Lords. If she went home, she might never see him again. It was likely Anthony would sever ties with Gareth. Mother, I would rather we stayed in London, she said, and left the library.
Laura tried to shut out Lady Goodall's strident tone. She was in the Duchess of Severn's drawing room. 3 weeks had elapsed since Anthony had walked out on her, and left London. 3 weeks was too short a time for the Tawn to lose interest in so juicy a scandal. Wherever Laura went, be it a ball or a select dinner party, she was constrained to listen to new stories about the Duke of Wimberley. At first, she had tried to point out that Lord Lansing was the culprit. He had confessed, after all. She could as well as try to stop a river in spate. The Tawn was of the opinion that the Duke of Wimberley had demonstrated an utter lack of propriety. Instead of discreetly providing for his base-born daughter, he had roped in Lord Lansing to make the child disappear. When matters went out of hand, he had implicated the hapless man. It was all gammon, of course. The story didn't hold water. Lord Lansing had no motive. An illegitimate female offspring was no threat to him. The late Duke will be turning in his grave, Lady Goodall said. He was always sensible to what was due to the family name. To have his son plunge the family into such scandal. He makes the deplorable Lord Lansing appear a saint, Lady Eversham said with a mournful shake of her head. Wimberley tried to pull the wool over our eyes about Flighty Fanny. He pretended the relationship was above board. Lady Laura, you made a fortunate escape. I thought you were fixing your attention on him. The Duchess of Severn harumphed. You were never good at seeing what was in front of you. Your niece was angling after the young man. Now Teresa, I will not have you speak ill of my dear Selina. And I will not have you speak ill of anyone. I've known Wimberley all his life. His mother is a dear friend. That is neither here nor there. The best of families may have a black sheep. Lady Maria chose that moment to tell Laura to ring for a fresh pot of tea. When Laura stood up she said, Laura dear, I forgot to tell cook to bake an extra batch of scones. Would you mind going and speaking to her? The ruse was not lost on Laura. Lady Maria was sending her out to spare her feelings. Her family was constantly shielding her. They knew the gossip pained her, and that she blamed herself. They wanted to leave London but she would not hear of it.
The next morning, Gareth received a letter from Lord Nethercote. He immediately went in search of Laura. She was in the rose arbor, an unopened book at her side. With no one to observe her, she made no effort to hide her heartache. When she saw Gareth, she forced a smile. Gareth sat down beside her. Here, he said, handing her his pristine handkerchief. Laura dabbed at her eyes and wiped away her tears. Gareth put his arm around her. Give it time, Laura. He hates me. I can't forget the look in his eyes. He isn't coming back to London. Nethercote writes that he has gone to White Willow from Harrogate. Laura dabbed at her eyes again. The pesky tears wouldn't stop. Laura, you can't go on like this. I know Anthony. He is not unreasonable. He will realize it was all a misunderstanding. Misunderstandings keep people apart. Our parents did not reconcile because father misunderstood what he saw. Laura, I wish I could do something to ease your pain. I can't help thinking that you will be better off at home. Laura nodded. Now that Anthony was not coming to London, she could go home. Sam will be happy, she said, changing the topic. At least something good had resulted out of her meddling. Sam was now in Gareth's employ, learning to look after horses. He was thrilled to be off the streets. He kept asking Gareth when they would go home. Sam will be happy, Gareth agreed, tucking her hand through his arm. And so will you.
Chapter 33. A week after they returned to Daventon House, Maria let them know she and Gareth were to become parents. Laura immediately vowed she would do nothing to distress her brother and sister-in-law. They loved her and would worry if they saw her looking unhappy. She became Maria's constant companion. She accompanied her on walks and read to her or simply talked. Lady Catherine took over most of the duties of countess. She, however, joined her girls whenever she could. Gareth grumbled that he was outnumbered. He prophesied that Maria would give birth to a daughter on purpose so that he would always remain under the thumb of managing females. And then Lady Russell came home from her travels. Much to her surprise and joy, she was also to become a mother. I can't believe it. It seems like a miracle, she said, shedding tears and embracing Lady Catherine. Lord Russell looked more worried than happy. The physician had expressed concern. A first birth at the age of 37 had to be handled with care. Lady Catherine immediately suggested it would be better if Lady Russell moved back to the manor. Lord Russell could ride over and visit every day. It was not a great distance. Lord Russell readily agreed. After Lady Russell came to stay, Laura found herself de trop. Her presence inhibited her mother, aunt, and sister-in-law from freely discussing childbirth and other matters not fit for her maidenly ears. Laura slipped back into her old routine. She visited the tenant families with her mother. Sometimes she went into the village with Bessie. And every afternoon, she rode her mare to the copse of trees that marked the end of their estate. The time spent in the saddle and in the seclusion of the clearing between the tall oaks belonged to her. She no longer shed tears as easily as before. By trying to look happy for Maria's sake, she was saved from falling into the abyss of melancholy. "I will not be father," she spoke the words aloud. The rustling of leaves as the breeze passed through the ancient oaks murmured encouragement. Laura told herself that some things were not meant to be. She did not blame Anthony. He had been badly hurt. He would not forgive her. It was already 3 months. Had he a change of heart, he would have come to speak to her. She had to forget him. She was fortunate to have a family that loved her. She would not be her father. He had shut out his children and turned a blind eye on the needs of his sister. His lost love had blighted all their lives. She would not be selfish. Laura heard the unmistakable sound of a carriage. The copse was situated at a higher level and afforded a view of the long winding drive. She squinted against the sunlight. The traveling carriage had a crest, but she could not make out to whom it belonged. It had to be someone calling on Gareth. It couldn't be Anthony. To her surprise, the carriage stopped at the point directly opposite to the copse. A man got out and stood looking in her direction for a few seconds. He spoke to the driver. The carriage continued towards the manor. The man started up the slope leading to the copse. He was a dark shadow against the afternoon sun, but Laura had no trouble knowing it was Anthony. Her first impulse was to run and hide. As Anthony came closer and walked into the shade, Laura felt the stirring of anger. A minute ago she had been finding excuses for him and blaming herself. Now she was furious. How dare he come to see her after months of silence? Was she an article to be picked up at will? He looked handsome and happy. He hadn't suffered a whit. Lady Laura. Laura looked at him without a word. Ramrod straight, she could pass for a piece of statuary if it wasn't for the light breeze ruffling her curls. "You are angry. Why have you come, Your Grace?" "To speak to you, Laura. I do not recall giving you the use of my name. My apologies. I meant no disrespect. I have become accustomed to using it in my thoughts." Gone was Laura's control. Anthony always had that effect on her. She was reserved to the point of shyness with others. But with Anthony, she never stopped to think. Now her anger boiled over like volcanic lava. "Of all the barefaced lies. What do you mean by that? You haven't spared me one measly thought." Anthony caught hold of Laura's hands, but she jerked free. "Why are you here? Did Gareth send for you? Did you think I would not come?" Anthony asked, smiling. Darn the man and his dimples. Laura made a valiant effort to hold on to her anger. "What else could I think? You had made it clear that you had no interest in me." Anthony availed himself of her hands and led her to one of the rustic seats. "That was unpardonable of me. My abject apologies. I shall suit actions to words and go down on my knees. I only hope the grass stains will not cause my valet to have an apoplexy." Laura's lips quivered, but she did not say anything until he started to kneel. "That will be enough, Your Grace. I don't see why your valet should be punished for your sins. What can be a greater punishment than to have you persist in calling me Your Grace?" Laura smiled, but tears came unbidden into her eyes. "It is I who was in the wrong. You must think me a ninny to mistake you for Annie's kidnapper." Anthony became serious. "How can I think that? You saved Annie's life. Stubbs told the police Philip was bent upon killing her. He wanted to create false evidence that would implicate me. He almost succeeded. When I found her, she was burning with fever and unconscious. She remembers being taken to the house and given something to drink. How did you find her? Laura told him everything, starting with her work at the children's home, befriending Annie, and her fortuitous meeting with Sam. Sam was lucky Philip didn't catch him spying. He has committed some terrible crimes. He may even have caused Edward's death. Edward? My brother. He was the heir. Laura nodded as Anthony told her about how strange it was for Edward to sink in the lake. She kept nodding and playing with the end of her sash. Was he never going to talk about them?
Anthony knew he was talking drivel. Edward's drowning when he was 3 sheets to the wind was not a suitable topic to converse with a young lady. He wasn't sure Laura was still in love with him. Other than demanding why he hadn't been to see her, she had not given any indication. He would embarrass her if he said anything. He should have spoken to Gareth first. He had wanted to give her time. It was the right thing to do. If she changed her mind and chose someone closer to her age, someone who was unencumbered and not mired in scandal, he would be happy for her. Until he had met Lord Oroville 3 days ago. The insolent pup wanted help in getting an invitation to Daventon Manor, so that he could woo her.
Have Lord Nethercote and Lady Fanny set a date, Your Grace? Laura asked. Not yet. Fanny wants me to give her away. She was briefly married to my brother. Laura's eyes widened. I did not know that. Nobody outside our families does. My father got the marriage annulled. He blamed me for my role in it. I was branded a romantic fool in his eyes and unworthy of the Wimberley name. He did not trust me and saw to it that I made an alliance of his choice. He was a hard man. He punished Fanny by vilifying her. Flighty Fanny, Laura murmured. She was my friend before she became my sister-in-law. My brother is gone and the marriage did not last for more than a month. But Fanny will always remain dear to me. She is my sister by marriage. Laura guessed there was more to the story. Perhaps Anthony would tell her someday. What about Annie? She asked, her face heating up. She had already decided there must have been a strong reason for Anthony to have broken his marriage vows. But it had bothered her. It still did. I wanted to bring up Annie as my daughter. I took her to Harrogate. My mother would not have it. Why? Does she not want her son to make amends? She would rather her husband had made them, Anthony said. Laura stared at Anthony. Are you saying your father is the sire? Was her mother his? Annie's mother was not his mistress. I cannot sully your ears with the truth. It is both shameful and revolting. I am not a sheltered miss, Anthony. I understood many things by visiting the children's home. I can guess to what you are alluding. Looking sick, Anthony said, her mother was a scullery maid at his friend's townhouse. She did not want his attentions. Laura did not know what to say. She rested her hand on his arm. Laura, he was my hero. I'd looked up to him for years. I thought he was fair and just. I knew he was a hard man but did not think him depraved. I thought he disgraced Fanny because he believed she had trapped Edward. The night Annie's uncle accosted me and told me the facts about her birth, I was shattered. I could see he spoke the truth but I refused to believe it. I made inquiries with the friend in whose townhouse Annie's mother used to work. The man blamed her. He said she did not know her place. She ought not to have resisted. She was comely enough to find a protector. He had thrown her out because she had kicked up a fuss. He was glad she was dead. Is that why you pretended that Annie was your daughter? Laura asked. I did that for my mother's sake. I wanted to shield her. Her heart is weak. I also wanted to protect my sister. When I arrived at Harrogate, the rumors had already reached my mother. Annie is a Wimberley in looks. My mother couldn't dispute that. But she refused to accept that Annie was mine. She did not stop asking questions until the lie was out. She must have been exceedingly shocked, Laura said. Anthony smiled. She told me she was relieved. She couldn't have borne it if it was me. Edward, perhaps, but not me. Why doesn't she want you to adopt Annie? She fears that will prevent me from finding a suitable wife. Laura felt her heart sink. Anthony was looking for a suitable wife. He had not come to offer for her. He must have come to call on Gareth. She stole a look at his profile. He looked brooding. What was he going to tell her that made him look so serious? And then she knew. He had come to tell her that she was to forget him. He was a gentleman. He had raised expectations in her. Expectations he now found he could not fulfill. This was the end. She had expected it when the days had passed by and he had not come. But a flicker of hope had persisted. Now he had come, but only to extinguish that hope. Chapter 34. For several minutes, Anthony remained silent, his eyes on the panoramic view in front of him. Laura swallowed, trying to dislodge the lump in her throat. She would not let him see her feelings. She had already made a vulgar display by demanding why he hadn't come before. The indelicate subject of Annie's birth was preferable to what Anthony intended to tell her. "What does your mother suggest you do about Annie?" she asked. "She wants me to make Annie my ward, but the papers must be drawn up with the correct name of the father, or as father unknown," Anthony said. "If you do that, Annie will suffer when she is old enough to understand. But if you claim to be the father, Mary Jane might think poorly of you. She will believe you were disloyal to her mother." "My mother said that too." "How many people know the truth about Annie's birth?" "Annie's uncle knew. The poor man is dead. Mrs. Forsyth knows. Apart from my mother, I've only told you. Don't Gareth and Lord Nethercote know? They suspect Annie is Edward's daughter. I haven't disabused them." Laura stared at Anthony. "That could work. Have the papers drawn with Edward as the father. When Annie grows up, you must tell her that her parents were in love and secretly married. You would still be bringing her up, but without the taint of illegitimacy. Society will accept her as your niece and the late Duke's granddaughter. My mother can have no objection to that." Laura smiled brightly. "It is a capital idea. You will be able to make a suitable match. I hope you will not think it forward of me, but I did notice there were several women eager to accept your suit if you would only exert yourself to offer for them." Anthony frowned and stood up. "We should go." "I did not stop to think whether it was proper to come up here before speaking to Gareth." "Why should it be improper for you to stop and talk to me? You are an old friend of the family." Anthony looked even more grim. "How did you know I was up here?" Laura asked. "This was my favorite spot when I used to visit. I looked out of the carriage to see it and noticed a mare contentedly grazing beside the drive. I let Scarlet roam about. She always comes as soon as I call her." "Your Grace, shall I send a groom with a spare horse?" "That will not be necessary. I will walk." Laura stood up. After calling to the mare, she started walking down the slope at a brisk pace. "Laura! Lady Laura! Wait!" Laura didn't stop. She heard Anthony behind her. "Don't walk away from me, Laura." Laura spun around. "It is you who walked away," she said, furiously stabbing her finger into his chest. "I have had enough of it. You had better go away and find that suitable wife." "Which suitable wife? You said if you adopted Annie you wouldn't be able to find a suitable wife." Now you can. My mother said that. Not I. Laura planted her hands on her hips. Your mother said that because you didn't tell her about me. I didn't tell my mother because I didn't know if you would have me. I couldn't raise her hopes. You expect me to believe that? You didn't come for months. I was giving you time to think. I didn't want to take advantage of your feelings. I was trying to do the right thing, Anthony said. Laura narrowed her eyes. Fine. Do the right thing. Walk away. I shall ask Gareth to write to Lord Auerville. I believe he will make a suitable husband. You shall do no such thing, Anthony roared and pulled Laura into his arms. Laura struggled but Anthony held her closer. Furious, she made a tight fist and lashed out. She didn't know where her punch landed but it had the desired result. With a muttered oath, Anthony loosened his hold. Laura stepped back and glared at him. You are the most infuriating person of my acquaintance. I have always been praised for my calm disposition but you annoy me so much. Anthony leaned against the trunk of a magnificent oak and folded his arms across his chest. Don't you dare say a word. Anthony placed a finger on his lips. And stop laughing at me. I'm not laughing at you. You are. With your eyes. Anthony threw back his head and laughed. You are adorable, my love. Laura felt her face heating up. My love. She tried to think of something suitably repressing. Before her confused brain could string two words, Anthony took her hands into his and looked into her eyes. I'm humbled, Laura, that you still love me. That you love me enough to be yourself. You are reserved with others. Auerville wants to offer for you because you have no opinions of your own. He finds it a most ladylike quality. You have never been reserved with me, have you, Laura? Laura shook her head. Why did you not come? I wanted you to come, she said, not hiding the tremor in her voice. I was a fool. I thought I was being noble and doing the right thing but I was being an ass. I wanted to give you time to decide. I wanted to give Gareth time to talk sense into you. And then I met Auerville at a horse breeder's. He asked me if I would oblige him by writing to Gareth. He wanted to know whether you had a serious suitor. What did you tell him? Laura asked, laughing and going into Anthony's arms. I told him you were practically engaged. It appears I have to thank Lord Auerville for your presence. I would have come to my senses sooner or later. Being noble was proving to be deuced difficult. Doing the right thing is often difficult but it is a most praiseworthy trait. You must unhand me, your grace. This is improper. You cannot be alone with me without a chaperone, Laura said, putting on a prim look. Anthony cupped her face in his hands. Your chaperone is here, he said as Scarlett ambled into view. I hope she will oblige by looking the other way. Scarlett did not disappoint. As Anthony lowered his head, not only did she look the other way, she also stepped behind a tree. An eternity later, Anthony whispered, Laura, love, look at me. Laura's eyes fluttered open. I love you, Laura. Laura gazed into Anthony's eyes. The love and tenderness reflected in them washed away all her hurts. He looked vulnerable. A little frightened. She would rather have him smiling. You mustn't say such things, Your Grace. It isn't proper, she said with a teasing glint in her eyes. Anthony did not point out that her actions belied her words. Instead of leaving his arms, she was snuggling closer. A gentleman may not profess his love to his betrothed, he asked. Your betrothed, Your Grace. Do you mean Scarlett? Or someone else? It certainly isn't me as I don't recall being asked. Minx. Am I not to receive an offer? I dare not make you an offer. You might refuse for the sake of being contrary. On the contrary, I might accept. Anthony went down on one knee and said, "Lady Laura, make me the happiest man alive. Marry me." "Of course I will." "Silly man. Do you want your valet to die of an apoplectic fit? Now you have grass and mud stains. Do get up, pray. My valet will be most relieved to know I have secured your hand. He has been complaining that I have become most unreasonable since leaving London." Scarlett chose that moment to appear. She nuzzled Laura's shoulder, sounding impatient. "We must start back, Anthony. It will be dark soon. Everyone must be worried." The Duke of Wimberley smiled. Laura had used his given name without being aware of it. He helped Laura mount her mare, not that she needed his help. To Scarlett's disgust, Laura did not allow her to go faster than the male of the human species who walked beside them. And that male was surely the slowest of the human species. He stopped every few steps to kiss her mistress.
Epilogue. The Duke of Wimberley and Lady Laura Daventon were married a month later. The wedding was at Daventon Manor, with only family and close friends in attendance. The Dowager Duchess of Wimberley arrived 3 days before the wedding. Accompanying her were her granddaughters, Lady Mary Jane and Lady Annie, and her daughter Lady Amelia. She told whoever would listen that Lady Annie was her dear Edward's daughter, miraculously restored to the family. Lady Laura wore her mother's wedding gown. Made of satin, the gown was in a delicate hue of pink, with sleeves of sheer lace. The veil to go with the gown was gauzy white with rosebuds embroidered on it. Lady Mary Jane and Lady Annie made a charming picture. Dressed in identical dresses, with satin rosettes in their hair, they walked in front of the bride, strewing flower petals as the Earl of Daventon led her to the altar. It was a beautiful wedding. Also an interesting one. The bride and groom were so lost in gazing at each other that on more than one occasion, the priest had to remind them to make a response. It wasn't merely a beautiful wedding, it was a fairy tale wedding. The end. You have been listening to Not Just Lovely Laura by Jessica Spencer. Not Just Lovely Laura is Book 2 in the Sisters by Marriage series. The other books in the series are Not So Sweet Maria, No Longer Flighty Fanny, and Never Silly Sophie. The books are free with Kindle Unlimited, and are also available in paperback.